That looks normal. Thank you for doing that.
I do. I just write notes on papers. It's there.
I think you killed a small tree there.
Oh, well. I use it for scratch paper. It's no big deal. I'm just used to doing it this way because I can grab more stuff out of it. And then I'll sort through this and take out what I want and use coloring paper for the rest.
Heidi, are you ready?
Yep.
Stella?
Yep.
Cheryl?
Yep.
Don? Yes. Lois? Good to go? And are you gonna throw co-host? Okay, all right, good. So being last day of tax season, Lois may have to get up throughout the meeting, or Della, either one. I'm not sure what they decided to do, but we'll just be tolerant of their absence and move forward the best we can. Okay. All right, so I'd like to call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. And if everybody will stand and join me in the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call when ready.
Goss, here, Bennett, here, Pop,
Here.
Valmu,
Here.
Glenn.
Here. Any changes to the agenda this morning? I would like to add one, which would be the acceptance of the resignation of the deputy supervisor. And if we could put that under new business. Number 7. It would be appreciated. Any objections?
None.
Nope.
None.
I have none.
Any other changes? All right. Hearing none. Any conflict of interest? Hearing none, we'll move into public comment. And I think I would like to start out in Zoom land here this morning. Thank you, everyone, for attending. If you have any comments or questions, please use the raise your hand function and we will call on you. Good morning, Connie.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Connie Highmore. On page 84 of today's agenda, we see the zoning administrator's January 2023 zoning report. Of utmost concern is his mention of the proposed Baggs Road site condos. Bob Hall states in his report that he is in the process of receiving and reviewing final application materials related to a proposed site condominium development on Baggs Road. He goes on to say what the Planning Commission and board are required to do. I know that the zoning administrator is aware of the code enforcement complaint concerning the Baggs Road parcel of land. as are the entire board. That complaint was filed on August 29th, 2022, 5.5 months ago, with no resolution. The 30 acres of land was divided with a greater than 1:4 width to depth ratio. The zoning administrator admits that he made the error. You know, it doesn't really matter who made the mistake. It doesn't really matter how it happened going forward, starting today. Let's do what's right. 30 minutes ago, I did a Google search to see if a township ever just takes a pause. The first thing to pop up in my search was an article in your very own Record Eagle from 2 days ago, February 12th. The article is titled "Gilmore Township Hitting a Pause on Projects. A moratorium for 6 months blocks any permit or variance applications for special use permits, rezoning requests, and site plan reviews under Section 9 of Township zoning." Sound familiar? Whitewater Township is not alone in these challenges. At this time, we respectfully request that you respond to the complaint, keeping in mind that you are elected officials working for the people. We respectfully request that you follow the zoning ordinances of Whitewater Township. We respectfully request that you follow the law. Thank you. Have a good meeting.
I don't see anyone else with their hand up at this time, so we'll move here into Township Hall. Do we have any public comments? Seeing none, we will not hear from the County Board of Commissioners this month. Daryl had to be away, so that brings us to the Fire Department report. Good morning, Chief.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning, Brandon Flynn, Whitewater Township Fire Chief. Out like a lamb, in like a lion, right? So January, we kind of had a busy month. And of course, a lot of meetings. I don't know what was up with that, but I was able to get some other administrative work done and install some smoke alarms and carbon monoxide alarms that we're getting from the state now, which is a pretty cool program. They purchased $1 million worth of smoke and carbon monoxide alarms. Of
So you're
course,
installing them in citizens' homes?
yep.
Awesome.
So on a few medicals I've been to with MMR, I've noticed some of the homes that did not have them or did not have functioning smoke alarms. And of course, if they're 10 years old or older, they need to be replaced in entirety. And so yeah, slowly working on that. Did not get around to any inspections last month. But Supervisor Pop and I went to the Grand Traverse Band Media event last Friday, where we were a recipient of $4,300.
Congratulations.
Thank you. 2% grant. And I'll have more details on that in my February report. But you'll notice I included last year's run and fire department information. So if anybody has any questions on our activities last year, I can field those right now, but
I did have one question, Chief. Just Series 600, what is good intent? Is that like the fire? Is that like the smoke alarm installation? What's the definition of?
so I didn't get incident numbers for our smoke alarm installs, but good intent call is kind of an umbrella type category for like, I'm trying to think of a good intent call that I use.
It's where you put everything that doesn't fit anywhere.
Yeah. So fires are in the 100 category. And it's not what you get dispatched to, it's what you are dealt with when you get there. So it's like, it could be, we could get dispatched to a structure fire. Well, we did last month. We got dispatched to a structure fire near Baggs Road and M72, but it was just an illegal burn. Someone was burning some construction debris, which you're not allowed to do. So it went from like a category 100 to like an illegal burn, which is somewhere down in maybe the 700s. But if I do a lockdown drill at Mill Creek, I'll use that as a good intent,
Mhm. Okay,
good intent category. There are a list of, and I guess I could
yeah, I
provide
just
that
was
to you.
just curious kind of what went into that
Yeah.
category, so.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Sure.
On your series 300 calls, you have EMS, it's EMS, and you have 33. But then on the 300 series detail, that only adds up to 13. No, I'm sorry, it only adds up to 12. Where on your series 100, the 19, the 100 series details does add up to the 19. So I just wondered if that was what you meant to put there,
So-
those numbers.
So you're looking on the AFG summary,
Yes,
and that is a specific report that is built into our reporting software
okay.
for AFG.
And what's AFG?
AFG is Assistance to Firefighter Grant,
Okay,
and it's the closest
Good.
one I can get that explains it, but
okay,
the rest of the AFG wants to know your motor vehicle accidents, which
Uh-huh.
is 322 through 324.
I see, okay,
And then the vehicle extrications
yep,
are 352, but the rest are like 321 and higher, which is the EMS calls and EMS assists. And those aren't specifically labeled,
I see, okay,
just because AFG doesn't want that information.
I see, okay, so that report was really prepared for some other reporting you have to do.
Yeah, and instead of making my own report,
Right,
I mean, I suppose I could spend the summer working on that. I don't really,
yeah,
if I need a report, I call down to Florida and they fix one up for me,
yeah,
and then I have it available, but
right,
so yeah, the remaining are just regular EMS calls and EMS assists.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Chief? All right, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Heidi,
Yes,
how's
sir.
things going at the Planning Commission?
Special.
Going out of the box today, people.
Totally out of the box.
What happens if we're sweet enough? Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm not sure if she told you to choke on it or if you.
That's the way I interpreted it, so.
Oh, okay. Aw, hey, happy Valentine's to everybody. I completely forgot.
Oh, you shouldn't have, yeah, yeah.
Forgot.
Oh,
No,
no.
happy Valentine's Day to him last night.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I forgot.
So you covered, you covered.
Thank you, Heidi.
My goodness.
If this goes on for a long meeting, we will now have nourishment. Heidi has helped us today.
Oh, I see where she's going with this.
Hey, somebody stole the quarter.
Uh-oh.
Ready?
Yep.
We're going off the grid today because I have a team that needs some answers. So happy Valentine's Day. I made y'all a treat. Fresh homemade banana bread. Guess what? It looks great, smells delicious, and tastes amazing. Go ahead, try it now while I tell you a little bit of a story. Imagine how this banana bread was made. Mixing flour, baking soda, eggs, butter, put on your apron, sugar, ripe bananas, and chopped walnuts. Imagine how it smelled when it was baking. My entire house smelled like warm hugs from your best friends. As you taste it, I want you to savor it. It's pretty divine, isn't it? Now, imagine what it would smell like if there were no bananas in it. What would it taste like if it didn't have any sugar? What if the walnuts were stale? What if the eggs were rotten? What would it look like if I didn't use baking soda? What about this if I didn't have a pan to put it in? My oven would be a disaster and you would have no great treats. Now that I've disgusted you with that, go back to the beautiful banana bread you're about ready to enjoy. Cut it, savor it. Imagine Whitewater Township's zoning ordinance is a beautiful, tasty loaf of banana bread. This is possible. You have a team built on the PC right now, filled with dedication, residents volunteering their time who are eager to create a masterpiece. However, right now, all we know is Whitewater's banana bread is pieced together with stale, old, rotten, and missing ingredients. There's no one to blame. It doesn't matter whose fault it is. We need to fix it, catch up, and fess up. What matters is this PC is ready and willing to put fresh and tasty ingredients together. The problem is we're missing the most basic necessity. Can you guess which part of the recipe we need the most? The pan. We, the board, need to give them the tools to ensure they can do their job. I'm imploring you, us, to find the fastest and simplest way to give them a complete and legal as it stands zoning ordinance. This can be given in any format you want, paper, digital, PDF, Word, or a combination of both, as long as it's complete. This may mean we have to take all the binders out of the room in there and adopt the entire thing in one swoop, maybe. Pause it, sit back. We need some answers. It's no secret, no matter the format, we are giving the PC a rusty old pan with holes in it. But it doesn't really matter. What matters is we give them the pan, and we do it fast. We have to put trust in them as well as respect. Everything else we've done to date has left us with less than satisfactory loaf of bread, and in some instances, royal food poisoning. What do we have to lose at this point? I'm confident if given the tool, the PC, along with the planner, Randy Melnick, will fix the pan, clean the rust, ensure the ingredients are fresh, and create a scrumptious meal for everyone in Whitewater to enjoy. Now, what's the fastest and easiest way to move forward for the greater good? Ball's in your court. My other report is in the packet. Enjoy your bread.
Thank you for the bread.
You're welcome. And use the fire chief.
And happy Valentine's.
Yeah, happy Valentine's.
Any questions, board?
I thought you already copied the ordinances and they're in binders in your office.
Yeah,
So
so
they're gonna be handed out to them, right?
we're getting close. We don't have all of the amendments put in there yet. I think we're missing about 10 or 12 amendments. We've just run out of time. So Rachel has been,
I know,
yeah,
trust me, I know.
and I think they're ready to go with the exception of the amendment. You want to close that, Dre? Mhm.
Plate in the face.
Any other questions for Heidi? Don? Are you providing any type of park and rec?
Yeah, I guess it's the first month for me, so just be patient. As this thing unfolds, been in one.
Do you have
meeting with
bread?
them, and so, no, I don't have bread. I was
Cookies,
was
chocolate?
instructed by my wife that I was supposed to wish everybody happy Valentine's Day. I resisted that, but based on everybody's activity here, she wins. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. So, in regards to the liaison report, they did hold their election of officers in January per the bylaws. And it was a repeat performance with Melissa as chairperson, Brandon as vice chair, and Fran Butler's secretary. Was kind of interesting, though. We did adopt the change of the dates, which also included some other changes in the bylaws, to add. It's funny because the bylaws, the original bylaws were dated 2012 and did not have a secretary position in there, but yet they've been operating with one. So that was included in the change. However, I believe Melissa's putting it on the bylaws on the agenda again for February. Given the change with no park administrator now, there's some adjustments that need to be made in the bylaws to kind of clean that up going forward with what we're planning on. Melissa stated that the CRAC had some changes that they wanted to suggest, so we'll take a look at that. Meetings next week. The third Tuesday now is the meeting date, so the first one will take place next week.
Okay.
And we'll see what comes back. They did have a question of the board that I need to communicate back to them. And I guess I just simply don't know the answer. We were talking about High Prairie Park playground, and that all the work is there that is completed. And the question came up as to whether the PrAC could declare the park open and remove the signs, or is that a board action that needs to be taken to declare? My recollection when we did the Whitewater Township Park playground, the park administrator simply reopened the park. But that may be apples to oranges. So I just need to give them an answer back on what, where we can formally declare the park open. They are having a follow-up inspection later this spring. When the inspector, Catherine, comes back through. It's not required, but she just said she's going to pop back through. So, but I'm certainly satisfied with the PrAC doing the things that they did. So I owe them an answer. I don't know if we want to just give some consensus on that at this point, or do I need to come back with something more formal? Looking for direction.
Well, my take on that is the board, 3 members of the board closed the park, High Prairie Park. And so since there was board action to close it, it seems like there would need to be board action to reopen it. And with respect to Whitewater Township Park, it was never closed. So.
And I agree, Cheryl. It was closed by the board, so I think the board will have to.
High Prairie was, not Whitewater Township Park.
I'm sorry, excuse me. High Prairie was closed by 3 members diligent with human life and safety.
All right, I'll bring back a business item for next month then, for formal proposal. So. Okay. The rest I'm not going to regurgitate. It's just a simple read unless you had
Yeah.
questions.
That should bring it back next month, should give plenty of time to open the park in the spring.
Yeah,
Yeah.
March, we're not, just because it's going to be 55 today doesn't mean we're out of the woods.
Yeah.
So, yeah, thanks, Ardell.
Any other questions for Don? Mr. Baker, good morning. Thank you for being patient.
Oh, good morning. I feel pretty blessed to be early in the agenda. So my name's Jim Baker. I'm Director of Equalization for Grand Traverse County, and thank you for having me this morning. Grand Traverse County has been obtaining aerial imagery for over half a century. And we have contracted with Eagle View, a company, to obtain a capture this spring. This capture will be just a little bit different than in the past because we'll be obtaining two types of captures. And what we will be getting will be the ortho photo, which is a straight down photo, and that's what we have historically obtained. And then we will be getting an oblique image, which will give you kind of a side view. Page 35 in your packet will give you an image that looks something like this. And that is an ortho straight down view. Now, the advantage that you get with an oblique image is you can see what the straight down round object was. And that's what we're gonna add to our capture. It does cost a little more. We believe the cost benefit weighs in favor of the benefit. And the board approved this flight late year, and it's going to be for a spring capture. They have made the ability for local units to partner in this if the local units want to contribute 40% of the unit cost in this process, then you would have complete and total any legal access we have as a county, you would have that legal access. It's a cloud-based product, and you could have literally as many accounts as you would like. If you choose to have over 2-3 accounts, we would prefer that you choose an administrator amongst your group to administer the accounts. But if you think up to 3 will satisfy what you would like to do with the product, then we would be glad to administer that through our office. Wouldn't be that hard. You can see in the proposed agreement that some of the township, the southern part, it was chosen to use a 6-inch resolution. And that was because it is a lot of vacant type area. I know there are some residents there, but just in a cost benefit analysis, we chose to do the south 21 sections at a 6-inch, which actually saves quite a bit of money in this process. And then the northern sections would be at 3-inch. Page 45 shows the difference between the 3 and the 6-inch resolution. It's two buildings side by side, and you can see what the difference would be. This contract is based on area, so each unit's area was figured out. Each unit's resolution was figured out, and I have all the numbers, all the spreadsheets. I'd be glad to share to show how I came up with my calculation on what the Whitewater cost to the whole project is. So I'd be glad to go over that with anybody at a future date. We hope you'll collaborate with the county on this imagery. I believe that you would benefit from this capture of the two products, and there are actually some pretty exciting extras that Eagle View provides. The county chose to go with a basic 6-year contract, 2 flights, one in 2013 and one in 2016. Of course, that's always weather permitting, and because we capture leaf off, and it's tricky sometimes, especially up north here. So, but they're pretty good, and they rarely are late a year. But that's the plan: a 6-year contract, 6 equal payments, and that would be 2 captures, one in 2013 and one in 2016. Some of the products.
2023 and 2026, you mean?
I got way behind, didn't I? Yes, thank you for correcting me. That just shows how old I am, I guess. So we're asking if you want to partner in this, I talked to Ron. Ron said that there may be questions and I was willing to come and try to answer any questions I could.
Can you enlighten the board on how damage assessments are done from this?
Well, there is a clause in the contract or a benefit in the contract that if we were to have another natural disaster like the inline winds we had back, what was that, 2015, I think.
15,
And
19?
Closer to the microphone, Heidi.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And so if we did have another natural disaster or any disaster, and we needed to find out how many dollars were damaged, it seems as if FEMA wants that number, they want it quick, and they want it pretty accurate because eventually you have to substantiate that number. Eagle View would be willing to come in and on a moment's notice, so to speak, fly an area so that we can have a before and after look, and that is something
Would there be additional charges? Because you would get it back with FEMA if you were, hitting the markers and everything.
that I would have to research and come back to you with.
Okay.
I do believe I sent the contract with
Yeah,
all of this,
um,
and all we'd have to do is kind of look into the contract and get that specifically. I'm sorry, I can't answer it
That's
right
okay.
now.
And that should be on page 27.
It is.
Yeah.
27, is that the agreement?
Oh, that's the agreement.
Yeah, what I'm
yeah.
saying is that somewhere in the email string, I
Okay.
sent the county's contract with Eagle View, and anything that we legally have in that contract, you would legally have in this partnership.
I'm
So
not
we would
sure I
have
put that in this particular packet. I
Right, it was
apologize if I
pretty
missed
huge,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, I apologize. if
No,
I
it
missed
it
that.
was big, and we can research that.
Well, usually you get your money back
Yeah,
if you hit the marker. If you hit the FEMA markers, it's an expense, so you would get it back. But if you don't hit your markers, you might not get it back. I was just wondering what the cost would be.
Jim, that leads me to a question. In the contract, doing some research on Eagle View, just their webpage and kind of floating through there to get a feel a little more than what is here. I see that they have basically 8 different products. Eagle View, assess, cloud, bid perfect, imagery, inform, true design, walls, and property reports. Is the county, did you purchase all those products? Did you just purchase just one component of that? What components are we talking about having
This
access to?
is- I'm not familiar with those titles, but this is the oblique imagery
Okay,
that you can see in the packet of information. It literally will, you'll be able to measure with it. So it's rectified in a way that you can find heights of buildings, you can find, footprint sizes. We will incorporate elevation data with it, so you could kind of like take a stick figure and walk, and you could see, the elevations change.
so you bought where the oblique and ortho imagery
Yes.
is, that's the component
Yes.
that we purchased. Okay, so then I guess.
There are things like change detector
Mhm.
that you could get between
Yep.
the first flight and the second flight. We didn't purchase that, but if you wanted to purchase it separately, Eagle View said they could have side contracts with any units that would like some kind of change detection. Or if you would like your buildings outlined, so to speak, kind of like Google has those little gray buildings and things. You could do that. I'm not totally up on all the extras that you could get. This is just the straight out ortho and oblique. And in there, I referred to, that brings up a thought. In there, I referred to the fact that an original price, and then maybe if the state participated, and they did, and it was a little bit lower price. What they did is they partnered with the ortho. The oblique imagery, they weren't interested in that, but they did want to partner with the ortho, so that's why there was a little bit of a reduction from my first estimate to what was in the actual agreement for grant.
Cheryl?
Could I just-
Go ahead.
I just have one more
Yep.
question, if you don't mind, please. Thank you. So you mentioned it's a 6-year contract with the 2 flyovers. And then what happens at the end of the 6 years? And if, let's say there's no contract renewal, is there a contract renewal required for us to maintain that data, the accessibility to that data for those two flyovers? Or because if after the end of 6 years, if you don't renew, then Eagleville View says you don't have access to that data any longer.
We would have access to the ortho, but you're right, at the end of 6 years, the cloud-based viewer to look at the obliques and stuff would not be available.
So ortho, yes, obliques, no.
To the best of my knowledge, again, Eagle View has offered, if you would like a representative to attend the meeting, they would be glad to do that.
I'm okay, good. Go ahead, Cheryl. Thank you.
So I want to make sure that any any consideration of this takes into account that the public has access to this. I think the last time we paid, or the last time you guys did the ortho imagery, wasn't that in 2016?
Yes.
And then the ortho, I know I use the tax parcel viewer quite frequently to look up things. And so those are ortho images, I
Yes.
think. Are those, and those are still the 2016 images, I think, or have they been updated?
Our current parcel viewer is showing a 2022 image.
2022 images.
Yes.
Okay, so how did those get
The-
updated?
The 2016 image was started, the partnership was started before I became director. Oh, well, actually, before I became GIS coordinator,
Mhm.
by Ernie Kachalia, the director of GIS. And so that was a partnership where all the locals joined in and the county joined in, and the state joined in. The state approached us in 2020 and said they were going to fly in 2021 and wondered if we wanted to partner and buy up from a 12-inch product that they would give us for free to a 6-inch product.
Mhm.
At that point in time, I couldn't manage it.
Mhm.
And just by the way the weather went, they weren't able to fly anyway. So I got another year in this process. And in that year, I was able to gain traction with the county board, and the county board graciously funded the whole amount to partner with the state to
Mhm.
get a 6-inch 2022 flyover, ortho flyover.
Okay, so this Eagle View thing would be doing another or new ortho images. And then oblique images if the township wanted them. I guess that's my question. To me, I don't know that we can justify the oblique images. This is a small township. And I don't know that we actually need that. And so I was wondering, I mean, and if the ortho images that are on there right now are 2022, I'm just questioning whether we need, like a year later, newer ortho images.
I will say that a lot of other departments show a lot of interest in this, and I know emergency service even is one of them.
Mhm.
And
I
I
know
know
our-
East Bay, the planning department and the zoning enforcement, and it's just something where you would have your own accounts to meet your own needs, and it wouldn't be just one department, like,
Right,
the assessing department can use it to defend tribunals, and it's a multi-department
right.
kind of thing that
I did see that it had an ArcGIS interface.
Yes.
And we've had that program here before, but we don't have anybody running that right now that's capable of running that.
It actually interfaces with BSNA. I don't know if you look at the BSNA assessing.
I don't have it in my office, but Della has it and our assessor
you
has it.
have-
Assessor uses it and our zoning administrator uses it.
If you have the BSNA assessing module, you can incorporate it straight into that so that if you're on a parcel, it would be a button, just like a GIS view and an Eagle view kind of button that would switch you into a view.
Yeah,
That's something that my staff would help set up for a local township.
mhm,
It's a little different than just going out to the cloud with your login and looking at the instance separate.
mhm.
So Ardell, are you saying
And I
that?
guess I wasn't quite done. I'm sorry, I have one more
Quite all right.
question. So, can a township, I'm just wondering if this is possible, can a township contract for just the ortho images, or do we have to go with the ortho and oblique images?
I haven't been asked that question yet. I don't want to shoot from the hip, so to speak. I
Right.
think.
If not, I mean,
Well,
that's,
The
You know, I
reason
just
I allowed
wondered
the
if it's
state to
possible.
do that is there's actually kind of a licensing problem.
mhm,
Eagle View allows you to go top down, meaning whoever's at the top and buys in, then the people under them can have access to it under that contract.
license.
Well, the
contract.
Pyramid?
yeah, the state's above that.
Mhm,
There might have been a question whether they could actually use the obliques, but the orthos were fine
mhm,
to contract. Yeah, we were trying to keep this a package deal and, the, parcel viewer will always be updated with the newest, latest, greatest, and we
Oh.
will actually, strive to put the, oblique imagery out there. The thing with the parcel viewer and oblique imagery is there will be no measuring tools.
mhm.
It's just a look-see and you
Yeah.
can't measure.
With the oblique views.
Right.
Yeah. That's all I have.
So, question, Ardell, you mentioned that they use it today and or I think the other system that you.
They use the GIS off from the tax and the assessing program.
So if in what Mr. Baker said was if Eagle View basically set up an icon to switch over looks, that resolves a training issue, so to speak, for in the event that we had to train somebody new, how would that take place through the county or would that take place through Eagle View? How, we needed somebody to be trained on how to access the cloud. It might be intuitive, but the question becomes is who formally then does that, or is that another add-on through Eagle View that we would have to pay for training?
Or would would equalization be doing a training at Grand Traverse County to get these people up to speed?
The training is in the contract, paid for, and it would be up to me to try to gauge the need and to bring in Eagle View employees, and then depending on the level of the training, like you say, just some in-house training if needed.
Thanks for cleaning up my contract, that question.
Well,
No.
Much like the
Yeah.
county does for BSNA tax updates.
Yeah.
When there's a major update, they'll bring BSNA in and invite all the treasurers
Okay.
and assessors in. And they do like a 2 or 3 hour training thing. That's what I thought you were talking about for getting the assessors and the zoning administrators and maybe even treasurers, because we have to access the GIS also. In one room, bring your laptops and they go through it.
Got it.
Is that what you were?
Yeah, that's what I envision. I envision probably some early broad category kinds of training, just to get your feet wet. And then I envision seeing if there were any common threads deeper down that we could do some special trainings on. That's what I envision. But the training is included in that contract price.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I have a question. The 40%. My question is the contract says that townships can cancel at any time during the 6 years, correct? So if, let's say Garfield Township decides, I know they're not going to, but let's say that they decided, well, they're a big chunk of whatever the grand total is. Would that change any of the other townships' financial commitment, or are we set at this 13,458?
The county has agreed to purchase this product in its entirety. There's no qualification on who participates or not. The prices won't change. It's bought and paid for. And all this is a good faith offer from the county at 40% to allow the locals to have any kind of access we have to the product.
So that dollar amount is not going to change.
It's not going to change.
All right, that was the only question I had. Typical treasurer thing, right? Money.
I believe you already covered it, Jim. Thanks for coming out on such a beautiful day. My question was whether or not our current portal for GIS will still be available to us. And I think you answered Cheryl as yes, it would be.
Yeah, the county parcel viewer will always be available and it will be enhanced.
Any other questions for
No, I got mine
Mr.
listed.
Baker?
I don't have.
I'm good.
All right. Well, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And you're further on, the decision is further on down in the agenda. So we'll probably talk either today or tomorrow, depending on the length of the meeting.
Yeah,
Okay?
I'll leave you to your meeting. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you for
Thank you.
coming out too. We appreciate the additional care you provided.
I'll go for it. Happy Valentine's.
Well, looking around the room, I only see one that has red on, maybe two. I debated whether or not to put any red on and decided, no.
I got
wouldn't do
pink.
that.
That counts, right?
Yes,
It
it
was
does.
not planned.
Yes, it does.
Pink
Oh, you
counts.
got pink too?
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
Make the motion to approve this consent calendar.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I have a couple questions.
Okay.
In the supervisor report, something I want to bring to everybody's attention is that we did, at one time, say that we wanted the public hearing on the floodplain ordinance to be on the March 14th regular meeting agenda. If that date is going to hold, then the notice of public hearing of that, because in this township, all non-zoning ordinances do go to public hearing. That notice of public hearing has to be published no later than February 28th of this month. And also, if I'm going to get that published, I will need the proposed ordinance by February 21st in order to prepare a notice and get that to the paper. And they're a little backed up at the Record Eagle at the moment. They've only got 2 people doing the work of 5 people. So, it's not a 2-day process generally to get something in the Record Eagle. So we're going to need that ordinance.
What was that date, Cheryl?
28.
I said I need it by next week, the 21st,
21st? Okay.
week from today, so that I can get it in the paper in time. And that's my first comment. And then my second comment is on your statement that you're actively seeking an independent contractor for zoning enforcement. And so knowing that we don't have a separate job description for code enforcement. Nor am I aware of an ad being placed for such a position. I would ask how that is happening. How we are looking for a code enforcement officer without those things being done.
Because I don't believe the board has decided to do that.
You're both absolutely right. So, I mean, I'm trying to gather what's
Information.
available. So, you know, I don't know, when did we bring Mr. Hall aboard? About 2017? No, 2018?
3 years ago.
Okay, so, I mean, he was the first contractor that we
Normally
came
we hired
across.
in-house. We
Yeah,
hired an
so,
employee.
you know, he kind of let us know a month or so ago that he wasn't interested in enforcement, so we've got some enforcement issues that need to be taken care of. What are we gonna do? What are our options? So that's strictly what it is. So, will we as a board develop something other than the code enforcement book? Well, we sent that out back in maybe October or November to legal to have them review it and update it. That information has been returned, just has not been scheduled. First and foremost, pending what Bob really wanted to do, right? I mean, I didn't want to have a zoning person that I thought was also going to enforce and then turn around and not allow him to enforce the zoning ordinance. So I wanted Bob to state, which he has now, that he could not be involved in the enforcement aspect, which is kind of a trend, quite frankly, in all of the townships, larger ones anyway. If you take a look at like East Bay, Garfield, Long Lake, they have a zoning administrator and then they have an officer that enforces the code. Some use the community policing officer, which we don't have. Others contract out to deputies, I guess, that do this in their time off. I've even asked East Bay if they're interested maybe in sharing an enforcement officer. I don't think Acme has an enforcement officer, but it's definitely a question there. Lindsay doesn't want to do enforcement.
They hired an assistant.
Well,
Did they?
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, I have a feeling that if it's going the way you're talking about, that you're gonna find there's somebody out there that contracts with several, if not many townships.
Mhm.
Like we have currently with our zoning administrator, he contracts with many townships, not just ours. Maybe this code enforcement person,
Yeah.
you know, because it's not a full-time thing.
Yeah.
We don't get a lot of code violations. So we wouldn't need a full-time person or even a part-time person. We
No.
need a person case by case.
Yeah, so what do we, I don't remember the number of permits that we're up to this year, but I think it's under 60 if I remember correctly. So we don't have a lot of activity. That's all there is to it. There just is not a lot of activity. And I think an independent zoning contractor has worked well.
So
And-
what you, in your report, what you're really saying is that you're doing an investigation on it right now.
Well,
Gathering information.
I'm gathering information. Yep. Yep. Does that help, Cheryl?
Yeah, I just wondered, I mean, does actively seeking mean since we haven't agreed to do that? The only other comment I would make on the consent calendar is that the bills for approval document wasn't put in the packet. But everybody got it on January 30th. That's the day I distributed it to the entire board.
Um, So just to be clear, on the agenda, The voucher numbers, are those correct, Cheryl?
You know, I actually didn't check that.
So I must have not, somehow something must have went. Well, I don't know. If I didn't have bills,
You got it on January 30th. The whole board got it on January 30th.
yeah, so
Yeah,
the.
and as
your
far as
email
the
should have been
numbers,
attached to it.
I'm sorry, what?
I said, that email should have been attached to this business item, so technically
that
something
file.
went wrong.
Right, yeah.
I
I'd
apologize.
have to check. I think these are the correct numbers.
Yeah.
I could look real quick. I don't have that. I can look real quick.
Cheryl, I
if you
pulled
want.
that document up there.
What's that?
I pulled that, I found that document, those 48,695 through 48,778.
That's correct.
correct,
Okay,
right?
yeah. So everybody's seen
Okay.
the document.
So I apologize. That was must be a technical glitch. I believe there's motion and second. Is there further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Bamian,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes,
Pop,
No,
Glenn,
No,
Goss, yes.
all right. I think that brings us, motion passes. 10 o'clock hour. Broadband final questions. Are we looking for a motion at this point, or can we make a motion just to discuss this at this time? How would the board like to proceed?
I'd just like to start a discussion.
Is that consensus?
Yes, I'm fine with that.
I'm
Sure.
good with that.
As long as at some point we get to some kind of action. I don't know what that's, you're intending that to be because you didn't provide a motion, but there is supposed to be a motion before. agenda items.
You'll see on page 141 that there is no motion at this time pending board discussion. If you want me to make a motion, I can. But
Well, I think that would focus the discussion.
I believe it's consensus that we can discuss. Is that correct, board?
I'm fine with that.
I'm fine with
I'm good
that.
with that.
Good. Okay, so, this is kind of a throwback. Well, first of all, I'd like to start on page 141. There's a lot of chatter out there from various sources that townships are not familiar with federal purchasing guidelines. And I can tell you, I'm not. They have different requirements that we're just not accustomed to. And so we just need to exercise caution when spending federal dollars, and ARPA money is federal dollars.
Yeah, and as we've talked about, every time broadband gets brought up, we talk.
I'm sorry, this is any funding for the fire truck, for parks and rails, not just broadband. right.
But I'm focusing just
Okay,
on broadband.
All right,
Where we talk about, we've talked about ARPA money cannot be spent on roads that are already getting federal funding.
Mhm.
So we know that. We know that we have to account for maps. We have to have accurate maps on where we're spending the money. And we've been provided with some really good maps here. So I'm confident that we'd be able to use that in our reporting. As far as the other things for just for reporting, in the contract that I was just looking at online, well, in our packet, they're going to be supplying us with maps, as-built records, which we can use for our actual reporting, because the as-built records is going to show what dollars are spent where. Correct?
Yep.
Yeah. So that's going to cover us, so to speak, on where the money's being spent and to prove that we are not spending money on broadband someplace where federal funds are already being spent.
Okay.
So to me, that makes me feel a lot more comfortable with that we're complying with the broadband rules. I'm not speaking about recreation or
Right,
the
yep.
fire truck.
Right.
So in whichever company we go with, they're supplying us with that information. Correct?
And you did remove all the non-Williamsburg, Whitewater Township addresses, correct? Because I wasn't gonna Google every street, but I did pull it up on a big, huge map and started checking, but I'm hoping you have some kind of checks and balance for that.
And as you know, I went through using the tax program, pulled up all the parcel information by roads that were listed through both companies. And I came up with different numbers than you guys did. I came up with vacant parcels, which to me just means that there's going to be more growth there. There'll be more homes there someday. Maybe not all of them, but it's very possible, especially when you've got larger parcels that could be split. In looking at the list that was provided about the underserved or unserved, I think I only saw 4 homes on Bunker Hill Road, and we know there's a lot more homes there than that. So, and I did go out on that website to see where my home was located on the state's list of, am I served or underserved? And they said, I'm fully served.
And you're
So,
not.
but I'm not. So they're wrong. I put a complaint in or no, because you can challenge what it is they're saying. So I put a challenge in, and in 2 days it came back with a canned response of, well, we find that you are. So
So their information can't be relied on.
Well, I want, you know what,
Not
though?
reliable.
I wonder if they're not including FirstNet, I should go sit in her driveway. Because see, FirstNet is put through for the government, so I'm just wondering if they consider that coverage, but she can't get FirstNet because she's not a responder.
Heck, I can't even get phone calls and text messages at home right now. It just died, nothing there anymore. So I have to use something different. Well, other people in my family still have it, might be just for my phone, but I wouldn't consider Dish or any of the satellite companies considered being served. I would not, because you're still victim of the elements.
I think that map, the federal map was created using all sources of
Networks.
connectivity. And that would most likely include, Elon's offering, AT&T's offering, whoever is
But-
flying junk around up there.
Okay, and I could see that, Ron, except the 100 down, 25 up, is that what it is not stable on any of these dishes. They're not. I mean, at some point you can get that, other points it's very low. almost to the point that, let's say you're watching TV, it's glitchy. You might as well have a, antenna, which I do. But it's, I don't think it's right to use those unless they're gonna come and sit in your yard and do the meter in your yard. Off your satellite to prove what you're actually getting. Because I can sit with an app on my phone and see what my signal is up and down, and it ain't hitting anywhere near those marks. So where I may be able to have TV now, I don't believe I could work remotely for any company from home because it's not that reliable. Yeah. I mean, I'm not complaining, I got something, but I don't believe that they're accurate. And looking at the message boards on MTA, other people, other elected officials are feeling the same way. We're feeling, oh, this is one way for them to not give the money out, isn't it? Oh, you're already covered. Let's give it to Spectrum and Charter and all the big companies.
So looking at packet page 142, those were our questions from November, right? Is everybody pretty happy with the maps that have been supplied?
I am.
I have some questions about the maps.
Okay,
So, I don't see Lackey Road on anybody's list or maps.
It is, it's 4357.
it's not because it's serviced.
And that is my question.
Yeah.
It's considered serviced because Charter goes down that road? Okay. And what about is Deal Road the same?
Yes.
Okay,
Lackey's on, yeah, it's 4357, 4179.
excuse me, I'm trying to listen to the person here.
State of Michigan 2 weeks ago published a new map for Whitewater Township. Deal Road is on there. Lackey Road is on there.
As what? I'm sorry.
There are homes on those roads that are considered unserved or underserved.
Okay,
This, the data is around there. Yeah, it's around there. So I think.
So
the
we
changes
we can't consider Robin data here.
No, but this is what the state of Michigan has defined for their ARPA funds.
the state's ARPA funds.
The state's ARPA funds as valid, unserved and underserved. That Benzie County just used, Travis County is using it,
Sure,
because that is the new definition for ARPA for the state of Michigan. For funding. So that, whether you choose to use it or not, just brought the updated roads, who knew where that was.
right.
And area B, which on the map I highlighted, is the area Ron was interested last meeting about.
The square. Yeah, that was,
And that's what I know.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you up here.
The area A is actually, we're gonna be, BBC data that's off the way out, just reflecting up there. And I know the hospital that they probably got fiber there, so I have the hospital there.
Okay, because I don't know, I'm not, I can't see the map, so I don't know what ABCD is.
Yeah,
And again, it's just more information.
Thank you.
for you.
And I can make a copy if you don't have enough for us.
So area A is what? Joe? Yeah, Joe. It's highlighted.
Oh, because you guys- Right, put some down there.
That more than likely was served, so.
Thank you.
Don't want it. I know what the other. Trying to be neutral on. What that is. If you don't mind, I have a. RDOF on the map. And another map similar to what you had with the red dots, which are what's. The state ARPA funds. With the Robin grant is what they determined as well, so. I'll just scan it, just part of what we have.
Okay.
Later on. history, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So what does CCO stand
Thank you.
for?
CCO's charter,
Okay,
that's
Thanks.
how they put it into the RUF.
I see.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Sam.
that's the corporate holding company.
Oh, I see. Okay. Right, right. Yeah. These are helpful. Thank you.
Cheryl, did you have other questions with
Yeah,
respect
I
to?
think I do. I do want to note, I'm not trying to like slam anybody or anything here, but looking through the bilateral permit thing, which is a different topic actually, but I did notice that I'm pretty sure we haven't been getting the annual certificate of liability insurances from 180s. No, I get it, but the bilateral permit does require you to send us that annually, and we have many companies that do that. And so, so let me see what my other questions were here. I guess the number of houses on some of these roads is not really what's on the road necessarily, but or at least not from my information. And I think we've decided that this map that shows the box, Broomhead, Farrell, Hirsch, and Broomhead, that's not what and no one's limiting their, we've discarded that.
That's not true, because that's the only thing I'm voting for.
Well, why would we have our ARPA funds only go to the homeowners on those?
I couldn't
roads?
explain it to you the last meeting, and I sure don't have the time to explain it to you today.
Well,
So-
I'm certainly not gonna vote for our ARPA funds to
Good.
be spent only in that little square right there. That's a disservice to all the other people in the township who are unserved or
That's fine,
underserved.
Cheryl.
with
I'm not
respect
gonna
to,
debate the
um,
point with you, it's,
Okay, well, no, you don't have to, but I don't know why, when they've provided maps that show things that what they're gonna do outside of those areas, why that map would even be relevant anymore. Is my point. But,
complete misunderstanding of where our ARPA funds and how much ARPA funds we are committing to this project. So
no, they can spread the ARPA funds out as they wish to in the areas that they plan to, use the township's ARPA funds on. So it doesn't have to be just that area. I mean, you'll remember, I was a proponent of giving all of our ARPA funds to broadband, because that to me directly benefits the most people in the township. And that's what I think we're supposed to be doing, is benefiting the most people in the township, but that's not what the board voted for. But anyways, I guess I don't have, I'll wait to hear what some of the other questions are. That might spur some more questions from me.
I have a question. 186. Charter Spectrum has one funding for Bunker Hill Road as well as areas to the west of Island Lake. Does that mean that Charter is going to be putting fiber down Bunker Hill?
They wanted to argue up on those areas. So they decide not to, they find or how that person. They're supposed to.
So you're telling me they could weigh out whether the fine would be less?
Sorry.
Would the fine be less than
I
the
don't
cost
know.
of
I
putting
mean,
it down that road?
Big companies, they choose them. Small townships versus big companies. And they can do whatever they wish in a lot of ways, but.
So would their money be considered RDOF money?
Yeah, that's hard off.
So none of our ARPA money could be spent down that road because somebody's already won
Yes.
the bidding on that,
Um,
but they don't have to put it down there?
well,
I-
they were supposed
Supposed to.
Or they just pay a little fine?
I don't know how much the
to.
fine is.
I do, I just map I found it, and I know that, because he does it, I'm the recipient of RDOF, so the area. That's what it was, the other areas in the township, so. Spectrum. The road is not linked, so anybody go down the road, it's just the households in that shaded area. That ARPA money can't be used on for doing. So if I have to go through where Charter is, in order to serve those RDOF homes, I can build down that road. I can use whatever private money.
So if you have a road that currently has no service, no fiber running down it. It doesn't have to be Bunker Hill, it can be any other road in our township that has no charter currently running down it. But they've got they won the bid for it. The grant, whatever, and they choose not to go down it, they're gonna pay their little fine. Because it's gonna cost them more to go down that road than what the fine is gonna cost, because
Right now, it's not indicated that not, but they could.
is there a place that we could actually go see where they're planning to spend their RDOF money?
I was just at a meeting yesterday at Benzie County Chamber. And Charter was there, we presented. And they stated that they're gonna meet all their commitments and they're gonna be 2 years ahead of schedule.
Wow,
That's their statement. Who knows? what-
okay,
Like Joe said, big companies kind of don't look at fines the same as a smaller
yeah,
company does.
yeah,
And, that's just a game, but what we do as a company, if we have both, like Benzie, we only use ARPA money in areas that don't have RDOF. We only use RDOF money in the area where RDOF is, and then we use our own private dollar for everything else. So we got it on separate, and most do them, I'm sure Bill does in Milton Township, same way. You split it into the funds and then you report it accordingly.
Can I ask, this is like,
You've been patient.
this is like taking Latin again in high school. I just,
You took
I eventually got it. But in the meantime, I'm gonna ask questions and they say there's no such thing as stupid questions, but I guarantee you mine are gonna be borderline to that. Because I'm gonna try to dumb this down for me, not anybody else, not making any claims to how they understand it. This thing is wrapped up in a ball of twine and I'm not going to speak to, I have some questions specifically for 186 and for CCC, but the ARPA funds that we were committed, we discussed at length about possible federal rules that Cheryl Ardella articulated earlier. And we kind of leaned on that square. And I think both 186 and CCC, whether you agree or disagree, there's 56 homes in there, and that could be a methodology or a use of the funds to efficiently report into the federal portal to how those funds were spent. However, that quadrant, that square is just part and parcel to a bigger contract that one of you two companies would get, that 186 would then have a commitment to build out the rest of the township with the jump off point of that square. Same thing with CCC. And that I remember somewhere, and I think you put it in one of your emails or reports, that if your application was not successful for the federal funding, that the build out in Whitewater Township will be completed by the end of 2028. But if the application of Robin funds and the other federal funds that you were going after, you anticipated Whitewater Township being built out by the end of 2026. And then, but yeah, let's just, yeah, okay, just, if you can indulge me on that. And 186, I believe at some point you said that you could be built out by 2026, but I seem to recall that the caveat was that you're pretty much privately funded. You're not going for federal funds of any type. So you're relying on your own capital infrastructure or whatever, however that methodology is. But so the ARPA funds, if awarded to one of the two companies, would get the square built out of the 56 homes, and then 2026 or 2028 or sooner, based on what your estimation at this point, 2026 based on your financing. The one, and I think we both companies agree that within that square, there's 56 homes that would be serviced, that your numbers matched up. Tim making an adjustment based on the ones that erroneously were added into the Whitewater Township, that my number came up with 247 that were yeah, but the number was 247. And the discrepancy that I'm asking about was 186, you came up with 179, and I'm not sure. Okay. So the truth is somewhere between there? Okay, so, okay, so now from my Latin parable, am I getting some sense of understanding how this is going to flow? Yes, no? Correct me where I'm wrong, please.
Yeah, I mean, there's one caveat there.
Please.
Go to the podium,
So-
because no one can hear you.
We have an issue here.
Yeah, can we let Tim finish? Because I
no.
think he's trying to answer Don's question.
Well, here's what we're gonna do. So when.
This is supposed to be about us asking questions of them.
When a response is issued, I'm asking the folks to come up and use the microphone, okay?
Sure.
So that's what I want to interject here, Cheryl, and I will run the meeting the way I wish it to be run.
Sure, but you haven't asked anyone to
Sit
do
down.
that. I'm sitting down.
So if you guys have a
Take orders from you,
response,
pal.
if you could please come to the microphone, we would appreciate it, okay? Absolutely, yeah.
So Don, Della did bring up a point that the maps are wrong. The state is going through it, and on the next agenda item, I'm going to talk about that process of what you need to do to protect yourself and bring more money to the township. So there is a caveat that there's 247 or whatever the number is, the new number, could be 400. I mean, it could be another number, but what the state has said for ARPA, that's the map to use,
At this moment in time.
at this moment in time. 6 months from now, that'll change.
Sure.
6 months after that will
It's
change.
like a
And
revolving door then.
data is happening very, very rapidly these days, and it's difficult to keep up with it all. So if he's off by 50, that's, it's an honest mistake because the data wasn't available. Same thing, I said 400, and now it's 247.
Sure,
So
sure, absolutely understand that. Thank you, Tim.
I have a question for Tim.
Sure.
Well, for both of the vendors, actually. So let's say okay, so we pick an area and one of you, and you're going to serve the current homes in that area. So this is a multi-year process, right? And so in the meantime, we have new housing go in on those roads. And then who pays for, that neighbor comes, that person, the owner comes to you and says, oh, you're putting fiber down here? I want to hook up to the fiber. but it's not a house that was on the original map. How is that person going to, you're probably gonna want to install their fiber access, but they weren't on, and you're doing the last mile. How are they going to get that? Will they be able to get that? And will you be able to use ARPA funding, township ARPA funding for that because it's on one of the roads?
Okay, so from our perspective, where you tell us you want the ARPA money spent, that's where we'll spend it. The project is significantly greater than the ARPA money. If that house gets built on that lot, the way we design and most last mile providers design, they design for every parcel.
Okay,
So when that
All right.
home is built, they call us up and
Yeah.
we run the fiber to them and hook them up.
right,
So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's just standard business industry standards on it.
yeah.
So the proper analogy would be like if there's a gas line running down the road and then all of a sudden somebody builds a vacant lot, you just tap in.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
The main line and then the drops. And
Yeah,
so,
okay.
Yeah. It's not uncommon.
Sorry, Cheryl, I just wanted to follow up.
Yeah,
Make sure I was clear.
and I guess also I wanted to ask Tim, at one point. It was rescinded, I guess, but there was a resolution to award CCC some percentage of our ARPA money, and you got some people signed up for that. So what's going to happen if you're not awarded any of our ARPA money? What about those customers? Are they going to have to use the 186 networks?
No matter what ARPA money you pose, ARPA for us is now just a commitment so that we can tell the state
Mhm.
that we have a relationship. We're working on Acme, we're working with John Roth, we're working with all the political to bring as much money to this region as possible.
Right,
That's why we do a wholesale model, because whatever fiber we build, 186 network can use.
Mhm.
But we are by federal with what we've told them and what we've told the other counties. We are doing it no matter what. So
Mhm.
if you don't pay a dime, we're gonna go down every road and we're gonna hit every household that's on there.
Mhm.
ARPA money is strictly, whether it's $1, $100,000, whatever you do, is just a sign of a commitment to the state
Mhm.
for beads, which has a lot of training dollars, electronics. I mean, there's a lot to beads than just the infrastructure. It
Mhm.
establishes that Whitewater Township has broadband as a priority.
Mhm.
And, and that's what that money is for. What you define it for is where we'll use it. But
Mhm.
we're after just that commitment letter to show the state.
Right.
So you're not bypassed in the next rounds.
And I think we already have, and we have 186's request on the agenda here, but we've already signed, we've already approved a bilateral permit for CCC, I believe, for the entire township.
Yes, we did a
Okay.
Metro Act. is what it's
Yes,
called.
exactly. A couple of years ago or something like that. Yeah. Okay.
And we're probably late on our insurance too. I'll make sure you get it.
Yes, please.
But you're not going to go down a road that's already 186 is on.
Yeah.
And you're not gonna go down a road that CCC is already on. You guys are not going to be laying double fiber anywhere.
No, that's, we have to go down to, all the way to Wexford County from here. This is our starting point. So I can't guarantee that I won't overbuild 186 network. And if a customer asks me to build to them, I will. This process has taken so long that we've made other obligations that we have to fulfill.
Mhm.
Right.
And so I can't, there's just no way. If Joe builds down that way, we may overbuild in that area just to get to our other areas in it and to meet those petitions we already have.
Yeah, exactly.
So, second question. What is it going to cost for the average citizen to hook up to your network?
After the ARPA build out, it'll be just a standard install, 249. And that includes up to, thinking 300 feet of fiber footage from the road to the house.
What about you?
So from the roadway to the home, connecting to the home, that physical piece of it is free. And we do every home along the way. We're trying to meet the state standard of 95%.
So there is no cost to the customer to hook
To
it.
connect, to have that wire ran to the home, that installation fee. I mean, there's a monthly subscription fee.
Well, yeah, I'm not talking about that.
Associated with that, but and that came out of, Robin, the point system. It takes advantage of no cost to connect to the home. And so that, we've had to adjust many of our business. I think the last update, we stated that in there.
The two follow-up questions. Are you through? I'm going to stay on that
Yeah, go
topic for
ahead.
a second. I've got,
Go ahead.
because
Yeah.
I recall yours being $2.99 for the first 300 feet and then $1 a foot after that. And then it used to be, it's now $2.49. And you had stated before there was a $700
Right.
charge.
That got waived due to, two ARPAs we won, Roscommon and Benzie. So we just as a company decided to, and then Robin rules came out. And there's 10 points if it's a zero install. We're again going after federal and state money to bring it back to the region for a lot of different reasons. And so we, I think the last update I did say it was zero.
So for the tap from the house, from the road to the house is now zero, which was $700. Is there a maximum distance on that? Because I know you're 300 feet.
There isn't a maximum distance with fiber.
No, I'm saying
Yeah.
you're $249 for the first 300 feet. Let's say somebody's 500 feet, $1 a foot.
Yeah.
Are you something after 300 feet as well? Is there a
We
benchmark?
used to have a 375, but again, that violates the Robin, so we waived all fees. And that's also helps us achieve that 95% adoption that the state has set up.
Okay.
And again, as a reminder, we're just taking on that cost in order to have a network available for 186 networks to use. We're doing the same thing with Eclipse and Benzie. We'll do Benzie 186 networks, so it's.
I must have,
We're becoming a transport company rather than an internet service provider.
I must have missed something. I sent you an email before the packet went out. And you said, yep, this is the latest information, which I thought still showed the $700 connection
I
fee.
just said, it's a valid, I understood your question, is that what we presented? And I said I had some updates coming. So. I do apologize for the misunderstanding, Rob.
Okay, and I'm sorry, are you done with
Yeah.
that question? So,
Totally.
so there's been two changes fundamentally to that aspect of it. What about are there changes now to the monthly service fees and because I think you were 69, 79, 89, depending on the level of service per month. 59, 69, 79. And yours were,
Yeah, we do 100 meg, 250, 500 a gig.
and what was it? What were
And
those
it
levels per
ranges from
month?
88 to 156.
88 to 156.
So,
There's no changes in the rates other than what, I don't have the sheet in front of me, but if I go back and look at those rates, those are still in play. Oh. Right, yeah. Yeah, I saw them delineated. I just don't, for whatever reason, I can't find that sheet at this moment to be, so if I misspoke, any of them, that wasn't intentional.
That's way faster than charter.
symmetrical.
I'm interested. Charter's not that reliable.
Any fiber you can get is good fiber to get. Yep.
Yeah.
And reliable.
Yeah.
I just, as a matter of cleanup, two questions. In the questions Ron had sent out, and I've just asked him just to make sure there's no issues with them. There was a sample, you were to send over a sample report of how the township ARPA funds would be used and what that sample report looks like. I think that was a concern that Ardella had to, maybe you got the information, Ardella, and I just didn't, so.
No, they had the original report
Yeah,
that showed how the money was going to be spent. 186 networks. But I'm not sure.
186
Tim,
networks is in here.
I understood
Okay,
that.
okay.
Yeah, I understood that you were supposed to bring it today.
Okay, that's fine. I just,
appreciate it, thank
I
you.
had a personal issue this last couple of weeks that.
Yeah.
Kind of put me off a little bit.
well, I hope everything's better. No. I hope everything's better and that's no harm, no foul. I just want to make sure. Okay,
Thank you.
But what we do in the other counties is we do a road by road monthly status report. We create a webpage.
I do apologize.
For Whitewater Township and tackles that. In those county reports, if the administrator or the clerk or whomever wants changes or additions, we have 45 days. I did send you a sample of the Benzie County agreement, and in there were a lot of the descriptions of all of that. But we would tailor it to Whitewater Township. It's gone through legal review, multiple legal areas. But
So I think what Don's asking about is like here, Tim, when they list out their costs.
in our original proposal, we did outline the cost change.
Right.
We'll
But
show you
you
that.
would
cost,
be
road by
providing
road.
it.
Yeah, road by road. Yep.
Is that what you were asking, Don?
yeah, I just wanted to make sure, I know my recollection was we had that conversation and added that question to make sure that we weren't trying to
No, we need
get something, right, yes, so.
Yeah.
So,
We break it down by ARPA money, by private money, or any other funding. So you will see the proportionate funding.
let's see here. Else my. Tim, I'm curious on, you sent over a map, it was on our packet page 148. And I don't know, I'm sure you may not have that with you, but it shows there were 3 ARPA builds. You had an ARPA build, Whitewater Township, which was that 56 site square. And then there were two additional ARPA build Whitewater Township areas.
It could be considered if you wanted to.
Okay,
That's what, as I explained last time, I think on that. We were trying to identify roads that might be of interest to you. Because we're gonna build them anyway.
okay.
And on this.
And
new
that
map,
was-
We actually have the Long Elk Lake Road going towards the northern side. You know, we did not know there was unserved up there.
So that was the basis at a prior meeting, and I don't recall if it was October, November, where you had said if the township would consider relinquishing more ARPA money to CCC, those are 2 areas that could possibly be explored. Okay.
My concerns here are, number one, we use this money to shift an already existing customer base. And I'm sure this is a repeat from our November gathering, so I'll be completely brief. The square that was identified as Exhibit E during our previous meetings is really the only area of our township that is completely neutral. Neither company currently has customers in that area. And to me, that's important. If I'm a business owner, a small business owner, and I'm trying to compete with somebody who's getting federal funding, and we as a township are promulgating that, I think that's an unfair advantage for one company over another. And I get the fact that we all want to serve the greater good. We've heard from both companies. They're going to do this no matter what. So that brings the last question is, why are we paying for any of it? In reality. Now, will our $121,000 speed things up? Maybe. But not by a lot.
Well, we're doing it because citizens said they want us to spend the money.
I get that. I get that.
And I understand where you're going, looking out for the little guy, but that's not our job here. Our job here is to spend the money.
The greater good.
Yeah, get the most that we can for the citizens' money and affect as many citizens as possible. I understand what you're talking about. If we stayed in the square area, that we'd be affecting, you feel, people that are either completely not served or vastly underserved. And neither one of the companies are currently there. That's your going over someplace that's already been argument. And I get
Trying to
that.
stay away from that. Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
But I've asked them today, are you going down the same road somebody else is going down? And they said, no. Now, the RDOF funds,
I
they
think
have
they
to
said
go down.
yes, right?
No, they said no. You're not going down a road that they're already down. They're not going down a road you're already down.
Not with the ARPA funds.
Not with the ARPA, not with our funds.
Okay.
But possibly with Rob. All right,
I mean, I can't, if, to get to that area, he's already there, right, yeah. Like,
You might have to cross through his area because you've already got.
Intent, yeah,
Giving away money's hard.
with our wholesale model and everything we're doing, it's not to cause harm to 186. I mean, that was our thing of Charter getting money and overbuilding us, or Great Lakes Energy overbuilt us. We decided to add a wholesale model so that all the providers could build one transport and everybody use it. That was our response to it as a corporation. That was well received by Benzie, Roscommon, Grand Traverse County's looking at it. So you should spend money. And, you know, I would hope 186 Network would participate in whatever it gets built, because he becomes the ISP. All we have is, we just maintain.
So
We're getting
you,
really good at getting
even if you build it, he can sell his 186 network services on it.
Yes.
Mhm.
Because the customer has a choice.
Customer
Right.
will have a choice.
How about you? When 186 network builds a network out, can they choose any other vendor or do they have to choose you?
They'll choose us because they're private work. We're not looking at selling, probably won't look at selling, or getting out this network. So, possibly, but I look at details.
Okay.
on that, so.
And if I understand it correctly, I want to make sure 186 Networks is not seeking federal funding.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
We find our money for expanding in the area that, shows.
Right, so you're not,
We're already looking at here before all this happened,
mhm.
but if we have, part of the funding, it'll happen a lot faster.
And so just to make sure I understand, you're not pursuing RDOF money or Robin.
Our talk is already done.
Okay, okay.
Robin is, after the, by.
Mhm.
And Robin does say that if the provider is going to build out there within the next year, that provider, the provider, it's great, you give them the grant, you have to rework the grant, now.
Mhm. So I guess my point with that line of questioning is that the board's choice of who's going to get this ARPA money shouldn't be, the decision shouldn't be based on the fact that one of these providers chooses to pursue our federal funding, other federal funding, and one doesn't. That's a business decision of theirs. Each one of these vendors, and our decision should not be, I don't feel, based on that.
Robin grant, you still have to get.
Mhm.
Don't get ported, then you're back to square one with the ARPA money. So.
Yeah.
Della. What Tim provided us here today for a report of where the funds get spent, I think is kind of not what we were looking for, right? I mean, this is really just another indication of how many people are on a given road.
Right, but I think what Tim said was that the actual reporting that would be done at the time of would look more like what 186 has provided with fiber by the foot in cost and totals, correct?
We also have about 6 other categories.
So
Sure.
he didn't provide that today because if I, correct me if I've heard it wrong, because costs change and won't really know the cost until the actual build out, and that report would be provided at the time. Did I get that right?
But
Okay,
that's,
so the report should look like this, he said, but with 6 other categories. More detail, more itemized, I guess is what you would say.
and my question is, it's really not a question for you at this point, Tim, but thanks. You know, looking at what a report looks like,
Mhm.
right? We see the example, so that's really what we're looking for, is something very similar to what 186 has provided. And long as the contractor says, yep, that's what ours will look like, is that good enough?
That's good enough for me,
Okay.
Because I'm gonna hold whoever gets this money to it. I'm gonna hold you to it, that you're gonna give me this report I need for the ARPA reporting, because that's what you would agree to. And so I'll hold you to it. You'll be hearing from me.
And then what did your? Let me get back there. What did your research find as far as the final rules and the reporting portal?
I haven't had a chance to do that, Ron,
Okay,
but from my experience of going in before,
Yeah.
where we just basically put zeros in on everything.
it was pretty easy then.
Pretty
Yeah.
easy, and they actually have areas where you upload documentation.
Yep.
And this is where I see me using the maps, the detailed billings. The maps specifically showing where our ARPA money went and where it shows that there is no RDOF money being spent there. That is going to be important. I'll need that. ARPA money not spent here. You know, so to me, if I'm remembering correctly, and it's been what? A year since I
Almost a
looked
year.
at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but basic, it was very basic as far as filling out dollar amounts, that type of thing. You know, we went with this company, this dollar amount, upload all your backup material. Here's your, here's your data sheet that shows the money, this was spent like this, and they want you to fill those columns in. Ours was all zeros because we hadn't a project yet, but I got a good look at the actual forms that you see online. And I'm not sure that it's going to be as difficult as we thought it was going to be if we cover our bases beforehand, because I'll have all the documentation that's required. Where I think people get in trouble is they spend the money and then they try to come up with the documents. You need to know that you've got these documents available, just like buying the fire truck. We are going to need the proper paperwork for that too. Delivery dates, cost, what the truck entails. I mean, all of that's gonna have to, board action, you know, where our
Multiple
meeting minutes
bids.
today. Yeah, the minutes from today, that stuff's gonna have to be included in it. So right from the very beginning, we did our research. We used surveys to say how we want to spend this money. We show that we've done the due diligence of that. We did a town hall meeting. All of that information is what they're looking for to make sure that you're spending the money properly and that you've done your research before you spent the money.
In November, we looked at a number, I don't remember, I think 8 findings of fact. Should we adopt those or modify those for adoption here at the board level?
I think whatever we decide to do today, how we vote today, I think a findings of fact included, even if you just include it in the motion, even if you just do that, we're going with this vendor because of this, because of this is, I think, all we really need. I think that would cover us on how we based our decision. And I know you had a concern with how many vendors has to be. I think you said 3
Mhm.
vendors.
Yeah, federal guideline
Right.
requires
Well,
3.
yeah, but I believe that when you're in a unique situation like broadband, there are only so many providers that are
Yeah.
coming into your area. So if you have 2 bids versus 3, but you're in an area where you can't get a 3rd bidder, because I'm sorry, Spectrum's not gonna give us a bid on spending our ARPA money. They're not. You can't even get them to return a phone call.
Well, along that thought, though,
Yeah.
they now have this incursion into the township. So,
So
you
they
know,
say.
the longer we screw around with this decision. So arguably, with this map here today, Charter should be involved in this conversation.
Yeah,
If we wanted to comply with federal guidelines.
and I think we're
but-
complying enough.
I think that if we did that, we would push beyond the date, a reasonable date to begin, quite
Yeah, I think
frankly.
you're right. I think you're
So
right on that.
that would be my response to a finding of fact of why weren't there 3? Because previously Charter was not considered a viable option. Well, now they want to play the game, but we're too deep into the game at this point. That's my thought. I
Yeah.
don't know what the rest of the board feels.
They didn't want to provide information, so
Oh, they did. If you remember,
they didn't provide much information.
I will agree with that.
Right.
I will
okay.
agree with
So we
that.
didn't take their, we didn't take that seriously.
Seriously. Yeah.
They just wanted the money and, you know, with no details.
Right.
And also, I guess don't really understand the memo about these federal purchasing requirements. That sounds like something that the vendors have to comply with. We aren't really purchasing anything. So
Yes, we are. Are you writing, will the
We-
township issue a check?
the township's going to issue a check
Then we're buying
that
something.
that the vendor can put towards numerous expenses related to the installation of fiber. So we aren't controlling exactly what it is they purchase. And so I don't, that sounds like something that maybe they have to comply with.
So using Ardella's example of the fire truck, as long as it's red, we'll write a check for it.
Well,
Better be a fire truck.
Oh,
No, it just has to be
Shane,
red.
Tell it
Yeah.
to say that.
yeah,
No, but you alluded to specifications.
It
And-
needs
And
specifications.
that's
Gotta be
what,
more than
that's what
red.
you issue a purchase order for, and that's why we issue a check, because we are buying goods. And we have to document what goods we buy.
and Della, you know, in the reporting requirements, are we required to specify that the vendor with our money bought so many feet of this type of pipe and so many feet of this and all that kind of stuff?
No, but the report will be uploaded that shows where the money was spent.
Where the money was spent.
Yeah.
The-
we-
Where they spent the money.
Yes, where they spent the money, but not the exact items that they purchased with the money. Just that they are providing the service to, we're buying a service. We're not buying, or we're contributing money towards a service that these companies offer. We're not buying the actual physical items that they're going to have to install to provide this service.
I've, you know, during our questions, I've wrote down 6 different things that are going to help me base my decision that we could possibly use for starting our findings of fact. Doesn't matter which company you pick. Did anybody else do that?
I didn't.
Don?
I don't have them listed. I have them scattered around here, so.
That's about what mine is. It's all over the place.
I'm a little OCD, guys. I need. So just real quick to go over my last cost to the citizen to hook up. 186 is $245 to connect up to the 300 feet. And then $1 a foot after that. CCC is the zero cost to hook up, no limit on how far. Number 2 was monthly service fees. 186 is
59.95.
15. Yep, $69.99 for 200 and $79.99 for 1 gigabyte. Yep,
And
and
then,
CCC is 200.
no, for 100 to 100, download, upload, 100, they're at $88 per month.
Okay,
250 is 108. They have another level in there of 500 for 128. And then they have another level differentiating one gig to 500 megabytes for 134. And then 1 gig and 1 gig to 156. So.
Okay.
And they both support the government ACP program.
yep. Both companies will supply maps and itemized cost by road for reporting purposes. Number 4, CC is an open network, can use any provider. And 186 networks not open must use 186 network as the provider. Number 5, we should not, and I agree with Cheryl, based on other grants applied for or granted, we should not be making our decision on that. That's what you said, right?
I did.
And 6, the concern about the federal guidelines of needing 3 bids. 3 bids are not possible, lack of vendors to bid, time constraints to obtain another bid will put us past the time limit for spending 2026. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've got, yeah, in a different frame, the targeted build out for the township. For 186 is to be completed by the end of 2026. Cherry Capital has the same target, provided that they are successful in securing additional Robin funds and bead funds, or just Robin?
Just capital.
Capital, okay. Otherwise, they would estimate by the end of 2028. And
But
the-
our limit to spend the money is by 2026, isn't it?
yes.
Yeah, so the
Yeah.
ARPA funds would be spent by. Okay.
Yeah, and 186 is handout here. 186 is handout here talks about that 56 site square block being beginning the project summer, fall of 2023 and slated to be finished spring, summer 2024, correct?
Yeah, about a year.
Okay, so they're both about the same on that, so.
So I think we can build our findings of fact from that list, don't you guys?
Yeah, let me just.
It doesn't matter which company we go with, we can use this material.
I don't
Uh,
think so, but I have one more question.
Okay.
Are both of you both of you go off poles, or is one underground and one on poles? I can't remember. You're 100%? You're a mix, okay.
We prefer under that.
They're already there.
Exactly. They will just bump a lot better.
I don't know that our the proposed findings of fact, Ardella, cover all of the items that we're supposed to look at, according to the final ARPA rules. So,
What, do you know what we're missing?
well, I painstakingly generated a list, and so we could add to that list or not. I mean, it's up to the board. But that is my best work off of interpretation of, I believe, 400 plus pages of federal guideline.
Was there anything in there that caused you specific concern that when you were going through it?
Recalling from memory, we did address the fact that prevailing wage is not important to the township. I can probably go back to that.
Oh, and I guess there is one other thing I had a note on that probably should be addressed. For, I don't know if anybody else feels this is important or not, but for ARPA reporting, maybe we should have a statement by all board members saying that they personally have no vested interest in either company for the ARPA monies for reporting. That way we cover the conflict of interest issue.
I think that's a great addition.
Mhm. Yeah. So the findings of fact that I came up with, and these were matter of record in the excuse me, November 15 of 2022 packet. Identify an eligible area for investment. I think we've done that.
Do you want to print that page? Maybe somebody can grab it off the copier for
It's
us.
pages. Yeah, it's pages.
It's lots of pages.
Yeah, it's pages. I mean, you know, condensing 400 pages down to, I
Five.
think 8 or 9 facts here is,
Difficult.
well, I'm sure I've left a lot out. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, you know, Ron, I think we're gonna be able to show that we've done our due diligence. And that we've addressed many of the areas maybe other townships aren't even thinking about.
Yep, I
think
understand we're doing better than 99% of them.
Well, I feel.
Yep, I get that. So I really think that we have identified an eligible area for investment. And
Yeah.
I think we've identified several of them. I also think on item number 2, we have identified areas of the township receiving other broadband funding sources. I think Tim provided us a map. It's in today's packet. That does that very well. My concern with this particular topic is as we get further on, okay, we knew about RDOF when this project started, but since we've been on this journey, I'll call it, we now have Robin, beads, and something else. Who knows what's coming in the future? We don't have to worry about what's in the future. All we have to worry about is that we're not crossing or spending our money in the RDOF section, right? So everybody's talking about all these other programs. It makes me nervous that Tim can reduce his installation fee to 0 because of a Robbins grant. I'm automatically out on that, quite frankly. That's a mix. So we have it in writing that the cost to install it was X, whatever it was. But now it's free because of another federal grant. I assume Robin is a federal grant. Okay, what is Robin? A state grant. Okay, a state
State
ARPA
ARPA
grant.
grant.
It's still federal funds. It's still federal funds. So,
But that money is not gonna be spent on the hookup.
yeah, if
Is
it
the
went,
Robin money gonna be spent for the replacing the citizen having to pay the hookup fee? Is the Robin money gonna pay that? That's your question, isn't it?
to gain points for his Robin or other applications, he eliminated the installation fee. Is that about right?
We have changed our business model.
Yep.
To address the current environment that we have to work in. We're making it up in other areas. And we made a couple other changes to our business model, like a 0 entry for somebody that is a category, doesn't cost them anything to get in. That was a Robin, you know, if you want to play that game, you have to change your business model.
So your business model for our ARPA funds eliminated the cost to hook up
Due to your part.
due to our ARPA funds. So other funds are not paying for that hookup, is what he's saying. He's eliminated it from his business model. For our ARPA funds.
8 counties that
So did I,
lot of things that-
so did I just hear, and I maybe I heard it wrong. So the 56 homes that would have normally had the $700 hookup fee, that hookup fee is going away because you're going to use the roughly $121,000 of Whitewater Township ARPA funds to erase that to zero.
Hold on, I
Is that what I
think,
heard?
did he
What
just,
it basically is all households that we connect in Whitewater Township. Period. There is no corporate wise, there is no installation charge to run it.
And that is being funded in whole by Robin or in two parts, utilizing Whitewater's contribution of 121,000. And then the balance of the homes, 247 or whatever in Whitewater Township would be funded through Robin.
Right now, we've made a commitment, whether it's through debt, capital reinvestment from, adding thousands of customers to do Whitewater Township. We've also shared that we're going after Robin, we're going after Beats. If we get those, all that does is allow us to offer even more things because those programs allow us to offer like computers, other things that are along with that. So bottom line is from a corporate standpoint today, we do not charge, or we haven't charged for a couple of months, a installation fee. And that's because we're trying to get 95% adoption rate. And as we looked at our adoption rate at 68%, the thing that was holding people back was the install. And we looked at the business model and we wiped it out. It just happens to correspond with points, Robin, and what everybody wants to see.
So simply Robin is not gonna be paying for in the backside, those installation costs.
Sure.
And also, you don't know yet if you're getting Robin funding. You have not been awarded,
This business model a couple months ago. That's
Right.
where we're at.
right? And so he doesn't have Robin funding currently. And doesn't know for sure that he's going to get it.
but you did eliminate it because you've got a conglomerate of people with ARPA funds, not just ours, right? Yeah, you kind of took them out of context.
It allowed us to meet the state's goal of connecting 95% of the homes to broadband. So when Eric asked me, how can I help do that? From my high office, I said, well, eliminate the install. We've been putting it off for a while. That's the one thing that prevents it. And if we want to have a robust wholesale, not a resale, but a wholesale model, it's important to our ISPs that are participating that every home be connected. So there was business reasons for it.
Because somebody else
Everything
is
we do
paying.
is business.
So with all that being said, I guess, given that it's a global decision, we can rule out other areas of funding. Or consider that particular comment met. Although I don't think I have that in writing. Other board members do. The
What he
zero
just said?
installation fee.
Just today's,
Okay, because I don't think I received any other
No, I don't,
documentation.
I didn't allude that I had received any correspondence. I think I said had not. I was trying to
Okay.
get all I heard was his verbal statements today that his business model had changed.
Okay.
And rightly, I also just heard from 186 that their installation had changed from 299 to 249. I had not seen that in writing as well.
249 or 245?
49.
Okay, I had that wrong.
And somewhere along the way, I believe that Tim has told us that the hookup fee went to zero previously. Or was going to. I don't remember what date that was, but somewhere I've heard that previously. And if there's been so many emails back and forth with this document and that document and this statement and that statement, it's really been difficult to keep up.
The other item we need to address is design standards. And each company, just paraphrasing here, both proposals meet or exceed the design standards for minimum speed as outlined by federal ARPA rules for broadband investment. So both companies, what they're proposing, their minimum speed is at or above the design standards required for us to spend the ARPA funding on. The next thing we have to look at was item number 4, which is affordability. And affordability addresses cost as well as reliability and customer satisfaction. And again, to paraphrase on that particular item, a slight edge is established at this point in favor of 186. While service cost was not a specific question in the township outreach efforts, this should not be perceived as an acceptance at any cost. The cost consideration can be made a function of this document with a finding of fact that equalizing speed, customer service, and reliability factors, then what is the benefit to the citizen to a more expensive subscription service? So I think we were using costs from, I believe, October of 24. Which would have included the $7.99 installation fee, so on and so forth, right? So this kind of this finding of fact is really now outdated
Right.
because of new information that we have. So, and then I think there's also, as we highlighted here today, a small difference in the monthly subscription fee.
I just think, yeah, your definition of small, I mean, $28 a month times 12 is $336. So I don't consider that small.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
that's. So this finding of fact is, probably a little outdated depending on how you weight the installation fees. And then,
Well, you made, you read something, I'll probably have you reread it because I might get it wrong here, but reliability and customer service, how was that determined?
no, and so what I meant to express in this findings of fact, so the subparagraph that I used in the finding of fact was customer service and satisfaction and or reliability statistics were not a significant part of this decision-making process.
Okay.
As the service is not currently offered anywhere in the township, it is important to note that each company has provided non-fiber local internet services for a number of years. An internet search of labor for business, an internet search for labor or business complaints produced 0 results on either company. And so in my sublimation or my summary for this particular finding of fact, the statement was made, cost consideration can be made a function of this document with a finding of fact that equalizes speed, because they're all about the same, customer service, Neither company has a complaint against them that I found at that time. Reliability factors, probably a slight edge probably here to underground services for those of us who live in a wooded area, right? So I don't believe I put an emphasis on the customer service or reliability thing because that's not currently offered in the township. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
When you say it's not currently offered,
Meaning fiber.
but fiber does go down 72.
Can you connect to it?
Tim's fiber.
Can you connect to it?
Well, no, I can't. I don't live
Is-
near there, but I'm just
Okay.
saying fiber is in the township.
Tim, can anybody connect to that fiber right now and get internet service? Okay. I want to connect to the township hall to it. Okay,
We'll get you order form, I'll start the process.
okay. And is it your fiber? Okay, all right. So yeah,
Um,
come on up.
His fiber is the Barrett line, which has puts the fiber in it, Everstream, 2 or 3 other providers.
Right.
When Merritt created it.
Right.
So I don't know, it's under contract, it's our fiber, we maintain it, it's a open piece of fiber that we have made a financial commitment. And so it is our fiber too, we are the ones that maintain it, splice it.
Okay.
Do misdigs on it.
And how many people currently subscribe to that piece of fiber here in the township?
In the township.
Mhm.
We've been waiting on this decision.
So none. So the service is not offered in the township, Cheryl.
Maybe people don't know about it.
It's offered.
Yeah.
There's a difference between offering it.
No,
and
no.
Having a paid subscriber.
Right.
So it is.
The
offered,
finding
but
of fact is about reliability and customer service. So if no one currently has the service, we really can't comment on reliability or customer service as to the problems time or downtime that they have with it, because it's just, it's not,
Available.
Not directly
it
related.
might be available, but nobody avails themselves of it. How's
No,
that?
the comments, the recorded complaints.
Yeah.
Service, there's nothing available because it's just not recorded. It hasn't happened. That's very simple.
Yeah, and those complaints pertain to Whitewater Township
Right.
residents, because there are some stuff out there. It's minimal, but there's some out there. So.
Yeah, and I did limit my scope
Yeah,
to us, right?
Yeah, and so I agree with
Yep.
that statement.
Yep.
And so.
So is there anything else that you think we've missed?
So we got 3 more to go through at least here. Applicable standards and requirements. Recommend a board discussion on the weight of this point should carry. And this is where we talked about Davis Bacon, prevailing wage. Okay, and even though Treasury recommends we pay it, I believe it was consensus of this board that it was not important to us. We'll let each vendor pay what they decide to pay their people, and that's that. Is that kind of what I remember from our consensus?
Yep.
Yes. That would be my recollection as well.
So I think that one's crossed off. Other factors. So this one's a broad one. And this is where I addressed the square as being not serviced by either one of these companies. And really only having, I think, AT&T, whatever they call their UVerse, I guess it was. Yeah, UVerse. And only one resident reported using that on Samuels Road. So,
Oh, what was that again, Ron?
so other factors, and this goes to anything you wanna, I guess, assign to it. One of the things I looked at is whether or not we were converting company A customers to company B because of this investment. And so this exhibit E that was originally provided in November at this meeting looked at just that small area where neither company had any investment whatsoever or customer base, even wireless. So, yeah. And let's see, that was it. So there was only 6. And I think we've pretty much addressed all of them.
So here's a question. I'm gonna throw this out. Is it possible to split this amount and give them each $60,500? The only question is, it almost sounds like one guy's helping the other guy's helping the other. What happens if we split it down the middle and give you each half? Is that a bad question to ask? Or do we need to add to this if we split it in half? Because maybe we need to go out for some extra government money on it because we don't have enough. Just a
Well,
thought.
If you split the money and the township actually does like a matching fund out of our general fund for it, let's say. Then I would expect both vendors to work together to put as many as many lines in as possible and
It-
not overlap each. other.
Right, but it almost sounds like these two go hand in hand. He doesn't go over to his, he don't go over to his,
Well,
but
that's
they
what-
might
that was the
intertwine.
Question asked, and that's what they said, they don't overlap unless it's like art off money that he has to go down this road, other another vendor's not.
Right. I'm just saying, do we look at it and split it in half? Does that help?
Well.
The greater good better than
That
it
we
is
already
small.
have, so splitting in half without adding to it just seems,
Is it possible to add to it? That would be my question.
well, but Heidi, that brings in another question of looking at budget, where are we, could we expense the money out of the general fund when we have a rather large purchase coming up?
I get it.
If we do something like that, if we talk about that today and decide to do that, that means another meeting because we don't have the information available to us if we. could do
However,
that.
do we give them each 60,500 and then look in the budget for more money to add to internet? I mean, at this point, how much help are we really giving them at 121? You know, if we split it, they at least got something.
Don's after what my impression is, I'm sorry, not Don.
Jim.
Yeah,
Tim.
I know. Yeah, I know. I apologize too.
I'm very
I
sorry.
apologize.
I'm sorry
Yeah,
for your loss.
yeah.
He was a great guy. I really enjoyed his visits.
You know, I'm just saying, do we look at a different avenue here? So because they're already helping each other as it is, kind of, they like work hand in hand, kind of. And they do have different grants. Am I wrong?
No, we do. You're gonna tell us.
So I'm thinking,
Boys help each other.
right, so I'm thinking split it down the middle and, maybe we beautify internet instead of beautifying something around the community. Just a thought.
No, we do have public improvement capital out there.
Yep, you do think there's quite a bit.
Was there 50,000 or 100,000 there?
100,000.
Yep.
Over 100,000 saying it.
So why don't we beautify the community with internet?
Well, public improvement is not just you.
I get it. Get to the microphone because I can't hear you.
So That
Thank you.
then satisfies the Robin, the Whitewater Township, because they supported 186 Network and Cherry Capital. Not only are they supportive of broadband, they're supportive of the providers that are here. That's a great statement to the state as we're trying to get money into Grand Traverse County, which Whitewater Township is
So
part
you
of.
have to help everybody with their grants. So he can put it on his, he can put it on his. Oh, we need to write one. We
All,
can
all
put it
I
on
would
ours.
suggest is potentially 186 Network take the square. And since you look at the map, maybe it's the northern section, which we never really talked about. That just came out on the
That's
map.
because the northern section has a lot of options.
No,
The southern section,
I know. I mean.
And you live in the southern section, just to be
Well,
clear.
to be fair,
It stinks
No,
all
so-
over the place. It should be better than it is.
Yeah, so
I just-
we'll go north and then go straight down Williamsburg Road to a certain point. I mean, just divide the area that, keeps us.
Is
clearly-
60 enough for his square though?
No,
no.
no.
We'd have to do
But
matching.
you're gonna do it anyway, so. So it's more just showing support.
Right,
We
so
might be able to
if
help
we
you there.
started, if we
This is
split it,
higher use
that gets them started.
Cyber strands.
And we look in the budget, hey, what can we help them with? Where, do we got any extra this year we can help them with? And then pre-budget it down the road. Oh, look, we have another amount we can add.
So just, does anybody else have a comment for Heidi on what she said? Before I share mine?
I don't.
Okay. So Heidi, I've already heard from people who live on Skigmont Point that we paid for our internet to be installed. And they're not sure why we're devoting the dollars we have to helping other people get internet when we didn't help them. And so,
Okay, but
I would
does,
be,
yep, and if we,
I would be very cautious to spend additional tax dollars.
See, I kind of look at it in a little bit of a different way.
I don't
Ron.
look at it that
I
way.
look at it as, I'm sorry, Hank.
That's good.
I look at it as, at the time Skigmont Point put theirs in, we didn't have any ARPA money. We didn't have an avenue
That's
to
right.
help anybody. Now we do. And the people that they use 186 Network, they've also reduced their price for hookup from when you hooked up Skigmont Point. So their business model has changed also. I mean, time is fluid. Things change within that. To answer those people's question is, yeah, I get it. You know, it cost you when you hooked up. If we didn't have any of these other avenues in place, now we do because of the ARPA money and because the vendors themselves has changed their model. How they're going to conduct business. You know, wish we could have, helped them, but at
Maybe
that
this-
time, we weren't looking at putting any.
Maybe it
fiber.
does help them. Maybe they can switch. Does it help them or not? Could they switch?
We could give them a refund.
Isn't the, do you feel, Della, that the reporting of if we were to split the money, do you feel that that complicates
The
in
reporting?
the reporting?
No, I don't. Simply because if you were to spend your money, let's just say, for the fire truck, if we had to pay separately different vendors for items that are going to go on that fire truck, I would have to report them individually. I couldn't just report the fire truck, the one vendor we purchased from, if there's other items. So I would treat this as two vendors for that money.
Yeah.
And I would upload their information and fill out the forms just like I would any other money that we'll be expensing out. So
Yeah.
it would be two vendors instead of one.
So, because I mean, I calculated that 41% of the January 31 balance in the federal fund is $121, I'm sorry, $121,148.28. So obviously, because the fire truck isn't going to get even that much money, you're not gonna be reporting every vendor, you're just gonna, for the fire truck, you're just gonna be reporting the vendors that
5
were
payments.
paid with the money, the ARPA funds. You see what I'm saying? Because you only have to account for the ARPA funds that were spent on the fire truck.
Correct. I'm only gonna be
Right.
reporting ARPA money that was spent. If
Exactly.
we, out of the
Exactly.
township fire capital improvement fund,
Right,
pay something out,
right,
that doesn't get
Exact-
reported on
right.
ARPA.
right.
For
Right.
example, one way that we could simplify our reporting process for the fire truck is maybe there's a piece of additional equipment that goes on the engine. And that piece of equipment, we'll call it an inflatable bag or whatever, a generator. That one item exceeds the amount of our ARPA funds.
Heck, all new hoses,
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Probably.
just
So,
hose.
be more than that. So,
That was similar to the thought process behind Exhibit E in our November packet. One vendor, one area. But I do like the idea. And so I'll make a motion that we split our ARPA funds 50-50 between the two participants or the two applicants here, the two people requesting those funds.
I'll second it.
I'd like to talk about adding additional funds.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion.
That's what this is, further discussion.
Okay, good.
I would like to talk about Heidi's idea of taking public improvement funds to improve our public infrastructure with some of that money. Right now, it's just sitting there. We don't have any plans for it.
And how much is that?
And I don't
It's
know.
north of 100,000.
Yeah,
It's
it's like
in the
100
packet.
and, isn't it 130?
It's in
In the
packet,
treasurer's
right?
report.
So, yeah, it's like 140.
Wasn't it like 130?
Okay, I mean,
141
that's
or
fine.
something?
Somewhere in there. History on that is a few years ago, we started putting money in there with the thought that if we ever had a project such as sewer, water lines, we could use that money for the engineering cost that was going to be huge for it. And, but nothing has ever really came of that, and we haven't really planned that far out. We haven't.
Well,
We
we
got the-
just got the study done.
I was gonna say, I'm not in favor of
No.
using any of those funds
not at all.
towards broadband.
No.
I think we have other needs in the township.
Yeah,
Even if it would double the amount of coverage we're gonna get for our
Nope.
broadband.
because they're going to do it anyway.
That's how, that's what's really killing me here is you, so we're basically just giving you guys an amount, whatever it is, it could be $100. Because we participated, now you can put us on your grants and everything else to say, yep, they participated.
That's where we're at. This process
Exactly.
takes so long.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
Yeah, I just like to, I'm sitting here listening to all the comments and I'm still struggling with. I heard, what you just said, I couldn't agree with more wholly, that there are projects in this township that we are coming down the pike, or they're going to be, i.e. the fire truck, other things that
Place to put it.
the need for money is going to be great, and the pressure for it. I mean, to your point, awarding that, I would argue that if the $121,000, and I'll use just my opinion, just my word for it, if that was not an issue, then we should have had this conversation 3 years ago with one of these folks to try to explore things out. The fact is that the 126 or the 121,000, the percentage of ARPA funds to be used and jumpstart and get one of these companies to start moving forward and get this township wired by the end of 2026. Heidi's idea of splitting it and then trying to find other monies to support it is going to take away from other projects that there are needs that are that are going to be needed. We are going to be over on the boat launch project. We've talked about how many revenue improvement projects down at the Whitewater Township Park that could be done. The fire truck is high on the list. I don't know where the money's gonna come from when broadband is seriously important to this community, seriously important.
Yep.
And here we are and I'm not even gonna say 11th hour, we're here at the 12th hour, talking about a completely radical, unfunded, and not that I'm not saying it
What
shouldn't
if we
merit
took
discussion,
20?
but I'm just saying that I just don't see where we would take from other non-restricted funds to support this project. This project has good merit with our $121,000 ARPA fund contribution. These guys have the financing, the financials to do it. I just think we should make a decision on one of them and roll.
So you don't like the splitting idea?
I don't. I just don't. I haven't
I
heard
don't either.
anything to convince me of that. I'm saying you
don't-
do?
No, I don't either. I don't like that idea. And also I would tell you that we have 9 locations in this township. We have the township hall, the fire station, 2 cemeteries and 5 parks. And every last one of them needs money. So for various upgrades, maintenance, whatever, every single one of those needs money to one degree or another. So I just don't think we can take money that we've put in either, that's in the general fund or the public improvement fund and add to this money. I want to keep this discussion, if possible, to what the ARPA money we have, and here's how we decided to allocate it, and let's get this stuff rolling with a decision on this. I think we've spent a lot of time on this and asked probably every question that we can.
Well, this is the last thing I'll say on it. I liked Heidi's idea of splitting it. If the vendors were all in agreement on it, I don't see why we shouldn't consider it. My suggestion of using public improvement funds is because this would be improving public infrastructure. And it is not unreasonable to think to use that money that way, especially when we don't have anything already slated, and this is. But if nobody has an appetite to it, they just want to do something for nothing. We got this money for nothing. We're going to only invest in our township the money that we got for free and not tax money. If that's the way everybody feels, well, I'm just one vote. But I understand the comments that's been made, and I respect those comments. I just don't happen to feel the same way. That's all. So,
Heidi?
Right now, it doesn't really matter how much each of you get, just that you get something to move on, correct? And speed things up. Okay, so split it. My suggestion here is split it in half, and because other taxpayers are going to benefit from this also, take at least 20 grand out of the public improvement fund and split that 10 and 10. So you end up giving them each like $70,500, whatever the math comes out to. That way we've helped the move of maybe more people being able to use the internet.
well, could we consider, because I'm not sure if anybody has an appetite for that either, but could we consider I don't know what you call it, but like a supplemental money coming out of the public improvement for the people that are going to be hooking up to 186 is going to incur that $249 cost on those homes that they are covering. Because TCC is waiving that, but I can't ask you to waive that because, that's part of your business model. That's part of your independent costs. That's what, they've got to pay for their product and their wages and labor. So is that something that anybody would be interested in
The
doing?
problem is you're not doing it for your spectrum creep, you're not doing it for people that are already on the internet. So that's going to be an issue.
No, this is just hookup fees. for new infrastructure,
Yeah, well,
new infrastructure.
I think their business model is their business model, what it is. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, their monthly rates are their monthly rates, their installation fees are what they are. I think you have to accept that for what it is and make decisions. based on that.
Trying to squeak a little more
So-
out of you people.
So,
Remember that comment.
yeah, especially in budget.
Remember
time.
that comment. So what is the motion on the floor?
And I have a statement about the motion, but the motion is that we split our ARPA funds 50-50 between the two applicants requesting those funds. And my statement about that is that it doesn't say the broadband designated ARPA funds. If someone was just reading this,
Sure.
Right, so
they're gonna think that it's the whole 295.
good point.
And we should probably name,
Whatever.
name the applicants requesting money, right?
yep,
Yes.
name them and where the
So,
money's coming from.
um,
The
You wanna
ARPA.
Revise your motion.
Come on up, Tim.
Should add one more thing. The areas to be built won't overlap. That you'll define that at, the next meeting or separate meeting or whatever.
I don't know that that has to be in the motion because our maps are our maps and these are the documents we're using to make our decision. So,
So we should add,
so I
At
would.
least to say not overlap, to not overlap.
We
They're not-
already know they're gonna. We already know they're gonna.
For the most part, we try to stay as far away from competitors, and like with his line that he's talking about going down the line, we'd have to buy into that to be able to use it. It's not just given
Right.
to us for free. So-
I understand that. Yeah, I totally get the open network.
okay.
Yeah, yeah, and everything is for sale. So I would modify my motion then to equally divide our $121,000. And I'm not interested in calculating this down to the penny, right?
Well, could we
So-
just say is it 41, what percentage?
it's
is it?
140.
No, no. This is going to be a set dollar amount. And I think the set dollar amount was 121,000 when we made the assignment.
So if it increases, it goes to something
We
else.
do not
Okay.
have to account for interest generated by ARPA funds. Do you agree, Ardella?
Ron, I honestly don't know that. I can't answer that.
Okay,
I know that this board voted that we would, according to the survey, we were gonna split by percentages. So
Yeah.
whatever that percentage is for broadband, I say we just split that.
okay, all right. And I'll capitulate on that. It's
I think it needs to be 41% as of a certain date.
yeah,
There you go.
So-
that's fine. And we'll make it, for example, when was your last bank statement that would give you an idea of interest on that particular fund?
That would be January 31st bank statement.
January 31st. Okay.
Yep.
So,
So we could, do as of January 31st.
is that
Yeah.
reasonable?
I would believe so, yeah.
Okay. So, motion to divide.
Hold on. So you're making a new motion?
Mhm.
Motion to divide
41% of Whitewater Township's ARPA funds
Or broadband
for broadband
between the two bidding.
between Cherry Capital Connection
And 186 network.
and 186 Network. Percentage to be calculated as of 1/31/23.
You got broadband in there too, right?
Yes.
Oh, we're good.
Don's in his praying mode, so I think we need some additional wordsmithing, but
Yeah.
we'll catch it on the playback. How does that sound?
I just thought of one other question I wanted to ask, but,
Well,
Okay,
go for it. Ask it.
we're still in discussion.
oh, okay.
Yeah, come on.
To the two service providers. If the funds were split, does that accelerate your timeline to complete Whitewater Township? Instead of the end of 2026, does that bring that number forward? And if so, how much?
Yeah, it'll accelerate it for certain. I had numbers on there on the paper I gave everybody, so we'll try keeping that number accurate, so it'll be well before 2026. So I think I said, summer of 2024.
Right.
So that's our projected date of completion.
That the township would be built out?
The township portion of the ARPA fund, yeah.
I understand that. How about the rest of the township? The rest of your plans?
Our plans, yes. Yes, we're gonna work on Island Lake right away, as soon as we're allowed to.
Tim?
Well, our goal for Whitewater Township has two aspects. ARPA is the 2026. We have all the incentive in the world to get it done sooner. But to give you a date right now and just pull that out of the air, Whitewater Township, based on the number of miles, we do about 50 miles of fiber a year. But I would have to recalculate the entire township, which is a question not asked before.
Right.
I mean, the incentive to us is to,
Yeah, I get that. It's not,
And it's
it's
the
not
same
something you can
incentive they have.
quantify.
Yeah.
I'm hearing that you can't quantify it.
I can't quantify it, but yes, any money helps move a project forward, faster.
And just recalling this number from memory, Don, from about 2017, 2018 proposed maintenance money for our roads. I think we have a combined road mileage, pavement and gravel of about 78 in the township.
I think that's right. That's pretty close.
It was just under 80, if I remember correctly.
So that would be a 2 to 3 year.
Yeah.
Build out.
Yeah.
Depending on obstacles.
And that, of course, is going to take into account everything north, right? Of M72, which is not part of this discussion.
Did we agree on that? That
Did-
it's gonna take into account everything north?
No, I was just,
Our proposal was for to serve all the unserved best defined by the state, so that includes.
Right,
I was just trying to provide a number of road miles that
Yeah.
might be in this particular work scope.
So I'm going to go back to my question that was not quantifiable, but I think there is an element that can be expressed. So if 186 and CCC are working in tandem and you have the ability to, for lack of a better simplistic term, get along. Does that mean that you folks are working at the same pace going forward in Whitewater Township, which would by default accelerate the installation of broadband within the entire Whitewater citizen group? You're working, picture a train, picture a train track. You're the left wheels and you're the right wheels.
So
Are you guys moving at the same pace?
there are two teams that are gonna be constructing different fiber plant. Assuming zero overlap, then yes, the project should be accelerated. That would be a fair statement that if you have two teams executing that accelerates
And
the
you,
area you
you're
can take.
two teams.
It'll be different rates of acceleration.
Right.
Well,
But it's still gonna be faster.
It's gonna be faster, yes. Yeah, so if we focus on our area, he focuses on his area.
And how are you guys going to decide the areas?
Or we could
I was
Joe and
gonna say,
could
could
sit-
you-
or Whomever could sit down and we'll look at the map and say what makes sense.
You guys worked on a project together before?
Nope.
All right, new
But-
things, let's try it.
But that's like the wholesale, model. That's never, it's been done in Sweden, has not really been done by a private company in the United States, so that's new. But that's where it's going. And so it's just adaptability. Joe's had to adapt, I've had to adapt. It's,
Yeah, the idea would be with the square that, First Road and.
Yeah, we'll call it the square.
The square, yeah, we would take that square, basically, then keep going, maybe one third road.
yeah, we do Williamsburg Road because we're coming down Elk Lake Road, it makes sense.
Plus you have RDOF funding to do
do
Williamsburg
anyway.
Road.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
And those roads that touch that would be covered under RDOF.
no.
Yeah, that's what you said. in the past.
That only these shaded areas are the route getting to RDOF was part of what we called the RDOF project to get there, but it's not included in RDOF, and RDOF money is not used in that area. It's private money. Yeah, it's like learning Latin. There's a lot of different terms, and what makes sense to me when I say it sometimes doesn't make sense to others, so I'm getting better at communicating, but
Yeah.
you know, it is a complicated scenario, so. So Williamsburg Road is not included in RDOF, neither is Elk Lake Road.
So without, I guess, there is a willingness for you, that between you two standing there, you gentlemen would be willing to work together.
Yeah, I don't know, I mean, it could be just two separate projects, we define what they're.
Yeah.
The one is, he defines what area he's going in. And they don't overlap that way, and it's two separate. And we want it two separate.
What if there's a disagreement about who's gonna go down what road?
And we're still going to go under the same rules for ARPA funding, can't be used on RDOF roads.
Yeah,
Okay.
because
And
one
then
eighty
we're
six,
Still going to get a list from both of you
Yes.
for the build out costs, correct?
Yeah. Sounds like we have very similar reporting techniques.
I'm done.
So I don't think we had finished the motion yet. I think there was some more discussion or.
no, I blew that up.
That's right. Redesign of the motion. And
Sure,
so,
That's okay.
Last, there's been no second. No, could you read
well,
What it was.
Okay, well, I'm just pointing that out before you call for a vote. Motion by Pop to divide the 41% of Whitewater Township's ARPA funds for broadband between Cherry Capital Connection and 186 Networks, percentage to be calculated as of 1/31/2023.
I'll second that.
so motion made and seconded. Does that sound concise enough for everyone involved here?
Yep.
And as far as the finding of facts is concerned.
Mhm.
Um. I think I have everything, but I'm gonna write it all down. And then I'll have you look at it, Ron. To see if I've gotten what you had, your concerns, because I will use that document also in my reporting.
Well, for us to do that, we should adopt it then.
So I'll bring it back to the board and the board can adopt it in March. Is that okay? At the March meeting
To adopt the findings of fact
for
from,
reporting from this meeting.
I'm sorry? What would we bring back in March?
The findings of fact, which is basically all the information about these two companies. And that in the very end, we decided to go with both companies. I would like this document for reporting purposes.
And not the one from November?
Well,
The
she
one-
added a lot to it.
Yeah, we added a lot to it. We added specific information,
So the question is,
but
whether or not we would make a decision to divide the money today, but yet bring back a list of findings of fact as we discussed in this meeting today for future approval.
Correct.
Is that kind of what you're asking?
Right. I would like this document for reporting. ARPA funds.
I think that we
Allocations.
could probably make that happen, couldn't we, as a board?
Wouldn't you make a
I think we
resolution?
read through all of them and we talked to.
There was nothing objectionable.
Right, and I think from consensus that everybody just kind of, made comments where they thought they were appropriate and we adjusted or we didn't. And I think I would say that barring grammatical errors, I think she's probably got everything captured. And she's pretty good about that.
And what the findings of fact are, it's my understanding, are all the things that Della recited, plus the things that Ron recited from the November 15th with the changes that we made to those. That's what my understanding is of what the findings of fact are going to be. And I think Della could put them in whatever order she thinks makes the most sense, bring those back to the March regular meeting, and then we have that part of it locked in. But I
I
think we
concur
can go
with
ahead
that.
and make this motion today, and so that they know that, if this motion's approved, how much money they're getting. And then I guess my only other question would be is when do we pay that out?
That was a question I had also. Does that need to be a part of the motion?
Yeah, let's go ahead and make that part of the motion. So we're still in discussion phase here. Ardella, I would think we should have an agreement, right? A construction agreement of a sort that we would approve later on.
I think we need to give them a commitment letter
Mhm.
saying that this is what we're committing to. Even though it's going to be voted on, it'll be in the meeting minutes, but a commitment letter they can use to move forward. And then if you need
Let them come back to the table with it.
research, no, if we need to research how ARPA says we're supposed to distribute this money before, after, during, is that what you're looking?
So along that line, yes. And I'm just thinking of any construction project, right? So if we were gonna build a new storage shed out here behind the township hall, we would want some type of an agreement from the contractor that says, this is what we're gonna build. And we're gonna go with generalities at this point. Certain roads, certain pieces of roads, whatever the case might be. And then in that contract or in that agreement will be terms of payment. 50% before the job starts and 50% upon completion, right? That would be typical if we were going to build a shed. I don't think we have requirements of ARPA of that nature.
Well, that makes it a whole lot easier if there's no requirements on at what point you pay out the money. I mean,
You just have to show, you have to show it paid out and you have to show it what you paid for.
And so along that line, Heidi, I like what you just said. So each company can submit an invoice, a bill for the products that they supplied and where.
Right, so you would have everything in the bill.
And so then that bill would be payable, right?
you do that when we're gonna be using their,
Well, they're going to come up with a private agreement about how they're not going to overlay one another or overbuild one another. And so there's going to be discussion, and this is not a lot of money now that we even divided it in half,
right,
it's going to go 10 feet. That's what it's really going to go.
He's just gonna go, where can okay, I'll put the cable over here. I'll
I'm
put the
just
box
saying,
over here,
uh,
exactly.
This is not a lot of money. So I think that if either contractor was to generate an invoice that shows, okay, I'm going to go down Wheeler Oaks, for example, let's say you build off, Tim, you build off your Ardolph link. So he covers Wheeler Oaks. Okay, good. So quite honestly, $60,000 probably won't cover Wheeler Oaks.
so you'll be able to give me the maps and the as-built records before you build.
Not as built, but
Well, that's what they were calling it in the one report.
as, go ahead. Sharon.
So with the county ARPA funds that we're getting, and Don knows about this and Melissa Melton, Nate Alger, the 95,917, I think, that we're getting. Nate Alger, County Administrator, had sent an email a few weeks back asking whether grantees were, agreeable to, what our reaction would be to whether they, we submitted, they just paid us as we got the, as we expended the money. And so Don and Melissa and I collaborated on a response to the county, basically saying that, I don't remember exactly how we worded this, but basically saying, well, it sounds like, you want us to spend, we've got to spend all the money before we can get the money that we've been awarded. There's been, and I do know of another grantee who got money, Mount Holiday, who they responded to that. I know one of the people who was involved in the grant, and they responded to that and said, if we have to do it that way, we're not able to do it.
Right.
And this is the exercise that Grand Traverse County, I think, was going through to figure out how to distribute this money. The most recent email from Nate Alger is that they're looked at it again and think they can fully fund all these projects. I'm not in favor of piecemealing this money out. That's going to be a bunch of record keeping that is going to be a nightmare to follow.
And that is more reporting.
It's
Each payment would be a report.
That's right. And to me, if we're gonna dole this money out to 50% to each one, I think my thing is we've made, if this motion passes, we've made the commitment. I like Della's idea of drawing up a commitment letter, so each of them have that they can show to other entities that they wish to share it with. And then we get the findings of fact, and then we agreed upon, and then we disperse the money, all of it.
I actually like
100%
that
right.
idea also.
I mean,
Sharon.
because piecemealing it is gonna be, like I say, it's gonna be a bookkeeping nightmare.
How would it be more of a nightmare than, let's take the dugouts, for example. After we initiated the contract, didn't we make a half payment up front
That's a
and then
little-
a half payment when it was done?
Just for one item, just for labor. And all of the money for materials was given to the contractor so that he could get the materials.
Okay, so
Okay,
how
and-
they spent the,
Well, and let me just finish then. My response to that is that project took a matter of weeks. And this project took a matter of years and is going to cross over into likely other boards that are not going to be the same board. And they're all going to have to go back, research, all that kind of stuff. I mean, the information will be there, but they'll be digging for it. And to me, we need to get all of the ARPA money needs to be distributed to where it's going to go. And then we are approving.
Point of order, you're over
you know.
3 hours. I'm going to the bathroom.
Well, anyways, you get my point. I just don't think we dole this money out piecemeal. Oh, they bought this pipe, they're gonna be reimbursed for that.
Well,
I
the
don't
thing
think
is
either
it's-
of these companies operate that way, first of all.
Well, I think this is a little bit different type of construction than a building construction or this is infrastructure construction. It's not. To me, it's not the same. I'm not sure I would want to do what you're talking about, Ron, because it's not like we're gonna go out and inspect what they're doing and verify that they've done 50% of the
right.
work. We're not gonna know that. And as far as reporting for ARPA, it is gonna be more difficult if we do 3 payments out versus we just do 1.
You said earlier, splitting the funds, making 2 companies would not be additional work. So I'm a bit conflicted there, but let me
Sure.
let me ask this question, okay? Will either one of those companies be around in 2 years?
I would absolutely hope so.
Sure. But what happens?
It doesn't matter if we give it to one company or if we give it to 2
You're
companies.
absolutely. I totally agree. But what happens if an entity is no longer here? We've already given them all of the money, but the job isn't completed. How many site condominiums do we have that should have had in the township, that should have had 4 inches of asphalt, but only have 2?
I know we have 1.
Well, I'll ask the vendors, how long is it gonna take you to spend $60,000?
That would buy supplies?
Yeah,
3 days. Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
so we're gonna be paying it all out at once anyways.
To answer
Okay.
your question about the reporting,
not
we're
that
going
much
from
money.
2 reports for each, 1 for each vendor. If we did 3 allocations, that's 6 reports. That's not,
Why would we do 3 allocations,
I don't know, well, because
You-
I'm just going by the example you were giving.
which
When
was
you were talking about
50%
writing up.
upfront, 50% on completion? So that is 2, but if it's not a board concern, it's not a board concern.
So you want 3?
No.
No. I misunderstood him.
Yes.
I
Well,
misunderstood.
Wow.
that's 4 reports then, correct?
Yeah,
Wow.
separate times. Instead of just go in and do each report and be done with it, I'll have to go back in.
Just a concern. So the motion is Cheryl had asked about when will this be paid? And so I don't, I think payable on submission of report or invoice, whatever we're going to
Is
use,
that an issue? With either one of you? No, so I don't see a problem adding that. I
right?
probably should add that to the motion on how it's getting paid out and when.
Within 30 days of submittal of report. Or
Might
should
not
we
be
just
able
say
to do-
invoice, detailed invoice?
Detailed invoice. In maps, right, guys?
And you might need more than 30
Well,
days.
the maps are
Fine.
here, right? And like with our, I'm gonna get this wrong, Metro Act, they have to supply as-bills once the project is done. So that's where as-bills will come in.
So. Adding,
What's the verbiage then, the exact verbiage that you want added?
payable. Within 30 days
Okay,
of submittal.
that the funds will be payable
Within
to
30
each
days.
vendor within 30 days of, I'm just trying to get this, what you want. What is your
Invoice
verbiage?
submittal.
It's gotta be something that makes sense with not a lot of conversation in between.
Right.
People throwing out this, that, and the other thing. What does it distill down to?
I don't know the last thing you said, so. Help me here.
Well, what I'm hearing, this isn't my motion, is that the board wants the funds will be payable to each vendor within 30 days of
Submittal.
submittal
De-
of,
Detailed invoice submittal.
And
within
can we
30
pay
days
bills in
of
30 days or
detailed-
do we need 45?
invoice submittal.
Heidi does have a point, though. You know, by the time it runs through the board and we approve it all, we should make that
45, 60, yep.
Well, no, you're making them,
won't
making
come
this
to
part
us.
of the motion. It won't come to the board.
Won't come to us.
If
Bill will
if
just
the
go through
motion, you're
system.
adding to the motion that the funds will be payable to each vendor within 30 days of detailed invoice submitted. We get an invoice, we stamp it received, and within 30 days of that, we pay out the funds.
Right, we're already approving the prepaid.
That's
That's
right.
what we're doing.
That's right.
So then I'm not for that,
Why?
because we are gonna have to have a value on that invoice, right? In other words. if
Right,
we
they could give us $100,000 invoice. You have to put a value on,
If we were going to approve,
not to exceed. How's that?
if we were going to approve another such request, we always put the dollar amount in it.
But we
before
put a
the board
percentage
approves
in
it.
there, where the board is approving that,
We already know what the dollar.
the
amount's gonna be.
percentage.
Okay, all right.
So I think we covered that.
That can be a calculated number then, is that consensus of the board?
Well, the motion was to divide the 41% between, I'm not reading the whole thing, between Cherry Capital and 186, percentage to be calculated as of 1/31/2023.
Yes, and how does that apply to the invoice that they're going to submit?
Well, as long as they submit an invoice in excess of that amount, the full amount would be paid.
Full
We're not
amount of-
gonna pay the full amount. In other words, the percentage is it's going to come down to a finite number. And so whatever invoice they submit, if it's over that finite number, they're only going to be paid the finite number.
Okay, so I have
Because-
January 31st, 2023's bank account balances in our board packet right here.
Yeah.
The federal fund money, $295,483.60.
Right.
483.60,
Yes,
295,483.60.
yep,
Then you have to take 41% of that.
yep. And I'm not doing it. Is somebody doing the numbers?
I've already done it. It's 121,148.28.
Divide that by 2.
What's that number, Cheryl?
$121,148.28.
Okay,
That can be verified by anybody. Okay, and divided by 2, I didn't do that.
It's lower.
Say that again, Lois.
60574.
Did you use one?
It'd have to be 1/4 because it's 28 on the end.
So if it makes you more comfortable, Ron, we could put the 41% equal payments of, and put the dollar amount in there. That way we know we've got the exact dollar amount and we're covered on the vote.
and what was that divided by 2 number?
60,000, 60, 574.14.
You got 0.14, I got 1.3, but okay.
One more time with the reread, please.
Well, the original motion is to divide the 41% of Whitewater Township's ARPA funds for broadband between Cherry Capital Connection and 186 Networks, percentage to be calculated as of 1/31/2023. And then it would be funds to be payable to each vendor within 30 days of detailed invoice submittal.
In the amount of 574.1.
4.
0.14.
14, thank you.
You're welcome.
It's really time to quit.
It's time to eat lunch.
Thanks to somebody, we've got some,
Got cake. Remember that, I still need a pan.
So any invoice over that amount would be, they would get a check for the 60,574.14.
They're not gonna submit an invoice over that amount. That's gonna be the amount of their invoice. Guarantee it.
Okay, well, whatever. I'm just saying, in the event that it was over that, the invoice amount doesn't control, this amount controls. I don't know what they're gonna submit.
Why wouldn't they just submit a bill?
they will. I'm ready to vote. Yes, sir. That sounds good to me, Cheryl.
So is there a possibility that they still bill us 150,000 or 450,000 to install it?
No.
That's
So
what-
do we, I
clerk
can,
is
is that your new motion? I can re-second.
Sure, that's my new motion.
And Cheryl, I will re-second.
Okay,
So motion made and seconded. I don't. Where is Cheryl's concern coming in at about an invoice amount that would be greater than the amount we've assigned?
Right, when so, and at a check and balance of when you write a check?
Well, if an invoice should come in that's over that amount, this board is only authorized Cheryl and myself to pay that dollar amount out, that 60,000.
That's
So
what I think. Yeah.
in the commitment letter we're gonna send to them is going to state the amount that we're sending them. So I would not see where they would ever submit something over that. Because they know they're not gonna get paid. That's not what we committed to. Correct?
Sure. What was the basis of your statement there?
because I asked them, how long is it gonna take you to spend $60,000? And they indicated pretty much not very long. And I don't want to, I don't think we tell them what their invoice is gonna be. They can submit an invoice for whatever they feel they want to submit. I mean, their detailed costs might be, they're gonna be more, but we're only gonna pay this amount. What does it matter what their invoice is? Their invoice they can decide to either submit an invoice that's right on this dollar amount, or they could decide to submit an invoice that's higher. It doesn't matter.
I think the
I don't think
concern,
I want to tell them what to do, how to submit an invoice.
I think the concern came from my reporting needs. That's all.
No, my concern is that we somehow authorize unwittingly
A different amount.
a different amount here.
No,
We're not
that-
committing to
that's
anything.
Exactly what I've said, that we haven't authorized a different amount. And that no matter what their invoice amount is, the only thing we're paying is $60,574.14 to each vendor.
Am I missing something? Am I missing something, Ron? What's your concern? That,
It's probably from this prolonged discussion that doesn't need to be a prolonged discussion. I'm sure that vendors now will simply submit invoices in this exact amount.
Yeah.
But they may have costs beyond that. And so, which I'm sure they will, and they could submit a bigger invoice. I'm just saying that
but if they
We-
submit
our
a bigger
motion
invoice, you're not paying
covers-
it.
our motion covers the scenario that if they were to submit an invoice over that amount, they understand and we understand that they're not going to be paid more than that amount.
I think we all got that.
Right.
I'd like to call for a vote.
Please.
Roll call when ready.
Goss, yes, Valmute,
Yep.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Point of order, are you doing lunch or we're over 3, now we're 3.5 almost.
what is the next Cherry Capital connection? Either, I was wondering maybe if we can deal with that, if it's not gonna take too long.
For the
So we don't hold
186.
Tim up, but other than that, I'm taking 20 minutes for lunch.
And I will
So,
be back, so.
Guys,
I just wonder, can we handle that? Is that gonna not take too long? We can handle that for Tim, so he's not held up here any longer before we have a break.
are we talking about the Metro application?
No. The Metro application will go through whether or not we act upon it or not. So,
So what's the next item on the agenda?
Starts on board packet 149. And I think that was just your request for a commitment.
I withdraw, I mean, I'll come back next month and talk to you about challenging the map. It's just what you need to do as a township, challenge the map. So that the homes
Get served. So in other words,
I was gonna say, process for you.
I look forward to that presentation. Thank you, Tim.
I'm done with internet. That's all there is to it. I'm done with internet. Y'all can challenge it the way everybody else is challenging it, and that's on an individual address. And y'all can get the same response that Ardella got. You're currently serviced. So,
Away, lady. You got service.
yep.
No, we don't. Yes, you do.
I
So,
have a feeling it's.
Beginning on page 149. And the letter of commitment that we're gonna send out. Would that work for this particular request? You had asked for this request, Tim, to be put on the agenda. And it was basically stemming to I think a Robin application that you have to get in by March.
3 items in it. One was to get this decision on the agenda. That's from November.
Come up to the microphone, please.
Challenge.
Come up to the microphone, please.
Well, 3
Thank you.
things in that email I'd outlined was that this discussion, getting the ARPA money allocated or not, be on the agenda. You said a request had to be made. The
No,
other,
I said that we were waiting for Ardella's information.
Okay. so.
Yep.
The
Just to
next,
be
the
clear.
next was to Grand Traverse County. I met with them and they wanted me to explain how to challenge, so it's done right, so you don't get that letter to the township people. And then third was making a commitment for the Robin application. And by you doing the letter of intent,
That covers that?
that covers that. Yes.
So you guys are all good then.
And that list is on page 150.
That's not,
So I think we've completed that.
Great.
So in all fairness, we should probably then just quickly act on
Metro.
the Metro Act permit fee, which would be new business number 1.
What page is that on?
Not there yet, but let's, I think it begins on 173.
That's what I think it is on. Yep.
I make a motion to authorize the supervisor and clerk to sign the bilateral right-of-way telecommunication permit referencing 186 networks application dated January 5th, 2023.
I second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Falmouth,
Yes.
Pop.
Yes. So I'm looking at the rest of the agenda here and they're all important items.
So you want
So-
to take a quick break?
I guess we take a quick break. So I have a time of, I'm gonna call it 12:30. So we'll meet back at 12:50. Is that correct?
That works.
Sure.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Sorry for such a long meeting.
No. Just glad we got all.
No. No. I'm sorry. Nothing left for you guys. No,
Thanks, guys.
I'll get you the signed permit out and make it happen.
Sorry.
Okay.
Now, where's your house at?
My condolences.
Bunker Hill Road, 8190 Bunker Hill Road.
Yeah, can't go there because charters,
First house is left.
can't go there because charters covering it.
Thanks for
Yeah.
answering all my questions. Thanks for answering all my questions.
Broadband, so we. I mean, if you go by the-
Oh.
It's not gonna be the state standard. Exactly, that's why I'm saying, that's why I'm saying that.
Well, I remember a conversation not too long ago where when we tried to get ambulance service to some people, you said, we live in the country for a reason. And they know they're not gonna get ambulance service. So I'm gonna say, you live in the country. You might not have reliable internet service.
Well, according to the rules now, we're all needed because of what happened.
You have 19 minutes to get down on Valentine's Day gifts.
That's not
So I do have a spare energy bar if you'd like to have one.
I've got a couple oats bars and things.
Yeah, they're not good for you. but-
Nature Valley.
Uh-huh. Well, you're
Thanks.
welcome to come back and,
I was saying, it seems like special meeting should be scooped du jour.
Well, if you go out and work on Denise got probiotics. Denise is pouring probiotics in the parking lot.
Or my please.
Nah. Oh, that was. Sandwich time. Enjoy your banana. Are you serious? Well, can't you give it to the boys? Okay. So wait, which one? You can't have bananas? Oh, I'm sorry. We didn't think of that.
I just put it on my calendar to do it yesterday. And I'm super long. Yeah. No, 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 probably got it. Are you talking about that? Oh, I'm right now. I don't know. I guess that's what they might taxes. We'll get to what we mentioned for this. Okay, so there are people who I know. Okay, I do think that, Did you comment on Facebook, Township Park, page people posted the minutes of pricing? Who did? Somebody on the Whitewater Township Park page.
Oh,
Shared
they
the
posted the
minutes
bids?
showing how much the rates are. And you can go anywhere for, you can go so many places for less than that.
Oh, yeah.
And my response was a majority vote.
No, we never voted. Those minutes, those rates were never voted on. There's no motion and vote in the minutes.
Well, majority rules anyway.
Well, one of the things is the consensus, and my vote's gonna be no. I brought it to the attention just yesterday that was never voted on.
Oh, good.
I don't know what page of the minutes they put in.
And I said it's, that majority is people who don't have park experience.
I have no problem.
Saturday.
Different. One of the seasonals. And they saw it on the Whitewater Township Facebook page.
Oh, yeah, because that's what it's on, because,
Yeah.
you know, people do check that, so I put that on there, but,
Right.
you know, with,
Right.
there is no details on these three things.
Right. We've already lost 3 seasonals. These raspberries.
You only got 3, and I'm not sharing.
The biggest juiciest raspberries.
Where'd you get them?
Myers,
Oh,
they're Driscoll.
okay.
There was another kind that doesn't look nearly so good. These are big, fat, look at those,
Yeah.
big fat raspberries. Yeah, I give myself 5 a day.
Yeah.
Yeah. well, 5 a day, you know. Oh, yeah, I'm taking them right home. To be,
You know what's
all
really
gone.
good? Just dip them in Hershey's dark chocolate.
yeah. I've made chocolate covered strawberries before. For Bailey's graduation, I made like 200 chocolate covered strawberries. They were good. Yeah. They're not that hard.
So the rest of the agenda is just gonna whip through. You know it.
Oh, no. But anyway, yeah, so.
That is, cherry juice and lime juice.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, my favorite. It's real cherry juice, concentrate.
I always get
Mhm.
I get the cherry. I'm sweet. Big bottles. Big bottles. They're not concentrate, they're cherry. juice.
Yeah. Yes, that's what I have.
I just unsweetened
I
cherry.
put,
juice, you never know.
I put about that much of the. Yeah, I figure I get about 2 ounces of concentrate. I didn't think of that. South, that's what I thought, because I do two of those.
Oh, I see, yeah. That's good.
It's so good.
Yeah.
And I got the idea from,
Cherry juice and lime juice and what?
stevia.
Stevia.
For
Oh,
the sweetener, because there's packets you can buy that's the lime, cherry limeade.
Oh,
You
okay.
mix it in one of these and it's like, oh. Yeah. So what I did is just started making it instead of, yep, in the Kool-Aid section area.
Yesterday. Cause stevia is not bad for you. It's real sugar.
Yeah, it's real plant.
Plant-based,
Yeah.
not artificial.
Della really likes monkey fruit. And I have no idea if that's powder or whatever, but it definitely know it's more expensive. So I still like
I was
stevia.
kind of looking at the things, instead they were trying to do away with that.
Mhm.
You know, and then trying to find some stevia stuff, yesterday flavoring. Is it by the
they're over
sugar?
there. No, they're by the, it's by the Kool-Aid thing, but you have to look at each one. Because most of them, I think, are sucralose, like
Yeah.
this right here, this is actually sucralose.
That sounds like cellulose.
It
Sounds like
yeah, sucralose for you. It sounds like. Pull your stomach.
Yeah. Anybody like that LaCroix?
I've seen, yeah.
It's not that good. LaCroix, I've never had, but I don't buy that.
It's the ROIX.
Yeah. It's like so.
Mhm.
Some flavors. And the doctor said that.
Yeah.
Some people like it. I don't.
See, and I think, okay, so soda water is all gonna be like that. That's what Christina drinks is something, she drinks like a plain, I don't know, soda water.
Yeah, doesn't have much flavor to it.
But
She doesn't
it's
put anything in it.
She'll get it that has flavor that doesn't have sugar in it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Probably. Anyway. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been experimenting.
Yeah, well, I'm just grateful at this point that we look at labels now.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Although I may have created a monster.
Richard says he's not eating it because he doesn't know what's in it.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you a question, but.
I got scolded for eating just peanut butter. This guy didn't even oil. You need to make your.
I was gonna ask you a question, but I'll save it for later.
Thank you.
Holy moly.
I get chewed again for forgetting. It wasn't my fault, that's the person taxes, I left out the door.
Do you know if they sold that building? I don't have a for sale signs on it anymore.
What building's that?
Rogers Garage.
Oh, All right, well, we'll reconvene at 12:55. Sorry for those folks out in Zoom land that were tardy.
Yeah. You didn't. Is that gonna reach?
Yeah, it reached. I just need to get one. This is
I was gonna say, you could just plug it into your laptop. Oh, wait, you don't have to.
Oh, wait, this is the same thing as that, so it doesn't really.
All set, Heidi?
That is the same as the phone. That's the kind of different.
No, she's charging her phone over here.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll backwards over it. No,
That's okay, no problem.
she wants a new phone, she said, so.
Yeah.
Right,
Don't want-
right.
Yeah. Go pay another $1,000 to get another.
So I believe we left off at unfinished business number 3.
Motion to approve hiring park staff now to work collaboratively with trustee Glenn to facilitate preseason park opening tasks, staffing interviews, and reservation system updates.
I'll second that motion. Discussion?
I need to go back to the memo.
How's it coming along with your park rangers? Are they on board with this? Are they on board with this, Tom?
Who?
Your park rangers?
Talk about Dan and Peggy?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't spoken to them yet. Was waiting till we got some things
Finalize it?
finalized in here.
Okay.
Yeah. Based on my earlier conversation at the end of January, early February, that conversation still had a few open-ended items, and I don't feel I could have accurately represented them, what we were doing, until we finalized a few things.
Okay. Thank you.
So I guess, I'm not sure, does this only apply to Dan and Peggy, or who does this, it says hiring park staff now. I mean, is this new staff? I'm just wondering because Dan and Peggy already have a wage established for this fiscal year. So this doesn't say anything about wages. I'm just looking for direction for payroll.
Well, I think once whoever signs on, then we'll know. I mean, Dan and Peggy haven't given a 100% commitment, as Heidi has said, but Don talked to him, I think, just before the January meeting, and they said they were willing to do that then, but this is a month later. We don't know.
So,
Who's
no,
coming.
I get it. I'm just looking for that if it is them, if they were agreeable, then is there,
There'd be no changes to the wage schedule, nothing. I mean, it's set
Okay.
in stone.
okay.
So are you thinking, Don, that you're gonna have to put an ad in the paper for new rangers? Or are you gonna look at who we've had in the past and call them back to see if they want to come back this season? How are your plans moving forward to staff this? I'm not having a problem with any of this. I'm just curious about the information.
I have nothing etched in stone, Ardella. In my mind, the way it would, Dan and Peggy both expressed some interests. They needed to understand, at the time I talked to them, they didn't understand who would be reporting to who, how it was going to shake out, what the eventuality of the org chart might look like at the park, and what would be needed in the interim. Well, what in my mind's eye, what I see is getting authorization to go back to Dan and Peggy and say, yes, the board is approved. I could bring you back on board. because we need some work with preseason activities. And the structure at this point is, at least temporarily, I would be directing them until such time as a Parks and Recreation Manager.
This is a
would be-
stopgap,
Yeah,
basically.
yeah, and I told Ron that I would help bridge this, just for the sake of everybody else's schedule and ability or availability. If Dan and Peggy felt that they could work with me, and then understanding that if they have interest in continuing with the park, I think Dan qualified it, or Peggy, one of the two had qualified it and said, well, we don't know who the new Parks and Rec manager would be. And I said, well, I don't either. And so I can't make any assurances there that, who that is. And I'm not even sure if Dan may have sent in his resume for that position. I haven't. So I encouraged him to, if he expressed some interest. But I need to take some first steps, which is getting authorization from the board to reach out to them, get them, hopefully they, one or both. I'd love to have both on board, and then we could attack this quicker. I would expect that, part of that would be recruiting, and I would ask Dan and Peggy to give, my thoughts and their thoughts and blend what's worked and what hasn't, what would be the best ways to try to get out there and start recruiting rangers, and whether that be ads or however that I would ask for their input. And then we would just, continue to do preseason activities.
And we're getting a lot of calls in, and I know it's bouncing back and forth between the clerk's office and supervisor's office. We definitely need to do something. And I think this motion will alleviate a lot of that. What's going on, who's covering what, when's it opening? It'll cover all that.
Well, the webpage needs to be updated for,
Yeah.
when the online reservation system is going to come, this online, still has to be tested.
Right.
I know that, I think was that Brick House Interactive or Jim Sundberg? I've never met Jim or even talked to him on the phone. So that's a new contact, but I think that, I'm going to rely on, asking questions of other people. And Dan and Peggy's experience is invaluable to help.
I
To
couldn't
help
agree more.
this. So, Ardell, I'm not sure that I can answer your questions with asking you more questions.
Actually, you've answered my
so-
question.
so.
The scenarios you just put out there and your explanation actually answers a lot of my questions. I feel comfortable with this.
I'd like to see them also take over the Facebook page for the park, so everything's matching and happy and all that good stuff.
Well, and I'm gonna comment on that. Dan and Peggy aren't on Facebook. They don't want to be on Facebook. And the Whitewater Township Park Facebook page is not an official page of the township. We are not the administrators of that page. And so people post different things on there, but Whitewater Township is not the administrator. So we can't control that site.
Well, then I authorize the legal department to find out who is the administrator and stop using our name.
You can't do that
Oh, yes, we can.
because all they gotta do is change it to Friends of Whitewater Township.
That's
Park,
fine.
And there's nothing you can do.
That's
about
fine.
that.
Fine.
That's fine.
Difference.
That's fine. But there's a lot of people that call me and say, this appears to be an official Facebook page. And so we are well within our rights to protect our brand.
I think we're venturing off on
Well,
something we weren't, that's not,
Another board member brought it up.
I know, but it's not on here and we got a lot
It
to
is.
get through.
It is actually
So
on.
why don't we bring that back as a different topic some other day? I don't want to
Well-
spend the time talking hypotheticals about a Facebook page when we have so much going on here.
Okay,
Okay,
if that's how the other board members feel.
True.
We can go by consensus, but I can tell you that I'm all for a full-blown investigation with respect to our reputation.
I don't think Facebook has to comply with anything with that, but.
Well, does anybody else have
You
any
spend a bunch
questions
of
on
money
the
at the
motion?
attorney's office
No,
and
that's
not
true.
really accomplish anything.
Do you?
No, I don't. I just thought putting it all in one big package to track it and trace it and all that other stuff.
If the Whitewater Township online reservation site page and the Whitewater Township Park page on the township website, which is a huge place that people go to get information. That is the most trafficked page on Whitewater Township, on the Whitewater Township website. If those things are kept up to date, you will not have near as many phone calls or emails, because people will be able to go to either one of those places as they have been doing for years in the past and getting their information from there.
So do you have, or so are we,
Let's vote.
I'm ready to vote.
No,
I guess I wanna
Hold
make
on, you
another.
got something, Doc?
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead, sure.
Well, and I wanted to comment a couple things, on the memo here. Okay, let me just see what my questions were. So yes, the websites, both websites, the online reservation site needs to be updated with some information about what date the reservation site is going to go live, and also free camping weekend, when it is and how people will book. Last year, for the first time, we did the booking through the online reservation site, and it worked out marvelously. All the sites were filled within one business day. We did that about a week before. You don't want to have that being done on the same day as the site goes live for regular season reservations. So, and Jim knows how to program this because people don't get charged, right? And so there's something he has to do to make sure people don't get charged, but they still go in, they pick their campsite, fill out their information. And I remember last year by the end of the day, because otherwise than that, you're gonna have 100 phone calls. And that's the way it was always done previously, by phone call. Well, that grew to be very unwieldy with 100 phone calls a couple of years ago, and calling all those people back is a huge labor intensive project. So that needs to be set up, how that's going to, the site might as well say, yes, this is free camping weekend, these 2 nights free camping, and also this is how you book it, whichever you decide to do. And as far as this, the fact sheet on seasonal camping, typically we don't put that on the reservation site. It's just given to people who inquire about seasonal camping. And also that would be the 2024 seasonal camping. Because this year's seasonal campers have already been through, they've already put their name in, they're about to be called to book. So it's really, there's, unless you don't fill the 12 sites, you're taking information for next year. That's my thing about that. And then, like I say, not moving campground information from the township's webpage. People, like I say, they go to both places, and there's actually a link on the Whitewater Township page of the township website that they can get to the online reservation site. And some people go through that, but that is, like I say, and anybody that wants to login, who has a login and go to reports and go to site traffic can see. Right now, I just went on there yesterday, Whitewater Township Park is the most accessed page on the township website.
And just to be clear, we have more information on the township website than we do on the campground website. So I don't know,
Well, you can put whatever information you want on the
Yeah.
online reservation
it
site.
should be a separate entity.
But
and
anyways,
simple.
I'm just telling you what people's habit is to go, then you're gonna have to put, if you want to move everything off the Whitewater Township website, then you're gonna have to put a statement somewhere that they go to the online reservation site to get that information. Otherwise, your phone's gonna blow up.
So you're saying that the campground website is the same as the online reservation site?
No,
Exactly. So
There's
if I
two
want,
different
if I
places.
want information on a certain restaurant in Traverse City, I don't go to the Restaurant Association or the Downtown Authority Association webpage to get information on the restaurant. I go to the restaurant's website.
and what you're talking about is trying to, you want to divert everyone to the e-commerce site when
No,
our
it isn't.
website. The e-commerce site is the park online reservation site where you make
That-
reservations.
No,
Okay.
that is not where I'm sending them.
It says move campground information from the township's webpage to the campgrounds webpage,
Yep,
to the campgrounds webpage.
yep.
And I'm telling you that as a township, we have a page on our website. We have multiple pages for park on our website addressing all of our parks. And so you have to have something on the Whitewater Township website about Whitewater Township Park. So people that aren't interested in camping can find out about Whitewater Township Park because there's other things you can do there besides go camping there. And yes, if you want to change the number on the township, on the park online reservation site to the park cell phone, then by all means do that once you have someone in place to answer the park cell phone.
Why do
And-
we need somebody in place to answer the cell phone?
I
Why
think that's
can't-
what we're doing here.
Why, I understand that, but Cheryl is saying you need to have a person waiting for that phone to ring. And I'm saying, let it go to voicemail. And so a person can come in for 1 or 2 hours a day.
And handle all the calls.
Return all the phone calls, and then if somebody calls in at 1:13, well, we left at 1 o'clock. Sorry, we'll get you tomorrow.
Well, in your scenario, where's the park cell phone going to be laying?
Can be laying anywhere.
Okay, so we're just gonna have a phone laying out here that's gonna ring and no one's going to answer it.
There you go.
Well, I'm-
Happens all the time, Cheryl.
Yeah,
Quite honestly, I think that's
that's
what
poor business.
Don is gonna help figure
Right.
out
Sure.
and get straightened out, so.
We
Right.
need to get the township's telephone number off the website. It is stopping. It is inhibiting our work here at this township. If that's the way it's always been done,
No,
then-
the township,
Money, right?
the cell phone has a message on it.
I'm talking about the website, Cheryl.
Well, we're talking about cell,
The 5141
talking about calls.
phone number has to be removed from the website. People go there, and that is the only bit of information that is currently on the campground website, and so they immediately call.
And what
And
I'm
you know what?
explaining to
It's
you,
always been that way. The only reason why you know anything about it now is because there's a gap here. And we're trying to fix that gap.
Right.
So I understand what you're saying, that the 5141 should be removed from there. And the cell phone number be put on there. I understand that.
Okay.
I mean, if we're not taking the calls in the clerk's office anymore, there's no
Yep.
reason for that number to be there.
Nope.
If you're not taking them, I know I'm not taking them. That doesn't mean we're not gonna get them because
That's
we
right.
have it listed on our front page and it should be there.
that's right. And right now, the landline phone for the park, 267-5091, and the cell phone for the park are in a clear tote up in that closet, not even plugged in. And both of them have a message on them that the park is closed and to call the township offices. Because no one's answering those phones. So you can't take 5141 off the website until you've got one or more of those phones
I think-
in somebody's possession.
I think we can agree that that stays on there until Don gets somebody in place that's going
That's
to
right, right.
answer that cell phone.
No,
Because otherwise,
You're not even
I think
charging
we're
the
getting
cell
off
phone right
the,
now.
so, no, but when. people call
off
it,
of the
it still
message
goes to a
here.
voicemail.
okay, so
So-
anyways, that's what needs to happen with that. You can't have calls going to a number that no one's answering while people are frothing at the bit to get information about Whitewater Township Park because it's not on the website yet. And I mentioned quite a while back that that site needed to be updated.
Excuse me, can I give you a
Okay.
super simple solution? Okay, how about this? Somebody take responsibility until we hire someone of the park cell phone. And once, that's what I thought he was
That's what
doing,
Don
but
is doing,
That's what he's doing.
but
Exactly.
Don,
I'm taking the phone and I'm putting a message on it and I'm gonna check it when I can check it.
right, check it.
There
once.
is no, they can leave a message on there. I mean, I'm volunteering, I'm volunteering to help here, but I'm telling you, it,
it feels,
so,
yeah,
but.
I gotta tell you,
know.
Don, I think once you, you
Get
get rolling
everybody
on
in
this,
place, it'll
and
go away.
hopefully Dan and Peggy, if they decide to get involved, I have a feeling one of them is gonna take over that cell phone and answering those questions, because wouldn't that be one of the reasons why you wanted to bring them on board?
They're better equipped to answer those questions than I am.
Right.
So number 4, provide a park email. The park has an email. And the laptop, last I knew, was up in the same clear tote in the closet because it can't be stored at the ranger station. And that is where the park email comes in to that laptop. So,
What is the park?
What is the
email
park email?
address? Why isn't it on the park's website?
That's what
it's
I
on-
was gonna
it's
ask.
on the park's website. It's camping@whitewatertownship.org.
Mm-mm,
Well, is it, you mean it's not up at the very beginning?
not that I saw.
Okay, well, what was put on there
Okay, so
last fall,
what is it? What is it?
I just said what it is,
I know you said it.
Camping
That is
at-
commercial.
our domain name. Camping at,
Whitewater Township
Township.
.org.
right. So that's just another thing that, yes, there is a park email address, but right now there's no one monitoring that. So.
Because the computer's in the closet, right?
Computers in the
Okay.
closet.
You
This
don't
is
have any
awesome.
park employees. That's why no one's monitoring it.
Okay,
And no,
it's not,
and no one monitors it through the winter anyways, because there's no park rangers through the winter. And previously, people have been referred to the clerk's email, but I'm not doing that anymore. That's why no one is, we never answer the park mail, email through the winter. It's inquiries where previously in the winter were directed to the clerk's email address.
So if somebody was to email camping@whitewatertownship.net, they're gonna get that automated response that says, contact this number instead. or
I don't
this
know
email
if there's
address.
an automatic message on there or not. I don't believe there is.
You're talking like an out of office,
Yeah,
like
Mhm.
that type of
That's
thing.
what I'm
I don't know. I don't, yeah, I don't.
People know when they call the phone number that they're directed to the
Oh, the
township
message
office.
says. The message they get says, call the township office.
Yes.
Okay, I see. I'm ready to vote.
so. The only question I have is for the board. So how long of leash does the board want to give Don?
I don't know. Do you want to start taking the calls? Cause I don't. And
I
if
tell you,
he's
I'm already
volunteering-
taking the calls.
If he's volunteering to do this,
There's some that come in at 1 AM.
He don't need to have the phone on
my
24/7.
point is that Don is volunteering to do this as a stopgap until we hire somebody. He's already
I-
developing a working relationship with Dan and Peggy, who are going to be a tremendous help if they agree to come on board. And I'm grateful that he's ready to do this. And I don't think there's a leash that is long enough for him at this point.
Okay, I just,
Well, I'm using your terms. You know what I meant.
we're all
right?
good. We're all good.
I'm fine. No, no,
I'm
He
not,
just
I
wants to
don't
know,
want to
he
be
just
offensive.
wants to get going and he wants to know how far he can go.
Yeah,
It's either nobody does it or we let the person that's volunteered to do it have it.
I mean, we should be answering the phone right now because you had to add in the paper, whatever.
Well, that's
but
not.
the ad
the phone
that
number
we
that they're-
Heidi
I
is not.
understand that,
yeah.
but you
Give
don't
it a
know what
phone
they're gonna
number.
find when they're Googling it. But
So anyway,
get it going.
So preseason is gonna mean anything to everything, right? I mean, so earlier in a conversation, we were told about trees that come down over the winter time, so on and so forth. So Don's free to deal with those types of issues.
I'm fully expecting that Don's gonna be giving us updates.
And
Yeah.
he still has to come to the board for any purchase order type things, right? We still have to follow that protocol.
Well, why does he have to come to the board? He can, if it's under $1,000.
Well, yeah.
Well,
If
yeah, if it's under
1,000, you look at it too.
I stand corrected.
I understand the rules.
Excellent. Roll call when ready.
Pat,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Valmuth,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Glenn.
Yes.
Reluctantly, right?
Under duress.
You could have went no.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been in the spirit of things. So.
Okay, unfinished business number 4, status update on the debit card for township purposes. And Ardella provided us with a written memo. Ardella, can I get this in electronic format when available?
Yes.
Okay.
And I am gonna change the motion at the bottom because I just got an email from them.
Okay,
Well, they take forever answering your questions and I had to ask the question twice in order for them to answer what I was looking for, and I still didn't get all my answers, so. Appropriate motion would be motion to approve the treasurer to apply for an increase in credit limit to $10,000 for Whitewater Township from Alden State Bank.
Hold on. I'm not that fast of a typist. To apply for an increase in credit limit to $10,000.
For Whitewater Township from Alden State Bank and to add the following as signers on the account. And I just picked the clerk and I because we're signers on the checking account. But speaking with, okay, I need a second, sorry.
second, motion seconded.
Speaking with the clerk about this, speaking with Cheryl about it, currently we have one card. But if Cheryl's not available, I would be available.
Hmm.
If something was to happen to me, I cross the street today, get hit by a truck and I'm no longer here, you at least got one signer.
You won the lottery. Don't get hit by a truck.
One
Win the
lottery,
lottery.
and I don't work here no more.
Yeah, don't.
Sorry about that, put bad juju on myself there. You'd have still one access to a credit card. If something happens to Cheryl, you'd still have access from me. So that's why in the past, I wanted nothing to do with it, but I didn't fully understand how it worked. And as you can see through my questions and answers, it was different than what I thought it was. Social security number, date of birth, and your driver's license is just like if you're opening a new checking or savings account. That information is not used to determine your line of credit. It is never reported to a credit bureau in any way, either good or bad. They take our tax identification number for the township, and that is what they use. Now, if you look at the application looks like it is for an individual. And my questions was, how do you fill this out for a corporate? And I didn't get a significant answer. So what I decided I'm gonna do is the township goes in the top part with their TIN number, and our individual information will go in the bottom, which they already have Cheryl's. They already have mine, but they want me to put it on a form.
So,
Yeah, everything they're asking for, they already have from Cheryl and I.
I thought this was applying for a new card. This is gonna be a new account number and everything. This isn't just gonna be an increase in credit limit
If
of our
you're
existing
okay,
card number.
if you're okay with it, just an increase, so we don't have to go through.
So you're not getting a debit, you're just getting an increase.
Well, I'm gonna explain about the debits, why I believe that the credit is actually the better way for this, safer way for this township to go. We already have the credit, which is based off in Whitewater, not you, which was my mistake for thinking that. So what the latest email I got from them is, you may just want to look at increasing your credit limit through action by the board, approval through the board, and adding somebody as a signer, rather than going through the whole process. Well, I can see this expediency with that. So that's what I'm proposing to do. To answer your question, Heidi, about the debit cards, the debit card, yes, you can do debit cards on the general checking. You can set limits, and you can have up to 4 people that could have debit cards. But think about your own personal debit card. How vulnerable it can be when you're using that PIN number. I do not believe that the security risk is appropriate for township funds. I don't. One of the first things they teach you is when you're investing township funds, security is the number one thing, not profits you're going to make, because you're investing taxpayer dollars. It's not your money. So that has to be number one. And I feel the same thing about the debit card situation.
Okay, what about a debit card with a supervisor's signature, and you two and the supervisor, 3 people, and just put somewhere in a safe? Or
Well,
what are you gonna do in case you have a disaster?
Well, actually, I've already told Cheryl this. I don't plan on carrying the township credit card with me at all. It'll stay in.
I don't carry it either.
Well,
Until it's needed.
actually, it should stay in your office,
Yep.
right?
Your
No,
card
right
should
in my
stay in your office, and no one carries the credit card here.
No.
It's in my office.
No, it's just, credit cards are safer as far as fraud is concerned versus debit cards. So.
I understand that, but you think about getting a debit card for a disaster situation, or are you gonna limit yourself to 10 grand?
10 grand is where I am comfortable, because honestly, Heidi, that's an increase from 3,000.
I
and
completely, okay, I completely get that. But you're gonna have to do something to protect yourself if, okay, cash is still king in a disaster because there's no power. So how much is sitting out there that you could actually get your hands on if you did have something happen?
Honestly, Heidi, if there is no power, there's no getting your money anyway.
That's right.
So.
It's not what I said, but okay.
Well, in
if
a
you
natural
wanna-
disaster where you've got hurricanes and stuff, everybody's not getting to their money unless
Cash
they
is
have.
king. Mhm.
national-
Cash is king.
We have a state bank, local, privately owned. We are not going to somebody else's bank that's nationally owned and getting money from there.
I
So we'd
completely
have to
get
get
it.
it out
It's-
Legal.
legally. Yeah, we're not,
Okay.
unless we go in with ski mask. And I'm not advocating that. So in that case, we may be down 3 or 4 days. I mean, we've had situations here where we had no electricity and we had to get payroll out. Cheryl went and bought a generator and brought it here and hooked it up so we could get payroll out. Her own money, her own generator. She made it happen.
I'm just
And
saying,
it's just.
cash
it's-
is king in
I'll
a
tell you,
disaster,
I-
not a credit card.
Tell you one thing about a debit card. there will not be one with my name on it. I will have no part of a township debit card, zero.
Yeah, I just,
Zero
I,
part in a township debit
Okay,
card.
then something happens, we're closed. So, cause we'll have no cash, so.
Well, everybody will be closed.
Well, I will say that my independent research from either one of these two indicates the same thing. I'm uncomfortable with the township.
Oh, I am
I'm
too.
comfortable with this group having a debit card, but we have to also think about, people that follow us.
I
And I
get it.
don't think the debit card is the right place for us to be. I
Nope,
like
but
the
you might
idea.
wanna put some cash away, but that's okay.
Well, I understand that your,
Won't keep cash in the building.
yeah, we don't keep cash in the building, and I understand from a personal point of view that cash is king. And so the only two times I've had to address this situation is in 2015 and 2018. And both times, without board approval, I went to the people who were available to give me dollars and make decisions. And then I come back to the board and I said, look, I've located this piece of equipment. It's this much for the week. And I verbally committed, right?
Okay.
So I think it was $800 that we got the use of a bulldozer for the entire week, which included fuel, right? It was a gift, and the township board recognized that. And it
Okay.
wasn't a problem to approve it. So because we are such a small community and we have a diverse group, I don't think cash is as important.
Okie dokie.
I think we all recognize when there's extenuating circumstances, they require extenuating solutions. So this is about the day-to-day business of the township is what this is. And I wholeheartedly agree. I have the same reservations that Cheryl has about debit cards and Ardella for that matter. This is the purpose of this was to give some room between the revolving reoccurring charges that are on the card, which for efficiency's sake make a lot of sense. And to allow for some minor capital purchases when necessary and not have to be jumping through hoops. So I don't see any, I think Ardella's change to an increase in the credit limit is acceptable and valid to me. So.
Cheryl, did you have other comments?
Well, I think the motion, which says to approve the treasurer to apply for an increase in credit limit to 10,000 for Whitewater Township, I think it should say for the Whitewater Township credit card.
you're right.
And so I have a quick question too. Your original printed motion, Ardella, talks about 2 credit cards.
Well,
In your
The,
in your narrative,
Right.
you indicated that a credit card could potentially be stored in the clerk's office and maybe one in your office, indicating 2 cards. But did you mean with the same number?
they'll have the same number, won't
Yeah.
they?
well, we don't want 2 credit cards, do we? We don't
No,
want
No,
two
but
accounts.
usually you have
No,
two
we don't
different
want one
numbers.
Credit card account.
Right, but
Well,
you
it's
use
two
one
cards.
set of
It's like a
numbers.
husband and
Cards.
wife. You're using the same, have a
Yeah.
card that they're both have their names on it and they both use it.
But they
Yeah.
got different numbers, Cheryl, just so you
Yeah,
know.
usually the last 4 digits is
Are
different.
different.
No, they're radically different. It
No.
depends on the
Big
bank. It depends on the bank. I can agree with you that I probably got a MasterCard for Karen and I that has just the full last 4 digits are different. I'm a Visa that I have no idea where that number came from or where mine came from, but they're radically different. One billing address, one account, but
One statement,
so one
Yep,
statement.
one
so
statement.
one statement, but it would
Yeah, I mean,
show,
we don't want to be having to worry about 2 credit card statements.
yeah.
No,
it
you're
should-
not. It's one credit card statement, just 2 different numbers.
Yeah, that's the way Donna and I's come into.
Okay,
Okay,
I'm
good.
not-
Let's hope.
Not him and I, my Donna.
okay, so you believe it will be 2 cards with different numbers, but one account.
And what that different number thing does is it allows them to break out.
Separate it, break it
who's
down.
charging.
Yeah, what charges went on what card.
In
Yes,
other words, I
that's
get
exactly
on
how it
my
comes in.
American Express, we
Grouping
got
here
two
and
different
grouping there.
numbers. Yep, it says who did what, who did what. Yep.
There's a little twist and depends who it is, but those, yeah, it's one statement and it has my
Now,
card.
my-
99.9% of the time.
You're not married, so you
It's
don't have
gonna
to
be
worry
your
about
card.
it.
It's been 6 years for me.
Your
so
card, not
I had to
mine.
deal with it, but It was not that way.
Yeah,
All right, let's vote, guys.
That's true.
Come on. We're not even getting through here. Let's go.
So we're adding, I just suggested that
Township credit card.
for the Whitewater Township credit card,
but are you
It could
getting a
say
second card?
the
There'll be
existing.
2 cards. yes.
Okay, so the motion, how does the motion read, Cheryl?
Well, it says signers on the account and it'll be my name and Cheryl's name, which indicates 2 cards.
Got it.
I just wanted to make clear that we're not applying for a new
Correct,
account.
correct. This is simpler.
Right.
Thank you for that work.
You're welcome.
Roll
And I will
call,
get you the electronic.
roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Valmuth,
Yes.
New business number 5, or unfinished business number 5, Township Board Recording Secretary. Heidi, this is you.
Okay. It's simple. We have a little budget issue
Oh,
here.
I'll make a motion to discuss who will record the minutes and how will it be paid for.
And I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded.
So we basically have to figure out how we're taking the funds that we didn't budget for minutes and repay them. So Cheryl, do you have any comments on this? Because we kind of need to know how we're gonna do this.
I don't have any comments.
How do you think we should pay for these expenditures that we didn't budget for?
No comment.
Oh, how did we pay for the additional money for $5,000 additional money that was paid out for an auditor that we didn't budget for? How did that get paid?
I think we voted. on
I
it.
would say that we do it the same way.
I don't
Because
think
this
so.
is the same thing. We adopted a budget and this is how much we said we're gonna spend for audit. And then we spent over $5,000 more. And we didn't even we didn't put it out for bids or anything. We just picked one guy and said, okay, we're gonna use them. We didn't even follow our own protocol.
Well, here we have a problem because even after we told her she couldn't do it, she kept doing it. So she somehow took an idea, I've tried to figure out how maybe you got this idea. Maybe it was at a clerk's meeting. I really don't know because I only got to watch a few clerks meetings. But Cheryl, you cannot take finances from one line and spend them somewhere else that we didn't budget. It would have been 100% okay if you would have just asked us, hey, I can't take the minutes right now. We need to do another avenue. But you didn't even look into another avenue. You just took it on yourself. And you can't do that with this. You really can't. So you have an I bond, Cheryl, write a check for $24.50. I don't know what else to tell you, but I've been in this situation before and you can't do what you did. And we can't
When
cover
were you
it.
in this situation before? You've never worked for a township before. This is township
Okay.
government. This is not,
Okay,
I think.
okay, so I worked for a village. Okay, I worked for a village
what village?
of Winfield. Okay, and I know for You cannot take, we couldn't even take emergency management funds and put them into the police department. It's separate line items. Cheryl would have been 100% okay if she would have asked for permission.
I would agree
Uh,
with you, but we
hang-
don't
hang on a
approve
second.
budget by line item, we approve it by cost center.
Yeah, hang on a second. Let's.
Can I weigh in on this, please?
Sure.
Okay, so. Let's take a deep breath here for a second. I think that we all understand now what happened over the course of the summer was not statutorily allowed by doing it unilaterally. The provision allows for a delegation by the clerk other than her, in this case, her deputy clerk, to another party to take the minutes with brought forth to the board and board approval. We did that. We did that at a meeting. It's probably one of the last meetings. Regardless of how long it took and what convincing it took to get that situation unscrewed and get it back into the clerk's office, it took probably longer than necessary, but that be that as it may, it's water under the bridge at this point. There's no question that the process wasn't followed properly. However, Heidi, I have to challenge this somewhat, not somewhat, because I've looked through the statutes that you have cited, and they all support the fact that what happened shouldn't have happened. But at no point do I see that there is any remedy that is available through any of those MCL statutorily, unless there's something in this in our Whitewater Township P&P manual that specifically addresses this, which I can't
I don't have a
imagine. I
copy
can't
of that,
imagine,
can't
can't
I?
imagine that there is, but
There is.
that addresses reimbursement for, so.
Yes, there is.
Then I guess I'm at a loss because I don't have that information. And if there is something that supports that, then I have to rethink my position. But in the MC statutorily, I don't see any remedy in there that says that a clerk or any clerk would have to reimburse for that. Now, there are provisions in there for willful misconduct, and there's some MCL on that. But that is a misdemeanor type of offense that a complaint would have to be filed with the prosecuting attorneys and Grand Traverse for that to fall through. That's not a board action. Or it could be a board action, I guess, for a complaint, but from the MCLs that were stated in your support documents, there's just no remedy in there that says that the clerk would have to pay it back personally or in. So now I'll defer that and I'll leave it at my comments at that, because there's obviously a piece of information I don't have, which is something in a P&P manual that.
But I believe that after talking with several clerks at a training seminar I went to, none of the clerks are doing the meeting minutes because it allows them to be more immersed in the actual meeting that's going on. County clerk says, you can do this. This has been something I've been told since Carol was here,
Mhm.
that she can assign that duty off. Never have I heard that it had to
needs
be
board
approved.
approval?
It had to be board approved. So I'm sure there was a mistake. If a mistake was made,
Mhm.
it wasn't made intentionally.
Oh,
But this flavor going on is like, get the clerk, get the clerk. That's not
okay, that's-
conducive. Hang on, that's not conducive to getting our work done here for the public. It's just not. And as I pointed out, we do not pass budgets by line item. We don't. We do it by fund, cost center. And as long as it's within the parameter and it does not put us over budget, we can legally move those funds within the same fund, different line items. We can legally do that. We're not moving it out of one fund into another fund. And I feel like we have spent so much time on this, and I don't know for what purpose? If we put in a claim for emissions and errors to our insurance company, they're gonna pay for that? Well, guess what? We're gonna pay for that too, with increased rates that are gonna come from it, because we've had other things in the past. If you send this, somebody makes a complaint and it goes to 86th District Court, guess what? Our insurance company is gonna pay for her legal because she's a township employee.
I understand that.
And all I see is all we're doing is making us look bad to the public, that we're focusing on one thing that all these other clerks are doing, and that
Missing the
we're
point.
villainizing. And I don't think any of us here that has authorized spending money on over $5,000-6,000 over on our audit that wasn't budgeted for really has a leg to stand on, when we're talking about, what was it, $2,400 here that can be included within, but we're okay with the 5,000 to 6,000 because I believe they just added another $2,000 bill to it. And if we're going to go with another auditor, as long as we're throwing that out, we should put out RFPs, not just pick one. Township's never done that. This is first time. Which kind of made me go, whoa. Are we going to start choosing which of the policies we're going to follow and which ones we're not?
Okay,
Or are we
but
just going to try to follow some of the policies or
to-
all of them?
Bring this back to center point. Majority did vote to expend money on a different auditor.
But
Okay.
you didn't do RFPs, which is
th-
what we always, do.
Then we didn't do RFPs for recording secretaries either.
Well, we never have done that.
Well,
Anything
I'm
that
just,
is
I'm
such a
just,
big
okay.
ticket item, big
I'm
ticket-
just answering your questions, Ardella,
right?
and I am well prepared to answer these questions, okay? Because I've been interrogated by newspapers on this, okay?
I haven't heard a
So-
word. I haven't seen it in the paper.
Well,
Where's it at in the paper? I haven't seen it.
I don't know.
I'm-
here's
They
my
may
comment.
be online. But the fact is here is that we made an unapproved purchase. So how would we deal with that? We
it's
can deal,
It's 12 times. I'm just saying, 12 times this happened.
I
So
agree.
we can't really ignore that. Two wrongs don't make a
So what's
right.
your-
I
So
get
what
it.
is, what is, what is
What do
the,
you want?
Oh, okay, it's not what I want.
Well, I
It-
want your solution. You can't just always bring a problem, stir the pot, but have absolutely no solutions in mind.
My solution is she pays it back.
Who pays it back?
Cheryl,
Why should she?
we asked her to stop several times. It didn't matter. So if
according-
she's doing it here, where else is she doing it? I'm responsible for this. This is the only job I have. And this is wrong. It's civilly wrong.
That she had another person take the meeting minutes?
She would have been 100% approved probably if she
No,
came
see
to
the
us
word-
and said,
Probably. It would have
you
been,
don't
no,
know.
I
You
do.
tell me how I'm gonna vote.
I-
If somebody came on my team and said, listen, I'm really overbooked, I got too much to do. Can you just have somebody else do this? You asked permission. The problem is she didn't ask
She didn't think
permission.
she needed to ask permission, Heidi. But all the recommendations she was getting from other clerks and the county clerk says she didn't need to ask permission.
Yeah.
But she has,
but we do know now that that's
but
not.
we
that-
do know now.
Yeah, so what
I
is,
asked
so
the
what is the
two-
remedy that's in the P and P manual? Can somebody share that? So,
Yeah, could you share that since we don't have an updated copy?
So this is the copy that I have. And I don't know if it's official or not, okay? It's the best I can do. Problem, Therese?
I'm just listening.
Are you on the clock?
I am.
Okay. Just checking.
Come
So,
out here and have a seat if you like. Yeah, I can get paid to listen.
really? So we'll mark the time at 1:50.
We're not gonna
Yeah,
deter them
Therese
to that, are we?
takes direction from me, not from any of you.
Oh, I don't believe I provided her any direction. So according
Well, you're-
to 4.8 C,
You're trying
expenditure
to-
authorization, The
Intimidate.
township shall not be responsible for any obligation incurred by an official or an employee that is contrary to the provisions of this administrative policy and procedure manual. And so that's the remedy that I was referring to.
I didn't hear the first
Okay.
5 sentences, 6
Sure.
sentences, because you were being talked over.
Section 4.8C, expenditure authorization. The township shall not be responsible for any obligations incurred by an official or employee that is contrary to the provisions of this administrative policy and procedure manual. And section 4 is our financial portion, right? And so it talks about how we get purchase orders from one department to another. It lists a number of, I'll say, exceptions, which is utility payments, postage, payroll is one of those things that we don't need a purchase order from. Petty cash, travel, meal, insurance, dues, contract obligations, and professional services. So I really think this is a total gray area. According to our policy and procedure manual.
You know what I think, Ron? I think if you want to change the policies and procedures manual to be more exact on this particular subject and moving forward, it's used to be able to base incoming clerks, incoming treasurers, supervisors,
Yeah.
trustees on, then I could see doing that, but I think it is ridiculous, and I will use that word, to request a sitting clerk pay back money for a legitimate service that was provided in good faith. I think is ridiculous. And my statement that I made before that it feels like you're after the clerk. That atmosphere was very heavy during the summer. I mean, she couldn't do a dang thing right. She was constantly being poked at, poked at, poked at. That's why she gave up the FOIA. That's why she gave up doing the board packets. That's why she gave up doing the park. She started shedding things. So this feels like a continuation of it. I'm sorry, I get this. Listen to the recordings of it, and you will see that flavor. You'll see it. I've had many people comment about it. So with that being said, I think the prudent answer to this, move on. Make the adjustments in the P&P so a situation like this doesn't happen again, because everybody knows what the rules are. And move on. We've got so much going on. We are working so much better as a group than we have. To bring this up and just put that damper right back over it, I think is counterproductive for the team.
Hey, she made a mistake. She could have got out of it. She chose not to. Not my problem.
So, Ardella, I'm certainly not gonna ever try to talk you out of your feelings, and you have them what they are. I do agree that this is a situation that I think the P&P manual, what little I know of it and what sections I can cobble here and there, is not adequate. I think you said it, Ron, it's a gray area. I mean, you read section 4.8C expenditure authorization. I think, to me, that's an interpretation issue, because I think you said it, a specific, this was a delegation of a statutory duty. It may be a paper thin difference, but it's a difference to me. I don't see unless a manual is written, and you all know that I'm a big fan of of specific, of, by way of example. So if I was writing, section 4.8C expenditure authorization, da, 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 by way of example, I would give a scenario of what an expenditure authors, because words are not, you cannot delve into intent. You said she was doing things with good intent. I don't know. I can't read Cheryl's intent. I can see her actions and I can draw my conclusions, but I can't tell you whether she was doing things with good intent or being stubborn or whatever word, whatever word. I'm not trying to, that's not casting any criticism, Cheryl. I hope you didn't take, but if, then there's section 4.8C, maybe D, talks about a remedy for delegation of statutory duties. I don't know. Again, the problem with writing a P&P manual, we're not writing a manifesto that's, 100,000 pages. It's just really difficult. So you've got to try to put as much clarity to it as you can, but it's always subject to interpretation. MCL's statutory sections that talk about these rules are noticeably and majorly absent of remedies. And why that is, I asked the legislature, to your point, it's government. That just doesn't exist in the corporate world. Usually, the handbooks are clear. This happens, this will happen. Government is really vague. And I think what she did was wrong. I think and for whatever reasons, with bad information, I thought we talk about spending too long on something. I think we spent way too long trying to resolve that issue because I thought it was black and white in terms of how the process should have been done. And I don't think it should have gone 12 meetings, but it did. It did because that's how fast we move sometimes. But absent a remedy, I just don't see how you could sit here and say somebody has to pay this back or that. Now, I don't see it as an expenditure authorization. That's not my interpretation of it. So I'm still back where I started from. I just don't see a remedy that's applicable.
I mean, I only scanned through the auditor's books, the auditor. The results from the audit. I don't know if it's auditor's book report. And they didn't pull it out. And if it was an illegal expenditure, I would think they would have caught it because pretty sure
Well,
somebody probably told them. "Look
That would have been
for
the
it."
year before.
Yep.
No.
It's
been the year before.
2022.
Yeah, but that we haven't done our 22, 23.
Oh, that's right.
So
So
audited
so,
this year.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to correct you, but just,
No, thank you for doing that though, because my brain's still, that's last year, 2022.
Okay.
I'm on to 2023.
sound like Jim Baker, 2013, 16.
Yeah, help me out here. Don't change yours on me.
No,
So anyhow,
thank
so-
you for that correction.
So, we've heard so many local municipalities that have gone through something similar and people pay things back and so on and so forth. I don't know where they got their remedies from either. I do have some serious reservations, and maybe this is what you mean, Ardella, about we come into these jobs and we see what our predecessors have done, and we kind of know what the job is all about, right? So we talk about statutory duty. Yep, that's the minimum. But then our policy and procedure manual also assigns other things to certain departments. And, specifically with the clerk and the supervisor office, we get assigned several things. I don't think the treasurer is assigned many ancillary duties, but the clerk and supervisor do. So what happens when we don't want to do those duties anymore, right? It was part of the job when we took it over. And that's kind of I don't mean to move away from the question in front of us. You said something about policy update. Is that kind of what you're thinking about? Is there a policy update that needs to happen here?
Well, if you want to make it clear for incoming boards, well, then put it in a policy so that it's clear that if any board member that has a statutory duty and they want to, and it's legal to assign that duty to somebody else to do, then it needs to have board approval. That makes it real clear. That's never been clear. You know,
So you use the word statutory, but could it also be the duties assigned by our policy and procedure manual too?
I do
Could-
not know that because
Could it extend to those?
I don't know that. But when you're talking statutorily, there's specific things that
There
I
is.
am
Yep,
statutorily required to
yep.
do. Some of my statutory duties are automatically extended to my deputy.
Yep.
And I suppose if Therese had been the one doing the recording secretary, we wouldn't have anything to say about this
Nope, we
because
wouldn't.
because her duties automatically extend over to the deputy.
Which we would have
But-
paid for anyway.
Okay,
Yep.
Is that
that's what
your
I'm
point
saying.
where you're going there?
Yeah.
Okay.
But there are certain statutory duties, I'm sure, that cannot be transferred over to somebody that is not your deputy. So if by stating statutory duties other than deputy duties, then I think we would cover any incident that may happen in the future from this. I just don't, you know, Don says he doesn't see a remedy that's listed in the MCLs, and he's right about that because I've looked. And this was also a question that I had at a training seminar to an attorney that did not want to answer my question, but after asking it like 3 times, they were forced to answer my question. And you would have been amazed at the number of people in the audience that started writing when I said, when they said there is absolutely nothing in the law that requires me to do anything in that P and P manual, if it is not already covered in an MCL. And if I refuse to do something that's in your P and P, there's nothing you can do about it. So the board cooperation is huge. Being able to work together, have that cooperation, the respect for one another, that's huge. If you want somebody to follow a P and P, then you got to give them the respect and they've got to give it to you. Otherwise, you end up with people that go, I'm an elected official. There ain't nothing you can do if I choose not to do this. Now, okay, there's other ramifications that'll come from that, but boy, sure does make miserable 4 years, doesn't it? And it makes it harder to get things done for the citizens of the township. So to me, like that we have a P and P manual, but when I got here, they required me to do a written report and I told them right out the gate, you people are using these written reports as gotchas and I'm not going to be a part of it. I will give you my financials as statutory duty tells me to do, but that's what you're getting from me. And I set that policy right from the very beginning and I did it. Didn't matter what they had in there. So they changed that, by the way.
There will be no further supervisor reports.
Okay. If you don't want one, you don't have to do one. See, Ron, see how I feel about that?
I'm just saying.
I don't know if I answered your question or not, or if I just went on, got up on my little
Well,
soapbox and.
a couple of different things there, but when you circled back to the statutory element doesn't say that you're gonna paint the fence every other year. And you don't have to do that. So I don't believe the statutory duty indicates that Cheryl has to issue purchase orders. I think that authority comes from
Policy.
the policy, right? So really Cheryl doesn't have to
No, but
and
see,
has no authority.
she has, the only authority she has is her agreement with the rest of these 5 board members here, 4 board members here to follow the policy and procedures manual.
But
thing for
statutorily, Cheryl, you may have to verify that expenses are within the budgeted amount. Is that a statutory duty or is that a policy duty?
I believe it's a policy duty.
See, there's a lot of things that's in the policy that we take for granted that's a statutory.
see, that's exactly what I'm trying to point out here. So, if we try to develop something else in a policy manual, I was recently, for those in attendance, you'll understand, but I was recently attending a meeting that, I had the decision to do something, and it would have cost me like $4,500. But not to do something cost me nothing except for future I don't know, complicating the future, I guess, right? Everybody know what I'm talking about? So,
It's kind of like buying health insurance.
well, it's kind of
Yeah.
like having an
You-
ordinance and not enforcing it. It's
Yeah,
kind of like,
You don't have it, and now you're sick, so now you've got this complicated, more financial.
I don't,
The whole thing about a policies and procedures manual is it is a guide. Okay, it's something that we agree to follow.
In the governmental world, yes.
In the government, yes.
Right.
It's a whole different ballgame in the private sector, but we're not in the private sector.
right,
Understood.
So if we put something in the policies and procedure manual, all it's going to do is it's going to give future boards guidance. It's there to help teach. You walk into this job and you know nothing. I can speak from the treasurer point of view because that's what I am. I got probably 3 days of an intense training. I wouldn't even call it that. And I got to come in and post payments before that. But they leave just before you have to do your first tax distribution. Your first get these taxes out. They leave, they're gone. And trust me when I say, you make that phone call, call me anytime. You make that phone call and nobody answers. So what you have is you have the ability to look back what somebody else did. And you better hope they've done a good job of putting things together. And you have other clerks or treasurers or supervisors to call and say, hey, how'd you handle this? But trust me, after so many of those calls, they don't answer your call either. And you've got training seminars. But it never touches the complete depth of what you're getting yourself into. Would you say that's correct, Cheryl? Because you got exactly 3 hours to sit and watch somebody work.
Yep.
She was here
We
7
didn't
days
talk
a
to-
week, late into the night, figuring it out, going through filing cabinets, looking at everything. I mean, list, here's what you're responsible for. Well, how do I do that? There's no instruction manual. We put together an instruction manual. And if you were to pull one of my past year's treasurer books down off the shelf, you could follow everything we've done and what we do because it's categorized, it's there. When we have an audit, our bank books come out, that treasurer's book come out. They never ask for more because it's so complete. But I wasn't there that first year. Nowhere near there. And the treasurer's office and the clerk's office has got the most statutory duties. And the reason I never ran for clerk is because they've got more deadlines and timelines than the treasurer does. I didn't want that responsibility. It takes somebody with a lot of organization to be able to keep that going right. Again, I'm stepping off my soapbox. Sorry.
That's okay.
so where do we bring the business item that's before us? What do we do with that?
Well, the motion was to discuss and I don't know if it got
Discuss.
made.
I'm just wondering why you didn't ask your deputy clerk to do it. Why you asked Lois. My only comment right now.
I don't have any comment.
Okay, so we're not fixing this, so I guess someone will have to make a civil complaint because that.
I'm doing the minutes. I'm attending the meetings and I'm doing the minutes and Therese just recently attended one.
And she did
It
a
went
very
past
good
her.
job taking the minutes.
She absolutely did. I've already told her that. And it went past the time that she leaves and she's getting paid for that.
But the thing is that
I would expect no less.
Therese doesn't do this on a regular basis. It was uncomfortable for her.
It was.
I had the conversation with her. She was uncomfortable with it. It was not pleasant for her. It's not something she wants to do.
Well,
I
I wouldn't
mean,
want to
it's-
do
it's-
anything I didn't have any training in.
Well, to your point, maybe that's a potential solution. You talked about, maybe once a quarter, Therese comes out and does the meetings for our minutes, once every 4 months, just to
And gets
just
comfortable
to-
with it.
just to try it. And then to your point, it frees up Cheryl to concentrate on a meeting. So maybe there's a meeting agenda that Cheryl decides, hey, this is, that I probably need to be engaged. Not that you aren't, and maybe we end up solving two problems and, Therese takes the minutes from, a couple times a year. Just, at the table and
Yeah.
just to get.
Well,
familiar.
She would
and
have to
I
agree to
will
it.
tell you This, so there may be in the future, there may be occasions that I'm not here
Mhm.
and Therese is also not available. And how are you gonna deal with that? What you're gonna do then is you're gonna do the same thing we do when the supervisor doesn't show up for a meeting. And that is somebody gets appointed to run the meeting. So if I'm not here and the deputy's not able to be here, then somebody will get appointed to take the minutes.
Or the
But Cheryl, that-
recorder
And
can
that's-
just
and
sit
that's how-
on the
and
table.
That
That-
happen
That did
because
happen.
no one gets paid to do that when the
That-
supervisor doesn't show up.
That did happen. You weren't here and neither was Therese. And the board, by consensus, approved Lois to take the minutes of that meeting.
Which meeting was this?
The one you weren't here.
The one that didn't happen?
No, it was back
one
in,
that
it was
didn't
back in
happen.
September.
Hold on.
There was a meeting you had missed for
Oh, I
something.
was sick.
Yeah.
There was,
I was sick.
I'm sorry. I don't
That's
remember.
why I didn't
Yeah.
remember. 'Cause I
It was
was
a
But-
September
Sick too.
13th
You
meeting.
both-
Okay,
I was
thank you.
sick.
And so,
No,
at that
she
point
said
in
she
time, we
wouldn't
were
be here.
well briefed on the process. And so we put it to a motion and the motion read for this meeting only specifically Lois will take the minutes.
So that's how you want to move forward with it. Maybe that should be in your P and P manual too.
I'm making notes, yep.
And so so
No,
yes, I
because
do
that
agree with you. And I
that's how
think
it's
we
supposed
can
to
solve
be.
that problem.
One
Right.
So-
conversation, guys.
Good. Just
So
bringing it
I
up.
now,
Just
if
letting you know.
you're,
It can happen.
if you have a planned absence and Therese has a planned absence, then fine, we know what the process is to accomplish that. If you take ill or, have something and Therese is here, then I would encourage her to do that. I think a couple times a year probably would get her more comfortable and keep some continuity so we have another backup plan that we don't have to go another route. I'm just offering a couple ideas that may be palatable. So.
What bothers me is you don't want to admit that you made a mistake. It's a mistake. Everybody makes one. And I would feel a lot more comfortable if you would have said that at the beginning. But no comment and no understanding that, yeah, I screwed up. I didn't know I had to do that. Awesome. I could take it two different ways, but it just shows me you knew what you were doing. That's all. And I'm not being belligerent about it, but it's the amount of times, it's how you put your deputy treasurer in. I felt so sorry for her because she felt so uncomfortable. I would never want to ask somebody to do a job that they were uncomfortable with. So,
I think she
just
was
like
right.
when I said to Lois, nothing against you, Lois, you got paid, but you weren't the right person to do it. All Cheryl had to do was say, I don't want to do this anymore. Board, help me out. And we probably would have come up with something. I mean, look what we got now. But unfortunately,
But honestly, if I was Cheryl, come budget time, I would say that. And put this to a test.
go ahead. I don't think any of us are gonna deny anybody help. Are you?
I would
Ron?
hope not. I would hope not.
Well, you should think about that right now because your supervisor needs a heck of a lot of help now because his deputy hasn't been helping him. But we're not looking at that avenue. So
Well, I
remember
think we
this
are
at budget time.
aren't we?
It's.
I think
that's
we are
off
at budget
topic,
time.
off
Off
topic.
topic. Continue on.
So I agree that we didn't do things the way we would have done things here, but I did throw out earlier in our last business topic that I went out to people during a time of need and I negotiated things on behalf of the township in good faith and hopeful that the board would adopt, okay? And so I brought that information back to the board agreed. And so I think this is a real similar case. I knew that I shouldn't have been negotiating in good faith, I guess, right? Just as I believe Cheryl knew that this was her statutory duty. I think that our policy is a little gray. Payroll is payroll. I think that needs to be addressed quite honestly. And I don't really know how to address that quite yet, but it should be. And so with this particular situation, I see no remedy available by statute. I don't know where Elk Rapids come up with it. And I don't know where
Clearwater.
Clearwater came up with it. But it must have been through board action and I assume it was voluntarily. Right? So we could ask Cheryl to voluntarily return the funds. Or we can just say, yep, we realize this was a mistake. And move on. So
Yeah, I'm voting for it. Was a mistake. Move on. But make some changes to the policy manual so that it doesn't repeat in future boards.
and I would like some help with that, right? Because I really want to say that we need to hold her accountable. That's the way I am feeling. But looking at the documentation, there isn't support for that feeling. So I am likely going to vote fact over feeling here, right? And so
Well, there's no motion out there, is there?
There's no motion.
I don't believe there is. No. Do you have something that you? have
There's a
crafted?
motion to discuss who will record the minutes and how it will be paid for.
Was that seconded? And
Mhm.
Yes.
Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to have the discussion.
So to put that motion to bed, then I make a motion that the clerk fulfills her statutory duties.
Unless requests elsewise, is that what you want to do?
Nope. That's my motion.
Just flat out, she fulfills her statutory duties.
what does that,
What does that mean? Okay.
yeah,
so-
how is this tied into this?
So the motion, I think I read off of page 268. And it was from June. So again, the information that Heidi provided me didn't have a motion, and so I just threw this in from June. Motion to discuss who will record the minutes and how it will be paid for. So that motion was seconded, and I think what we've heard so far is that the clerk is going to maintain her statutory duty of taking the board minutes. Is that kind of what we've come to conclusion here?
Yes. But what about Heidi's issue?
2450.
I'd like to put this to bed and be
So,
done.
so
with
would
it.
I, and so I'm just trying to get rid of this motion, right?
Oh,
And so if there's another motion that follows up getting rid of this, I could remove my motion, right? I don't think we need a motion to have the clerk fulfill her statutory duties. So I'd be more than happy to remove. Did I second this motion, Cheryl?
That the clerk fulfill her statutory.
No,
duties?
the
did.
one that's on the books right now.
I second.
Well, that's on the
before.
books too.
Who voted?
I took it down. The first motion about recording the minutes and how it'll be paid for was seconded by Heidi.
Okay, so I must have made it.
Yes, you did.
Okay, so I'll remove that motion.
I'll remove my second temporarily.
So now, do you have a motion to move on, Ardella?
I don't know how to word it properly. I believe our discussions have satisfied the questions that we have and the remedies that we have, but I don't know how to word the motion. Other than, I don't want to say, move on. Do you have a more eloquent way to put it, Don?
Wish I could say I have, but I'm struggling with the same thing. I'm just running some
So
lines through my head and nothing's really making coherent sense. So
Did anybody bother to read, just off the top of your head, 4196 Article 6, Section 3 of the Michigan Constitution?
I did.
Okay, just checking.
I don't recognize that. What's the title?
Print it out if you want.
It just says neither the legislator nor any political subdivision of this state shall grant or authorize extra compensation to any public officer, agent, or contractor after the service has been rendered or contracted into.
And I think that specifically applies to this particular situation, quite honestly. And it applies to what Ardella said about statutory and policy and not having to fulfill policy because statutory doesn't say it.
Well, it's really funny is they're so vague, but they sure come out and tell you what you can really do in this book if you're an elected official. But not if it's a problem that the people have. So it's an interesting book to read. Continue.
Well, barring any motion, I guess I'll make a motion to put this in March. And maybe
Yeah.
by that time,
I
we can
think,
have
I
a
think we
motion.
had a couple things here to talk about, just real quick. And this is why I'm having trouble with motions. Is because in order to satisfy that we're gonna just move on from this, we have to agree that
What's gonna happen in the future?
we have to agree that a mistake was made, an error was made,
I agree.
and that going forward, that the duties will be, like you said, the clerk will fulfill her statutory duties unless approved by board.
I couldn't come up with
Changes?
anything that didn't sound
And,
like a reprimand.
and policies, well, errors can be made innocently. Unintentionally, errors can be made. I mean, the guy on the baseball field doesn't mean to make that error, but he's made the error and it's marked as so.
Please don't sell it to me that way.
Yeah, don't sell that to me either.
Please don't sell it.
I'm
to
not
me
trying
that
to sell anything, guys. That
Yeah,
was
but
the-
that's.
that was the analogy
That-
that came.
that insults my-
This
That
isn't
insults
an
my
a-
intelligence.
Right, but this
Well,
isn't an
don't
accident.
let it, because it was an analogy that just popped in my brain, okay? It
Okay.
wasn't thought out. And I most certainly wasn't trying to insult anybody. Honestly, but errors are made. Not always intentionally, and we know that. I've made errors in my life that I did not intend to make. And I don't think anybody sitting here can say that all errors were intentional that they made. So a motion to agree to to acknowledge an error was made.
Mhm.
I think is a good way to start maybe the motion.
Okay.
That we all agree an error was made.
Do we want to ask for legal on this because it's such a touchy subject in the gray area?
I honestly, Heidi, How many times are we gonna bring this back? If we can hammer this out today and get
Hey,
it done.
I'm still
I
waiting
would
for
like
her to
to.
say she's gonna do it the right way. This is all it would take, but she's nothing.
Right.
Crickets. That's compromise. I'm sorry I did it. I'm not gonna do it again. This is like a little kid slamming the door in your face going, hey, wait till next time you discipline me.
Wait till
Sorry.
next time you don't catch it.
Exactly.
And we've already had that.
We already
Once.
had that problem.
Yes, we have.
IRS, does that tell you anything?
So I'll make a motion that the clerk repay the $2,450.
I'll second that because she's not giving me any other options.
I'm not gonna vote for that. And you don't have any MCL that's gonna make that work. So this is just a let's divide and conquer thing. And I don't want to be
Well,
any
oh.
part of that kind of an atmosphere when we've made such headway on working as a team.
Okay, but
You don't
sometimes we
slam
have to-
team members just to feel better about yourself.
I'm not feeling better about myself. I want her to apologize and admit she made the error and tell me she's not gonna do it again, but I can't even get that from her. So, okay. Hope the people on Zoom are watching, because if I was sitting in the audience right now, I'd be a little peeved.
Yeah, they'd be a little peeved if their employer tried to make them pay back something when it was done in good faith. So, yeah, I
okay.
think that you're right, Heidi, they would be a little peeved.
Oh, they're gonna
I
get
know
more
I'm-
peeved. They're gonna get more peeved when there's no
They're
decision.
gonna
here
get more
with their
peeved
money.
when we spend more money on legal over this.
We had to spend money on legal. We had to
Well,
ask the
we're gonna be
question.
spending more. And we're gonna be spending insurance money too, so let's head down that path. Instead of trying to
Insurance doesn't
solve the
cover
issue
fraud.
and move
Sure, I'm
on,
gonna say.
let's
this
be
is it.
antagonistic.
The
I
only
don't
way-
get it.
the
I
only
don't
person
get it.
Okay, the only person that's helping her right now is her I bond. I don't think the insurance company is picking this up. Because he could show malice, but okay. Cheryl, you have nothing to say here? Nothing. I accidentally mistook something somebody said. I accidentally made this mistake. I was overwhelmed. I was overworked. Nothing. Crickets. I'm gonna give you one more opportunity here before I vote. Nothing?
Due to the rhetoric I've heard, I don't believe it's appropriate that I comment.
Okay, in the future, will you be asking for board approval to remove yourself from one of your statutory duties?
I don't know.
Call the vote.
Would you read the motion back, please?
Well, we've had quite a few motions. Motion by Pop that the clerk repay the $2,450.
Or come up with some other restitution. You want to add that? Simple apology would work, Cheryl. That's all the people wanted.
That's all you wanted. Heidi.
No, it's not. Oh, okay. I'm the only one doing this? Oh, okay.
Well, you can't speak for everybody in the public, Heidi.
No, I
You can
can't.
speak for yourself.
Okay, no problem.
So there's a motion made and seconded. Are we done with the discussion? Roll call when ready.
66.
Bennett,
No.
Valmuth,
Yep.
Pop,
No.
Glenn,
No.
Goss, abstain.
Oh, wait a minute. I thought you couldn't do that, Cheryl.
Well, because it,
Yeah.
a conflict of
Yeah.
interest.
This would be.
But doesn't she have to declare it at the beginning of the meeting?
Well, I don't.
I didn't know
I
what the
think-
motion was
I-
gonna be.
she didn't- Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't
Okay.
know where this would head.
Okey dokey.
So I think that was a proper call. So that motion didn't fly. So.
I think I had one.
Okay,
Okay, this is rough, guys, so bear with me. Motion. As a board consensus, we acknowledge and recognize that an error was made in delegation of statutory duties for clerk Goss. Period. I'm sorry, not clerk Goss, statutory duties will, and that statutory duties will stay
Wait a
in
minute,
the
was made in delegation of
Yeah.
statutory
Statutory
duties.
I don't know.
And
if
then
you-
what?
Hey, let me finish and then you can tear it apart if you want.
No, I was just gonna have Cheryl, I think we're still really wordsmithing this, so.
Okay.
I would just kind of relax, Cheryl, for a moment and let's hear what Ardella has kind of plotted out here.
It's agreed upon that statutory duties, we don't need to say clerk because it's all of us. This would cover everybody's statutory duties. Unless authorized by board, will stay within those respective offices. I don't know how to quite put this one, so I've got book, policy P&P manual must be updated to clarify specifics of allocating statutory duties for future clarification. So I don't know how to exactly work that in there.
First
May I
of all, you
recommend
can't
two
call it a
motions?
P&P First of all, you can't call it a P&P manual, Cheryl. What's the correct name for it?
Policies and
Administration?
procedures manual.
Ours is not called that.
I would agree, Ardell. I think it's too convoluted. I think separate that too.
Separate those?
Yeah, is that reasonable?
I think so.
And should use the term approved or what fits better, approved or authorization? I like your motion. Authorization or approved? You read when you're reading your sentence.
Right, the
Should-
part
should
that
say
says, unless authorized by board, you think approved change by board?
I like either. I guess the authorization. I guess we use the term approved pretty much as an action term. I
I
think
can
we,
change that.
I think they might be interchangeable, but I think we tend to use approved vernacular in this setting versus.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think so.
But our P&P manual is called an administrative something, is it not, Ryan?
I have it labeled as administrative policy and procedure, but I don't know if that's the official term. or
It
not.
is. It's on the front page of the book.
So, Ardella, I kind of like where you were at, but can you read it one more time, please?
Yeah. As a board consensus, we recognize and acknowledge an error was made in the delegation of statutory duties.
I think it needs to be clerks
Yep.
because we're definitely referring to move forward. We're definitely addressing this particular one. But in your second half of your motion, I like how it is blanket for all elected officials, right?
Okay. It is agreed upon that all statutory duties will stay within the elected officials office unless approved by board,
Unless otherwise approved.
unless otherwise approved by board. Vote, consensus, vote.
So one more time?
Read it fast so it makes sense.
Yeah.
As a board consensus, we recognize and acknowledge an error was made in the delegation of clerk statutory duties. It is agreed upon that all elected officials statutory duties will stay with the elected official's office unless otherwise approved by board.
I have two recommendations for consideration. The very beginning. I think it's a motion, not a consensus.
But I put the consensus in there because we all had a consensus that we needed to do this to move on. Not that we're doing a motion, but by consensus, we agreed to do this motion.
Okay.
Or no.
And
But
I,
just motion to approve.
and I interpreted it as, we all agree that there was a mistake made, which I'm not sure we all do at this point. And so I was just allowing, a dissent vote to be clearly documented. And I think if we just put the word motion to instead of consensus. And then the second recommendation.
I think I may have screwed up your intent. Read that first part.
I think you
Okay.
might have.
I think I screwed you up.
As a board consensus, we recognize and acknowledge. Because we do, don't we? That's a consensus. We're all saying that, aren't we?
We have at least one board member that is not.
Well, she can vote no.
That's my point. So a motion, if it's board consensus, then I say we all agree on it, right? But in this case, we may not all agree on it. And so I'm just asking.
Oh, yeah,
that-
but this is moving forward.
That board
You're solving the
consensus
problem.
is replaced with motion.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that'd be better.
motion to,
Motion that board acknowledges. Before you finish it.
I'm listening.
Okay, at the transition period point in the statement. Where we begin to look at this as all elected offices. Could I recommend, and it is further agreed. Statutory duties remain with that elected office.
There you go. That means their deputy can do it.
Going to be.
Yeah, I got it. No problem.
Okay, I got it. Motion that the board, sorry. Motion that the board acknowledges an error was made in delegation of clerk statutory duties, and it is further agreed that all statutory duties will stay within each elected official's office unless otherwise pre-approved by board action.
There you go.
And I'd like to add in here, no further action to be taken. So that we know we're done and it's moved on. How do you feel about that? That's the whole point of this, so we can move
It
on.
is, you're right. Yeah, you're right. So.
But I think we already put that to bed with the first motion, the motion to make the clerk repay the 2450 passed, was defeated. I think that clears.
Okay,
I think that.
so you don't need to, we don't
I
need
think
to
that
muddy
clears
that.
that. To me, that it's a dead issue.
All right, so. Cheryl, you want me to read it? Sure. Motion that the board acknowledges an error was made in
Okay,
delegation.
hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Acknowledges that
An
an
error
error
was
was
made in delegation of clerk statutory duties. Period. And it is further agreed that all statutory duties will stay within each elected official's office unless otherwise pre-approved by board action. That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Any questions? Is that your motion, Ardella?
That's my motion.
I'll second.
I
Oh,
already.
that-
I'm
you
sorry.
done already did.
Motion made, seconded. Further discussion? Roll call and ready.
Hop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes,
Valmuth,
I'm gonna vote, I still think you owe the people an apology, Cheryl, so I'm gonna vote, give you the benefit of the doubt and vote yes, but you still owe them an apology.
Gus, yes, Glenn,
Yes.
thank you, guys.
Yeah,
Good work on that motion.
absolutely. Schedule next budget session. Unfinished business number 6.
Calendar's out.
What about if we just say 4 o'clock today? It was my hope to speed this one along.
Tell you that EBA is on the calendar, but they're on the. So that date.
Do we have 15 days in advance yet of the meeting day? Okay,
So we're in February or March?
February.
February?
yeah, I think we pretty much got to do it February. Don't we all agree on that?
Yep.
next week, Monday is open. Well, this is during the day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. There's a PrAC meeting in here on Tuesday night. There's a PC subcommittee meeting in here on Wednesday night. You said there's nothing for ZBA? No cases? And then there's February, there's Monday and Tuesday of the last 27th to 28th.
Is anyone opposed to, I know we said we didn't want to do Monday meetings anymore, but could we do one maybe at? Should we do one in the evening, Monday evening?
You got to, because I'm working till 5. On Monday,
Okay, so what does your Tuesday look like?
open.
Could we do Tuesday at 9?
That's the 21st.
That would be 21, yep,
I can.
I can.
I can.
let's take it. And I know that planning,
This will be the general fund,
yeah, let's make it all funds.
all funds.
Let's just make it all funds.
Don, you still want to do that? Because you got a meeting that night. Isn't that your prac meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, you're all right with
If we're
that?
not out of here by 7, I gotta leave.
I'm just telling you, I just want to make sure you didn't want 2 meetings in one day was okay.
Well, I have to leave by 3, so,
Okay,
and I will be leaving.
I'm good on Tuesday.
Actually, I have to leave by, yeah, 3. And so the county has got their thing on Friday, the County Road Commission.
24th.
Yep. Are you going to that?
I'm not interested in Friday meetings. I won't be here.
And my Thursday is full.
I only got Tuesday. Wednesday, I gotta go in at 3.
So I was gonna say, could we do back-to-back meetings, Tuesday and Wednesday at 9?
I could do that. Worst case scenario, if the second person doesn't show up for work, I'd have to leave at 11, but I can do 9.
I have a doctor's appointment at 1:30.
So let's just plan like a 9 to nooner, right? I
can
mean,
do
if
that.
everybody has their questions and their recommendations ready to go. Our budget process is much like our meetings. It takes way too much time, right? And
Agreed.
so if Della, you tell me you want $50,000 for a piece of software, I'm gonna say,
What?
I'm gonna say, show me the documentation. And then I say we move on as a board. We do our research outside of the board meeting
Absolutely.
itself. And then we redline that particular budget item or whatever. I mean, I'm just trying to find a way to be more efficient, right?
I agree.
All right,
Um,
so I put it in for the 22nd from 9 to 1. Is that okay with everybody?
22nd, 9 AM to. Oop, wrong button.
Because I got. the
I'm gonna
same-
go noon.
I've
so-
got the same situation on the 23rd. I got back to back. General and cardiac, so. I can't seem to get them all in the
Do
same
9 to noon,
day.
9 to noon. Cheryl, does that work? 22nd, 9 to noon?
Oh, the 22nd at 9 works for me.
So the 21st, we're doing a 9 to a question mark, right?
And the 22nd can be a 9 to question mark. I'm just leaving at a certain time on both days.
Me too.
So, but that doesn't mean the rest of the board members can't continue on.
We need to put any days into the next week after that. So 7th, 28th, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd. I can't do it on the 3rd.
So let's get through.
I can't do
those.
it on the 28th either. Sorry.
Let's get through those.
Last day to
days.
collect. Why do I not have that in my calendar?
I don't know. Does she have to work late that night?
Statutorily.
Let's get through those 2 days and see where we
That's what I
land.
was-
It's not on my calendar.
Because I'm really hopeful by those 2 meetings.
We should be done.
Well, we could produce something where Cheryl wants to take those numbers, get them into her program, and then produce something for the board to review and double check, and then we meet on that as a final day. Is that kind of fit into your schedule, Cheryl?
Yeah, I then we'll have to come up with a day for that. And then, of course, we start getting into board of review,
Yep.
that week of the 13th of March. And so that's not going to be a good week to do the budget public hearing. I think I only have to post that for 48 hours.
The budget?
Or I'll have to
The
look at
public
that.
hearing?
The budget public hearing, it's less time, or maybe it's a week.
I was gonna say, you gotta give.
It's
them
less
more than
time than for
24
a
hours to read it.
ordinance.
We target
public
that
hearing.
date now for that.
Yeah, let's
So-
do.
Let's
That would be helpful because because we
take
have,
March 22nd as the potential budget public hearing.
I can't do that unless you do it at night.
I'm fine with that night.
I think it should be at night because it gives the opportunity of the people to be here.
there won't be many here.
Never has been.
They're not interested.
You still gotta. give
Uh,
them
Or do we
better-
want to take that Tuesday?
Started at 6 o'clock, and I also suggest that nothing else be put on the agenda but the budget public hearing.
There you
because
go.
That is a complicated meeting with all the resolutions and all that kind of stuff, so it's really best left to its own meeting.
I can't do it on in the evening of the 21st because of the prac meeting, but I can do it in the
Oh.
morning.
It's the
I can do the
22nd,
20
I thought she said.
He said the 21st.
I
I can do it during the day on the 21st. I can do
You
it
wanna-
at 9 a.m. on 21st.
Just remember that the budget document has to be posted for some period of time so that people who probably aren't going to look at it anyways, but that anyone who wants to look at it can come in here and get a copy, or they can look at it on the website. And we typically have allowed at least a week for that to happen. So, that gets it, that I've got to have it ready to be posted on the 15th, which means we have to finalize it before the 15th of March.
So stay with the 22nd if we want to do an evening meeting.
Yep. Or the 21st if you want to AM.
What's the board's preference?
Well, I think let's just take a second there and back into these dates based on what Cheryl just said. So looking at a date for a public hearing, you got to back up 7 days, then you have to give us the time to finalize it ourselves in a meeting, right? We're talking about pulling this together on the 21st and 22nd. That allows Cheryl to combine or,
I have to
Totally.
add all the numbers in the general.
pull it all together, yeah, and then that's got to come out, and we need to have a meeting on that to make sure that there aren't any changes or whatever changes there are. To then have something to put forth for a public meeting.
So we need a meeting earlier in March to do the final once over on it before we have our public hearing.
Yeah, so
Yep.
Cheryl, if we
I
have the
would-
meeting on the 21st and 22nd, what's reasonable in terms of turning around those numbers?
Well, I'll have them all in by the last meeting, and it would just be the final tweaks, but I would suggest probably Wednesday, March 8th for the final look through before budget public hearing
So is everybody available on March 8th?
No,
at 9 AM.
Would it have to be an evening appointment for you?
well, that's the supervisors meeting. I mean, I
What
wouldn't.
about the
have to
9th?
Attend. And then the county has got,
I've missed clerks meetings for our meetings. I missed our clerk meeting last week. Now I'm missing our clerks meeting this week because of the Thursday meeting, which I don't really want to miss, but I already said I'd be at this meeting. We're going to be talking about some really important election stuff.
so county emergency management has a meeting on March 7th.
Is that the open house for the EOC?
I don't think it's open house.
It's not.
Well, we
Workshop.
can hold the tweaking session on the 8th. I'll just be gone by 11:30. By that time, the tweak session should be,
It should be easy to do.
Uh-huh. All right, so 8th from 9 to 11. Right?
So we're scratching out the 21st or 22nd.
No, we're not.
No. No,
No.
No, we need.
that's
both in order
February
to-
21st and 22nd at 9
I'm
a.m.
talking about the March one, the March, you're still keeping the March 21st,
We haven't
22nd?
got that finalized yet because we're trying to figure out what the last day is that we're gonna look at the entire budget.
Yeah, I'm just kind of reverse engineering this, so.
That's okay. I just gotta write it
So
down right.
Then we're 21st, 22nd, then the 8th, then assuming that winds up, then Cheryl, that gives you the proper amount of time to post it for people to review.
Yep,
And then we have that public hearing on which date now?
we were talking about March 22nd. Last year, we held it on March 21st. You do have the option of the most of the next week of March 27th through the 31st to hold the public hearing. I likely will not be here
I will
during that
not
week,
also. I'm going that week.
and I may not even be here on the 22nd. But by that time, the work is all done.
Okay, so
I prefer the 22nd at 9 a.m.
It's good with me.
public
That's
hearing,
March, right?
yes.
Okay, let's check that date. Okay, you're doing the 22nd. I won't be here. I'll be here till 11. I'll be here 9 to 10:30.
It won't be over by then.
Well, if you do it in the morning, I'm working, so I'm gone at 11 and.
Well, what's your
March
time you
5.
can't be here? On that day or the day prior?
I could do the 21st. I can't do the 22nd of March.
So we could do the 21st of March then at 9 a.m. That would leave Don here most of the day. I can't imagine that the budget public hearing would last more than 3 hours.
It shouldn't.
I'm gonna say it's gonna be less than that.
So 21st at 9 a.m. Okay, so just to recap, I've got February 21st at 9 a.m.
Hold on a minute.
Okay.
Okay, yep.
I have Wednesday, the 22nd at 9 a.m.
Mhm.
Then fast forward to March 8th from 9 to 11. And then the public hearing on March 21st at 9 a.m.
Yes.
What I have.
Okay,
That's what I have.
just one, thank you.
Okay.
I have to get this in the minutes. Got it.
Yeah. Good to go?
Yep.
Okay. I think we already dealt with new business number 1.
Mhm.
Which was the Metro Act.
What about this resignation? Is that under new business?
I
Yeah,
said
that's under number 7.
Oh, I put it under old.
New business number 2 is incompatible offices.
I make a motion to send this topic to legal for direction on legality of additional compensation when township board members are serving on committees or boards.
Can we add besides board members, commission members? Or committee members?
I'll second that for discussion. 'Cause I
Okay.
just, I like where you're at, but I just think we're missing one thing, so.
Okay, so hold on.
Sorry,
I,
Cheryl.
I didn't know if that was in the packet or you just came up with that. So
I
I'm
just came up with that. 'cause
okay, you're
the-
gonna have to repeat it because I
Sure.
didn't.
With that
Motion
one.
by
off the
Ben.
top of your head,
Yeah,
not the other.
packet Because
I
I
see.
saw motion, so
I see.
know where we're heading. So we need to find out if it's legal or not. So that's why I wrote what I wrote. Motion to send this topic on incompatible offices to legal for direction on legality of additional compensation when township board members are serving on committees or boards.
Do you want to add the committee members to that too? Or do you want people to just put time slips in and then they get paid for something?
So hang on a second.
You seconded that, Don?
Yes, I did.
Motion by Bennett to send this topic to legal on incompatible offices for legality of
For
Addition-
direction on legality of,
or direction. Okay,
Legality of additional compensation when township board members are serving on committees or boards. We've been doing it the whole time, so.
No, I understand. I think I want to add some commentary to that.
Okay.
well, I have some commentary too.
Would you like to go first?
Sure. As I understand it, it had to do with whether Don would get paid for attending the PrAC meetings.
No. That's incorrect.
Okay. Then why does it say?
Go ahead and finish your thought.
Jared, you would not be submitting application for payment in regard to his additional services with PrAC. I guess to that statement, I just want to make it clear for everybody that no one on a board, on this board, has ever gotten paid one time to attend the PrAC meeting, ever.
And I believe that is wrong. If you're going to pay a board member to be on the planning commission and the ZBA, which we have to have by law because we have a zoning ordinance, you've set a precedent that if you're going to serve on a committee on a regular basis, you should be compensated for it.
Okay, well, let me just finish. So Carol didn't get compensated for that. I didn't, you didn't get compensated for that, Della, and I did not get compensated for that.
Right?
Did you serve on PrAC?
I did.
Yeah, she
Really?
did for a couple. She was on it,
I was when it was originated.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
until 2015. So
I've
several
served my
years.
time.
So, and the reason I think that there was a differentiation between a board member being the liaison to the Parks and Rec Committee or the liaison to the Planning Commission or the Township Board Rep to the Planning Commission or to the Zoning Board of Appeals is that the PrAC Board liaison does not have a vote on that committee, where the Township Board representative to the Planning Commission and the Zoning Board of Appeals does have a vote on those bodies. And that's the reason why I think there was the differentiation in that. The additional activities compensation program says that non-salaried board members can be compensated for additional time they spend. So
And I
doing something assigned by the board.
And I guess to me, it's never really mattered that we chose not to let a board member vote on PrAC. Because that was a board consensus. We voted to not allow them to vote. It doesn't matter to me if they're voting or not, they're still giving time. Just like PC member is,
Yep.
just like ZBA member is. The differencing between the committees or the boards that you're serving on shouldn't matter. You're doing additional duties outside your statutory duties. You should be compensated. And I've always felt that way, but no, I wasn't always, when I first started, I wasn't always vocal about how I felt about
What?
certain things.
Oh, you had me
you
right up
missed
to
it.
that point where you were
I'm
quiet.
gonna start the timer right now. You missed those good old days.
I'm not buying that.
So my take on this was that the genesis of this was that Clearwater Township ended up having, you know, a issue with a dual role, and when in thinking, when looking at the Parks and Recreation Manager role, I kind of equated that to a position that would be, let's say, we decided to hire a code enforcement officer. Not saying that we would. Then I say I want to do that, but that enforcement officer, technically under Incompatible Act, is subservient to the board. And so would be a Parks and Rec manager. I can't resign from this. I can't be on this board and apply for the Parks and Rec manager job. That I started looking at this. And so my comment came up in passing when Ron and I were talking about the job description, you know, how we're posting it. And I had just mentioned, I think where it got twisted a little bit was that I said the liaison role, that had nothing to do with it. It was just the question of having somebody assign duties. And I started to try to differentiate. So we asked somebody to write some grants and we pay them the hourly wage, the $18, and I think we voted on it at a point. Said to Heidi, we'd like you to write this grant for the fire truck. That is a task-oriented type of activity. She can or cannot want to claim for the $18 an hour. I think that's appropriate if she does in that case. I don't think, however, if I said, Heidi, I want you to go over to the fire station and I want you to record everything they've been doing for the next 6 months or 9 months. That would be an assignment of a job. And to me, that would be incompatible. So I think there's the questions that I have in my mind is there's some very thin lines here that seems to be what's incompatible. And if it's not incompatible, if it is incompatible, I just don't want to be the subject of a clawback of a, Ron, we were just on business, the on business 3 or whatever it was, that I'm going to spend time as an ambassador to help shepherd some of the park opening. Okay. Now, in my mind, if somebody said to me, I want you to spend 10 hours working on the website to update the website, then maybe I want to charge the $18 an hour because it's a temporary assignment. But to step in as a ambassador, I'm using a lack of a better term, and knowing that this could take, a month, it's going to take 2 months, 3 months. It's more of a long-term commitment. I think that's an incompatible position if I'm taking money for it. If I'm volunteering for it, I think that's a gray area. But I think if I'm taking money for it, not that I'm not going to, because I think I could be subject to possibly a clawback or some questioning of why I was doing that. So I've said, I believe that this is just not a one size fits all type of problem to me. I think it depends on the task. I think it depends on the duration. I think it depends on the reporting structure. But I think the key words always come back down to is as a trustee, am I subservient to the board in an activity that I'm doing that's not just a simple task, because I've been asked to do that. But if I'm put in a role that becomes answerable to the board on over a longer duration of time, am I putting myself into a violation of this statute? That's the crux. And I know that, and that's why I was glad to hear you say, because I just think I agree with you. I think it's the way we've done things, but there's a heightened sense of awareness out in the Grand Traverse County area with people looking at incompatible positions.
Sure.
And so,
The incompatible, incompatible offices, that statute or that law was not just wrote for within your legal entity. It was also if you were doing a job that, like you said, would be subservient or over the current job. For perfect example, clerk in Union Township resigned when she got a full-time job at the Postal Service. Federal government subsides over. She couldn't hold both positions.
You know, the only person that can do that is a fireman or a policeman, and they have to resign and be reappointed.
So, I think so long ago, sorry guys, but when the Park and Rec Advisory Committee was formed, there was a legal opinion on how to go about it. It was requested by the Township Board. They gave us guidance on it. And yeah,
What's that,
there
Cheryl?
was,
We already have an opinion on that.
On
Yeah.
what?
Incompatible offices, I
yeah.
believe. Way back.
So that, I mean, I cannot tell you word for word what it said because that was so long ago and I didn't pull it out. That's, I mean, maybe we don't need to go to legal. Maybe we need to just look at what was already given to us at one point.
So I tried to access, I think, what Cheryl is referring to. And I'm gonna put myself out on a limb here. I was interim zoning administrator for a while. And I think that's when we got the opinion from Patterson
Yep,
about incompatible offices.
that's right.
And
That was it.
Do you remember?
I
it
could
having-
not locate that.
Do you recall it having something to do with the size of our township?
No,
The-
I don't.
Yes,
Because
they-
small
they-
townships have exemptions from certain things.
They do.
We're over it.
I don't believe it. I don't believe we're exempt from that. I do agree that there's a number in there and I don't know what it is off the top of my head,
Yeah.
Well,
but
on page 105 of the little red book, it talks about Incompatible Public Offices Act. And it says that this statute states that incompatible offices means public offices held by a public official, which, when the official is performing the duties of any of the public offices held by the official, results in any of the following with respect to those offices held: the subordination of one public office to another. This isn't that situation. The supervision of one public office by another. That's not this situation. A breach of duty of public office. And then further down, it says, it says a breach of duty arises when a public official holding dual offices cannot protect, advance, or promote the interests of both offices simultaneously. This board liaison or even Parks and Rec manager isn't something I think that can't be.
the board
Done.
liaison, Joe, I don't mean,
Okay.
I don't see any issue with the board.
Right,
liaison.
right. Okay, so
The-
then let me just go down here. In a township that has a population of less than 40,000, however, that's us, the act does not prohibit a public officer or employee from serving as emergency medical personnel, serving as firefighter, police chief, fire chief, police officer, or public safety officer in the township, as long as that person does not negotiate collective bargaining agreements with the township on behalf of such positions. And the third one that it says does not prohibit a public officer or employee from performing additional services for the township as authorized by the township board, MCL 15.183. The additional services must be for the township,
That's on page 120.
105.
Okay, yeah, there's I don't have my manual with me, but there's contradictory reading on incompatible offices on page 120 from page 121. Is what I was focusing in on, and I left my book on the table when I came. I forgot it. My recollection, it's up towards the top there in the middle on page
Yeah.
20, and then it reads again on towards the bottom part of 121. And that's where it talks about being subservient, if I remember.
Yeah, I think this just basically says the same thing, and to me, the Parks and Rec manager is not an office. Public office. But, and I think that.
What's an
before we-
employee?
I think before we go to legal, I think we need to dig out that other opinion and see if that sheds any light on this situation.
So it's not an emergency situation here.
No.
If we can take the time to pull out that other legal opinion.
I'm fine with
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
So
I would agree.
I'll remove my motion.
And it also says a township board member is not prohibited from voting to assign him or herself additional duties or to establish the compensation for the additional duties, and a case is cited for that.
Yeah, and again, that goes back to my earlier statement. If somebody said, Don, write this grant, it's gonna take 6 hours and you can be compensated under our program of $18 an hour. I'm gonna have to crash course, put some time. Maybe I take them, maybe I'd say, okay, I'll turn in, but for something that is a couple months in duration, I just feel like that's over the top. Somebody said, well, we're gonna pay you $18 an hour. I don't think that's right. I think that becomes that's where I'm hung up. So it's the task versus the duration
And I understand your point about 2 offices, or maybe Cheryl read it. So let's say you're park manager and let's say we want to buy a new dock. Let's say we want to buy a new dock. It's within your purchasing power as manager to do that, as long as you follow the PO, but you may not vote for it as a board member.
Mhm.
That's interesting thought.
That's not
You'd
how it's
have-
been handled.
You'd have to recuse
That's not
yourself.
how what has been handled, Cheryl.
If the park manager brings a expenditure to the township board,
No, he or she has the opportunity to make the purchase following,
Purchasing guidelines.
purchasing guidelines. But that same board member may not approve it when it comes to bills payable.
who says?
I'm just creating the circumstance because there's something like that in ZBA, right? You can't vote on a topic
That's
that
coming back to the township to be voted. on.
that's coming back to the township to be voted on. It creates
Right.
that circular pattern there. And maybe he's uncovered a flaw in what we've done earlier. Maybe Don has
Yeah.
uncovered a flaw.
Yeah,
I don't know.
trying
I
to
see
go back- I'm
that.
not trying to go back on this. I'm just trying to
No.
say going forward, like you are, just you're not gonna unring the bell. What do we need to do going?
Well, we
forward?
haven't paid anything yet, first of all.
Right.
Right.
And so I looked at the Clearwater and again, I'm going out on a limb here, right? I don't know what the circumstances were over at Clearwater, but I understand that the supervisor did interim zoning. And so if that was a duty that the board assigned to him, just like this board assigned to me
Twice.
twice, I could be in the same situation.
It's in the,
But that's why we
That's
got a
not
legal
planning.
opinion on it, and I think Cheryl's right, we need to just pull that out. And
well, it's also in
read,
this book. It's also on page 85 of the planning and zoning book.
So should
about
we
the
table this
supervisor
item?
zoning.
So
I think so, I've withdrawn my
I
motion,
withdraw my second.
so we can bring this back at a later time.
Cheryl, when, is it possible to recover that?
I probably have it
Do you
saved in
think
the
they were
file.
providing written legal opinions then, or were they coming via email?
Well, their legal opinions are always attached to an email.
mean,
I'm
it's-
sure we can, I'm sure I have it.
Even in those days?
Yeah, weren't they
What's
sitting at the
changed?
table?
No,
No, we've never had, no.
That could be part of the problem.
What did you ask, Heidi?
I said, did you guys have an attorney at the table once long ago? I don't know.
No,
how
that
far
was,
back you're going.
that was 3 boards ago, 4 boards ago, 5 boards ago.
So you're gonna provide the legal opinion that addressed interim zoning,
Incompatible offices.
incompatible offices.
That's what I believe it had to do with.
Yeah, and I think you're right. Yeah. And it was all around regarding the interim zoning.
Because actually the zoning ordinance said that the supervisor can't serve as the
Right.
zoning administrator. But we went around that and then some people brought it up and that's why we got the opinion.
No, I think we got the opinion before we did it, didn't we? I don't know.
Well, I don't know. It will, the date of it will show, but I'll dig it out. I'm sure I have it.
I was surprised that this particular business item had been recommended to legal, and then we decided not to.
when was that, Ron?
Whenever we adopted the additional compensation program. It was actually in the minutes. I think I put it in my, it was in my memo. Review of notes and minutes indicated a motion to send this topic to legal was rescinded during an 11/9/21 Township Board meeting.
Maybe because we had the legal opinion from before and we had it available to us.
It was the 10/19/21 board meeting. You have it right on page 222. That approval date at the top is not the date of the minutes. But yeah, there was a motion by Heidi to send it, the concept of the assistant compensation program at that time to legal, and then it was withdrawn.
Yeah, good catch. That is from the. from
Yeah, the date of the minutes is always at the bottom.
Right. My mistake. So I don't know, I don't know why we didn't continue, but we didn't.
And then it was not even approved until 3/8. So what happened in all that interim, I don't know.
Right.
But if we went to them or not, but anyways.
Quit
It
yawning.
was 5
sorry.
months later before it was actually approved.
Okay, so we're gonna bring this one back in March, I guess, right?
Apparently.
Hi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, wait a minute, you have no idea how I identify. Yeah,
Peace
that's
out.
worded forever.
Gosh.
Are we the new business number 3?
Motion to adopt resolution 23-02, Whitewater Township Poverty Guideline Resolution as amended.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I'm sorry, that was Whitewater Township Poverty Resolution? As amended?
Correct. I'm just reading the motion that's in the packet.
Right.
And so if
Yeah,
there,
Well, I thought you were doing that
Poverty.
last time too.
Poverty guideline resolution. Is that what you have?
Mm-hmm.
No, I had poverty
Poverty guideline
resolution, but did she say
resolution.
guideline?
It's po-
Okay, sure,
Poverty guideline resolution.
sure.
and there's 2 big changes here if we're in discussion. And it has to do with, the State Tax Commission now has told us we're actually going to use the 2022 numbers for 2023. Whereas before, we were always
Waiting. to see what
waiting
we
for
had.
the health department to come up with the 2023 numbers. But now we have guidance that we're using last year's numbers, really. And I guess that was about the only change. And the state tax commission now gives us a bulletin with the number on it. So we're no longer using the health department's number. In case anybody was interested.
Certainly seems more efficient.
It was much easier to put it together, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Mhm. So roll call when ready.
Valmuth,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes,
Pop,
Yes. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
I'll make the motion to adopt resolution 2301, 2023, 2024 fiscal year meeting dates.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded for their discussion. I have one. February 13th of 2024. Is that a good date for you, Ardella?
say that again.
February 13th of 2024. Is that a good date for you?
It is.
It's better than
Was it not?
14th.
It's fine. I've checked the list. We're good.
Okay. Didn't realize you could throw your voice.
It was pretty good, wasn't it? No, I did check the list before, otherwise I would have asked for some changes.
Roll call when ready.
Goss, yes, Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes,
Pop,
Yes.
Valmuth,
Yes.
ARPA Fund Recreation. Anybody have questions on the memo I provided?
Make a motion, don't we?
Motion to fund broadband expansion services in Whitewater Township to 41% of Whitewater Township's ARPA allocation.
okay, hold on just a minute. Fund broadband.
It's as
expansion
written
ser-
on page
okay,
2.
As written,
Yep.
all right.
And to fund the fire truck at 31.5% of Whitewater Township ARPA allocation. And to fund future recreation projects to be determined at 27.5% of Whitewater Township's ARPA allocation.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion.
I'm
Go
just not seeing why we're redoing this.
I'm not either.
Okay.
Help me understand.
Yeah, so I think as I've kind of tried to outline here in the memo. We had Melissa in front of us, right? And she says, well, you guys approved the trail project. Well, no, we didn't. I'm not even
Okay.
seeing anything on the trail
All
project.
right, I'm good.
But she kept saying, yes, you did. You called me out for being negative. And I totally get that. I totally get it because I was confused. I don't believe I voted to fund a particular project.
No, we didn't.
Especially one that hadn't been brought to my attention. So I think it was Melissa that also said it's in the 10, 17, 20, 22 minutes. Well, there, I go read the minutes, and sure enough. It says that we voted to fund the trail projects. And that is not what I voted on, according to the video. And so I'm just clearing up what I'm not even going to call a mistake. It's an interpretation of what the motion was. And I believe we did assign that dollar or that percentage figure to recreation fund, but not to a specific project.
Well, we've talked it repeatedly over and over again ad nauseum about how to go forward with projects.
Mhm.
So I believe we've got that set, how we're gonna, this board is going to react to projects that are coming before us. Unless I've missed something, anything that the town, that the Park and Rec is advising us that needs to be done has a set standard of, at least in my eyes, how we're gonna move forward as a board in approving these projects. So that's why I'm not understanding why we need to redo the motion. Because I'm seeing that we've already dealt with the situation of getting control of projects and how they're dealt with and how they're approved and what manner they go. I mean, we've talked ad nauseum about this over and over again. So I think we're all aware of it. That's what I guess I'm just confused about.
Okay, the importance.
Yeah,
Okay, because the minutes say we approved those projects.
no, they don't.
No,
No, they
you
do
can
not.
put it, I see where your context is. I see where her context
This is the one that brought it to my attention.
Well, that was
Well,
Melissa speaking. That's not the board agreeing.
Right,
Well,
but
I can see her interpretation.
Right.
Right?
I could too, but it only says we're giving X, she still has to come to the board with approval. And we're only giving a percentage amount
And the board
to
is,
fund the projects. Not just a specific project. Just a small steps.
Yeah, sure.
It's really a distinction without a difference. Melissa and certain people do misinterpret exactly what the board has done sometimes and know the motion, the original motion, which you have set out in your memo here, does not fund, it does not approve any specific trail projects. It says, and to fund Lassie Road Nature Trail and Battle Creek Natural Area trail projects, but it doesn't say what trail projects. There's more than one trail project. And it's not, it just setting aside 27.5% of the township's ARPA allocation to trail projects. And that from the survey is what the park survey and the ARPA survey, people want money spent on trails. And so it doesn't approve, she has no approval, the Parks and Rec Committee has no approval for any specific project. This
that has
doesn't,
to go through normal channels.
it has to
Yep.
go, it has to be brought to the board. We want to spend this much
Spend it.
money. And we want
Yeah,
to,
but
this
it's
is what we want to
context.
do, a description of the project. This is how much all the elements of the project are gonna cost. Here's the total amount. All of that has to happen and is not covered under the original ARPA motion. And as far as Lossy Road Nature Trail and Battle Creek Natural Area Trail projects, that's what they are. They're trails. We're not gonna put a playground out there.
I think the context.
It's trail projects. So, and that is, and remember that last year, a couple trail projects did get postponed for a year, and that $40,000 worth of money got taken out of the parks and out of the recreation fund budget for that stuff. So I don't think the new motion is necessary because it's clear, I believe, to all the board members that she misspoke and we didn't approve with that previous motion, with the original motion, any specific trail project.
Cheryl, read that motion again.
Which one?
So as,
Without, read the motion, the original motion that was made.
I just did.
Okay, but read it like you don't, read it like you're not the clerk. I think the word fund has to come out of there. Because I think that's where maybe
We used fund with all the other ones,
Yeah.
the word fund,
what you,
Fund.
No,
No,
just to fund the fire truck at.
specifically, my disagreement is that the motion I voted on clearly in the recording states that we are setting this money aside for the recreation. It does not say trail.
okay.
And so I still am committed to give that fund, those funds to the recreation department. But I am not, and I did not vote to give it to a trail project.
So you're saying that this written motion that's here that you've taken out of board meeting minutes
Yep,
is wrong?
I'm saying that is not what the recording shows.
And what the recording says doesn't matter. What's in the minutes is what matters.
And that's exactly why I'm bringing it back to the board.
Yeah,
Because I knew
yep,
you would say that.
yep, so, and now he's got to refund, he's got to redo his motion because he feels that he voted, yes, I'll support your projects, bring me the projects. I didn't
Correct.
say that I would support trails.
Correct. Now, I do understand that the ARPA survey said trails. I get that. But now, for example, I personally believe in developing high prey first,
Right.
right? Because that's where all of our assets are centered. And so to eliminate High Prey Park with the words that are in the 1017 minutes,
Takes high prey out of the equation.
I think is unfair to High Prey. Now, we haven't had that discussion yet. And that's for another day.
well, let me interject. As the liaison to the PrAC, I would want this language cleaned up with this motion for the simple fact you just hit on something.
Yeah.
I know of a PrAC, there is a PrAC member working vigilantly, collecting detail for a toddler park type of building on a secondary park at High Prey for designed specifically towards toddlers. Okay, nobody's talked about the funding yet. Haven't seen any proposals, haven't seen any, but I think it's an injustice not to just correct this and say it's in the recreation fund. And as they bring projects forward, then this board will have, look at how to fund those
I thought
projects.
that's how we did.
But I think that the narrow scope of focus on this is not the intent, and it would make this issue go away so that other projects. I'm really trying to encourage the PrAC to look at projects throughout the entire community and not just the trails. And I think this would go a long way in helping.
I do
support that.
too.
Wherever the money ends up, the money will end up. But this is a big step to get their mind, that advisory committee to focus across the broad spectrum of the community.
Correct.
So. Yeah, sure.
Well, in those same 1017 minutes, right before you made the original motion, it says 2 grant applications for trail work at Battle Creek Natural Area and Lossy Road Nature Trail will be submitted. Those were submitted. One of those was received for the Lossy Road Nature Trail. And that's why the township money was gonna dovetail with this other county ARPA money and hopefully get one of these trail projects completed. And the Lossy Road Nature Trail project that they've been working on for the longest time and talking about, and we've heard about it for probably the entire time I've been on the board, I think, is about mitigating that wetland area on Lossy Road Nature Trail, which has been a problem for a very long time. And they want to get that corrected. And I think that they need these funds to go toward that. We got the $95,917 from the county towards that. But where early indications are that that's not gonna be enough
Okay,
money.
then bring the project
Excuse me,
back
Heidi,
forward.
please don't interrupt anyone on the board. They need that money to be able to take that money, the township ARPA money, and put it towards that and finally get that project done. Another, when you want to talk about High Prairie Park, something that's been on the drawing board way longer than a toddler playground is the walking trail over there. And to me, that's way more important than a toddler playground. I've been over there for games. Toddlers play on the equipment that's over there with their parents' assistance.
So let's be
And
clear.
so
I'm not-
anyways, I'm just saying that the original language was used because of the county ARPA applications that were going in, and it was meant to support the funding that was hopefully going to be coming from the county. That's all. It's just-
And I'd like to be clear, I'm not advocating a toddler playground. There
Right.
is discussion by the PrAC,
Sure.
and I have no further details to add to that.
Right, yeah. I mean, we got projects up the wazoo in this township at all 9 of our locations.
So are we gonna make a motion to fix it? We're gonna make a motion to
Well,
fix it?
I put the motion, motions on the board.
I understand that, but
Yeah.
maybe you don't like it.
No, I don't think we're telling PrAC that they can't do, right? Correct. The Lossy Road thing, I'm just saying that I did not vote and the motion was not for the trails. Now, yep, we might have given somebody the authority to write a grant for the trails just before that. And it would lend one to think that, okay, we're going to support the trails or whatever. I'm not saying we're not going to. I'm just saying that I didn't, the motion was not for them to be allocated to the trail projects.
Are you saying that the motion is incorrectly in the minutes?
Yes, that's what he's saying.
No, that's not the case. That's not the case. Those motions are taken down. Usually they're read back. That is not the case. That's the motion that was made.
So any additional discussion? Roll call when ready.
Can I get the motion read again, please?
Yeah. So the
Motion by Pop to fund broadband expansion services in Whitewater Township to 41% of Whitewater Township's ARPA allocation, and to fund the fire truck at 31.5% of Whitewater Township's ARPA allocation, and to fund future recreation projects to be determined at 27.5% of Whitewater Township's ARPA allocation, second by Glenn.
Okay. Thank you.
roll call.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, no. Valmuth,
Yes.
Bennett.
Yes.
Motion passes. Okay. Eagle View Agreement.
Nope, we already did.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, we talked about it. We didn't do anything. Okay.
Motion to authorize supervisor to sign the agreement to cost share, Eagle View, oblique and ortho aerial imagery with Grand Traverse County dated January 12, 2023, in the amount of $13,458.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I just want to make one comment. If this would have been already up here in your last tree storms, you might have got some FEMA money. That's all I have to say.
No.
Okay, you
Our
can-
last storm was a complete wash. It was a conversation between our fire chief and Greg Bird, emergency manager, who was out of state when it happened. And Brandon said, no, we're all good. So
I get that.
it's,
But if we would have had this, it would have helped us.
it screwed us, quite frankly. And I realize that chief does a good job 99.999% of the time. But this is the one time he should have said, let's get back to you.
Okay. and
End of
here-
story.
But you have to remember also something. The mitigation for high winds and tornadoes was taken out of their equation.
It was.
So
yeah.
he couldn't declare, he would have had to scream awful loud. But
Got
I
it.
agree with you. Someone should have, at least the Coast Guard should have done damage assessment above.
And
That's
that-
my only beef, but.
And
this
that
would
is
have-
exactly what happened in 2015. Coast Guard did a flyover and poof, compared it with the GIS information and away we went.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. We didn't need this to have that done in 2015. And also we got back almost every dollar we spent on that.
Yep.
From the state.
So, my
God.
viewpoint is because of the disaster mitigation, because it is adding an additional tool to our assessor and to our zoning administrator and possibly to our code enforcement people, if we have any someday. I'm
Or if we
going
decide
to,
to
I'm
enforce
going to be voting to support this.
The way your comments, I think, are spot on in terms of the benefits, but I'm kind of on the other side. It's right now, what I heard from Jim Baker was basically that, they're doing the oblique and the ortho, and you're going to get 2 flyovers, and you go, yeah, that's got some value. But when you look at the other things that have to possibly be add-ons that would help code enforcement, zoning. And I mean, when you look at the change detection, the virtual inspection, the vegetation management, and I mentioned code enforcement, you start looking at those items, and what I heard from Jim Baker was those are add-ons. And those
Yeah.
are things, those are the things to me that seem to have a lot of value. But then we go right back to what we talked about recently, the cart before the horse. We don't have anybody that's gonna, do code enforcement. Who's gonna look at change detection? Who's gonna look for, structures that shouldn't be there that popped up, and
Probably our assessor.
so,
Didn't they say you got to pick 3 though with that amount?
so, and then, again, the question I have is that you have these, I think you brought it up, that there is the ortho on the GIS currently today.
Updated last year and set to be updated this year.
Yeah, so,
At no cost to us.
correct. And so when you look at, the $13,500, and the fact is that, if we want if the county is going to use the current data, or keep the data currently and keep it going forward after the 6 years, this is going to be a reoccurring cost. And so the question becomes is the value to the township today, the value to the township today I don't think goes any further than, I thought to ask Dawn the question about the value of it. But what exists today has just been updated 2022. if we don't have the other plans in place, is this really good money being spent? Because we don't have a code enforcement. We don't have, Bob works 1 day a week. Does he have time to look at, using it as a zoning ordinance tool to look for change detection or virtual inspections? And
I know
so,
he uses it, but I don't know to
Yeah.
what extent.
well, those capabilities don't exist today because those are add-ons. And so I'm questioning that the base product fits the base needs that we have, but we're getting that. We're getting that because through a GIS at no cost to us. Approving the $13,000 seems to be just shifting the cost sharing to us. But if we want those other things that would be of value, we'd have to pay for them. He said you could invoice, the township could modify and add on to the existing GIS, the Eagle View contract, if we wanted those things. But then I go, why would I want them, but why would I want them now until we had a plan in place to actually use them? So I know that sounds kind of convoluted, but
No,
did I make some sense?
Cheryl, did you have other statements?
and I won't be supporting it because I don't think we can afford it. And this little township doesn't need what the oblique views. We don't really need that. And I think we have much more pressing things to spend money on.
So I did reach out to both Randy and Dawn.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Great.
And so Randy had actually used the product in a couple of his recent other gigs. And I think he said Peninsula Township signs on to this particular service. We know East Bay does. They were kind of the guinea pig several years ago, before COVID, to my understanding. And so both him and Dawn would support the purchase of this. Dawn would support the purchase because it allows her to look at the property and give some assessment idea about any changes that have happened, but we need a module to do that. Maybe not, and so what this does for the assessor, then they can take the overhead image and the oblique image, put it in their assessing file, and then take a picture. They take a picture of the mailbox or the driveway, which then completes their statutory requirement of reviewing each parcel or 20% of the parcels every year in the township.
So
Okay.
she doesn't have to drive there.
So she still has to drive there because how it's currently being handled in other townships that use this program. Assessors are physically taking pictures of the mailbox. And so those townships feel it keeps their assessors safer. Oddly enough, this year is a record year for people complaining that the assessor trespassed while looking around their property, okay?
Cause they all got ring cams.
Well, maybe.
Security cameras are probably a
Yeah,
big part of it.
probably, yeah. Dawn always leaves a card on the door, so the people knew we were there. But this year, I fielded a lot of phone calls. And each one of them, I'll say most of them indicated, we want to call before you step foot back on this property. Others, when I shared the reason we were there, to follow up, like on building permits that were closed in late 2021. So Dawn didn't have them on her list. At any rate, the complaints were in the tens this year, which is a record. But I too will be voting no, but I believe, for the reasons, I believe that this is a huge invasion of our privacy.
Absolutely.
And
That's what
I even
thought.
question.
Talk about spyware.
Yep, talk about balloons that are totally not spying.
Yeah,
This is our own government and we're paying them to do it?
Can't use drones, but you can use this.
Yeah, exactly, Cheryl. I just,
Yep.
the minute I saw this proposal, it's like the people we elected to that county board spent our tax money to spy on us. And quite frankly,
I'd be really curious to see if this isn't tied to the mitigation thing.
you
But-
can sell it whatever way you want to sell it. But, it's a good damn thing Daryl Nelson wasn't here because I want to know why they spent our tax money to spy on us.
Yeah, but I can 100% guarantee without talking to any of them, that was not their intent when they did this.
They didn't
Their
even think of
intent
that.
The
was
world
to
is full of,
provide-
the world is full of unintended
Right, but
consequences.
their intent was to provide an additional tool for code enforcement, for assessing,
Mhm.
For planning.
for planning,
Charge you more.
just like the 87,000 IRS agents.
Yeah.
It's not the same, guys.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Don't
You-
end that.
you-
So this might be the first thing you and I agree on in 2023.
Was spying. I'm sorry.
I gave my reason.
A cell phone, if you've got a tablet, if you've got a smart TV.
I get it.
they
That's
can
my
hear everything
choice.
that you say.
That's my choice.
That's right. You're gonna stop Google from doing their overhead because they are.
I get
Or
it.
you can do a 360 around your house. How are they getting that?
I get it.
I'm gonna say this has something to do with the mitigation, and it has a lot to do with planning. And it's probably gonna help them figure out where they need to put their housing. That's what I'm going with, because that's their 4 objectives. But you can ask Daryl, call him up.
It doesn't do any planning. They don't have county planning.
Yeah.
I'm ready to vote.
Me too. So the motion was as written on page 251. Does anybody need it reread?
Nope.
Okay. Are you,
Excuse
are you
me.
good, Heidi?
I'm going the opposite way. I have a different view on this, but okay.
Okay. So roll call when ready, please.
Valmuth,
Yep, I knew you were gonna do that.
Denick,
Yes.
Pop,
No.
Glenn,
No,
Goss, no.
Hope you never need a damage assessment, but go ahead.
I'll rely on the Coast Guard. I'll pay them more.
Oh my God, you guys, we are down to the last new business. item.
Yeah, we're down to added business. God, did I lose this letter?
Right here.
Okay.
got it?
I got a copy. I must have misplaced. Oh, no, there's the original.
Question,
Okay,
before you, because I don't, there's no motion, we just added it.
yeah, I just got this last night.
Technically, when we do, when a board member resigns, we do a letter of resignation and the board accepts it. And that's when it becomes final. But when our deputies resign or quit, I've never seen it brought to the board. Is there a reason we have to have this in front of us?
I think he's
Have-
just letting us know.
Have we ever had a deputy resign?
Well,
How long, Lois, how long you been here?
Betty did, and there was nothing in the board packet. And Llewellyn, Sue Llewellyn, is that her name? That was
Suzanne.
before me. Before Lois, she resigned. And there was nothing in the board packet on her. So I'm just, I know
It's
we
a
do
fair-
it.
it's a fair question. She's allowed to hire her deputy without the board approval. She's
Right.
allowed to hire her deputy without board approval.
We're allowed.
You're allowed to hire your
without board
deputy
approval.
without board
Maybe he
approval.
just did it out
Well,
of
they
respect.
approved the way she did.
Yeah,
The
we have
board
to
just
approve
makes
it.
the
Oh, thank you. Yes, correct.
It's up to you. Board doesn't want to hear it, board doesn't want to hear it.
Well, I mean, honestly, Ron Backy was terminated in payroll years ago, because he only ever turned in hours, one pay period. He was only ever paid one pay period. He might have come
Your
to,
termination has nothing to do.
no, I get
with
it,
his
I get it,
legality
but I'm just telling you,
I guess
So,
maybe.
I hate to burst your balloon.
No, I understand the difference. Believe me, I understand the difference, but I'm just telling you, he hasn't performed the duties of the deputy supervisor in years.
You don't know that.
So my question is maybe this would have been better in correspondence? I mean,
I
but
got it last night.
He had to add it to the.
Motion by Goss to accept the resignation of Ron Backy. Let's just get it over with.
Second.
Good God.
Second.
no discussion needed.
Ryan, could you just make one statement there? When's the last time you were incognito and you needed your deputy, just for the record?
2 weeks ago. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Goss, yes. Valmuth,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett.
Yes. Thank you for your service.
Yeah. All
Almost
right.
time to go home.
So do we have any tabled items? Any board comments or discussion?
I have one comment. Cheryl, sometime in the near future, could you please get us a report on the IRS update? I'd appreciate it, please.
I'll give you that report today. We haven't heard back.
That's all I needed. Thank you.
Oh, we're down to public comment.
Announcements. And I apologize, February 9 meeting is already come and gone. But we do have the 16th meeting. Anybody hear anything from Andrew yet?
He just sent an email.
Okay,
Just popped up.
all right.
I'm still reading it.
So I'll try and get that in the packet to see probably tomorrow. Do we have any other meetings that should be announced here? I guess we decided a couple today in February 21 and 22, and then our March 14th board meeting.
We have
Three.
March 8th,
Oh, March 8th too. Yeah.
so
Yeah.
February 21st, February 22nd, March 8th, and March 21st. Public hearing.
3/8 and
21 was the public hearing.
3/21.
Yeah.
Good.
I gotta be able to read this.
All right.
21st, right? Sure.
Yes. Was.
So we have no public in the township hall left. We effectively called 911 for all of the living bodies here. Is there anyone out in Zoom land that would like to make a comment? Please use the raise your hand function and we will call on you as you pop up on our screens.
There's somebody still out there.
Oh, yeah.
God bless them.
Good afternoon, Denise.
Good afternoon. The board meeting today handled a sensitive, difficult topic of the township clerk not complying with the legal method of using township taxpayer dollars with prior board approval. I appreciate that the matter was acknowledged and discussed. All board members need to understand that the use of taxpayer funds is governed by the law, and they are responsible for proper expenditure of these funds. Boards have a responsibility to the taxpayer because they are stewards of the money collected, and they must ensure that the monies are expended consistent with the law. This is why there are so many regulations regarding the handling of taxpayer dollars. Regardless of the amount, when there is any expenditure, it must be subject to prior approval and the law. No taxpayer wants a board member to think of our taxpayer dollars as their personal petty cash account. The township clerk and the township treasurer's role is to act as checks and balances of taxpayer funds to preclude illegal use. On this occasion, the system failed. Thank you to Board Trustee Volmuth for flagging this illegal expenditure for board review. We thank the board for taking this up and hope we never have to have the board address this problem again. Thank you.
Moving to the next person with their hand up. Good afternoon, Connie.
Hi, Connie Highmore. I've dedicated the last 7 hours and 5 minutes so far to being on Zoom for this meeting. I'm on Zoom because I'm a distance away. Others cannot be in Township Hall or on Zoom because they have jobs that don't allow them the freedom to attend these morning all-day meetings. Sadly, 98% of the broadband comments made by the 2 companies in Township Hall were not heard. Those 2 men sat in their seats and carried on conversations with the board, answering important questions from board members, and were never heard. If anyone requests a recording of these meetings to listen to the progress, they will not hear from the businesses that may be providing internet to their homes. Please, please make sure people step up to the podium and use the microphones. That was frustrating. I must agree that I believe the Whitewater Township Park Facebook page does appear to be a township run page because of its name. Although the administrator, the person who created that page, is unknown, the author of that page is a township employee. On October 13th, 2022, a post was made on Whitewater Township Park page that said, "This is Lois, and I was requested years ago to keep the park page updated with park happenings. I gladly accepted." Someone asked Lois to keep the park page updated. She may know who the administrator of that pages. There's controversial things that get posted there. I wish that although I see it's much better than it was last year and the controversial posts are gone now, I wish that all those posts were about the park and the positivity there. One last thing, this board can do hard things. You did a hard thing today. You found some way to get through the clerk's spending of over $2,400. I'm hopeful that something like this never happens again. But one final thought for all of you board members. Clerk Goss is the only board member that could have gotten away with that. She's the person who writes the checks and moves the money around. If the treasurer or the supervisor or the trustees would have tried to do that, they would have hit a roadblock because they wouldn't have had access to the funds. So again, I hope that it never ever happens again. I'm sorry to not hear an apology or just an admittance of how that took place or why, or just to say they're sorry. That was disappointing. But this board can do hard things, and that resolution proved that. Thanks for all your hard work and dedication to the township. Those of you that really care, we see you. Thank you.
Those are all the hands I see up at this point. So I will entertain a motion to adjourn this marathon.
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Motion seconded. Roll call when, any further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Who seconded that?
I did.
Mr. Powell.
Did you call for roll call?
I did, please.
Bennett,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Falmouth,
Yes.
Pop.
Yes, 4:09 PM.
Heidi, thank you again for the banana bread.